the way, I like it, that's the way, I like it.
That man is a certified jackass.
Oh my fucking god. Welcome back to another wrestling review. Better yet, another retrospective. Because, oh my god. Oh my god, this is so bad. So, if you want to know what the hell we watched, this was World Wrestling All-Stars. Now you might be asking, what in the fuck is World Wrestling All-Stars? Well, it's in a fucking obscure wrestling promotion from the early 2000s that came out after WCW and ECW were bought by WWF, and it ran from then in 2001 to 2003 when TNA was becoming a thing. So it was kind of like the in-between of all that. So I will say credit for this goes to Marky D123 on YouTube for his video was in my recommended, and I said, what the fuck is WWA? And I watched it, and wow, this is bad. So, think of this...
You want to know my reaction to this? This is the clip I'm going to share to share my reaction here.
I'm working on
I'm upset. I'm upset.
So, fucking... Picture this. This came out, I know we just did XWF, but this came out a month before the XWF, by the way. This thing outlasted XWF, but somehow XWF is more well known than this, and I don't know why, but this promotion only had 5 pay-per-views, and it is ungodly how bad this is. This is worse than the XWF. Somehow. And so this is basically, it feels like WCW 2000, but it's like WCW 2000 on fucking crack. This is fucking bad, dude. This is atrociously bad. So, I'm going to read from this Wikipedia article here that says, World Wrestling All-Stars, or the WWA, was a professional wrestling promotion founded by Australian concert performer Andrew McManus. Just what are the odds that the guy who makes this, his last name is McManus? That sounds like a fake name that Vince McMahon would go by. But in 2001, the promotion was operated by McManus's International Touring Company. WWA was one of several promotions to come into existence shortly after the closings of ECW and WCW. The company was in existence from October 2001 to May 2003. So, oh my god, okay. WWA, here's the history, Austin. WWA recruited former WCW ring announcer Jeremy Borash as... well, you might hate Jeremy Borash now.
Why is that?
They recruited former WCW ring announcer Jeremy Borash as booker and head of talent relations. So everything on this show was fucking Jeremy Borash, and this fucker was commentating over everything that he booked. Oh my god,
Jeremy.
bro! But Austin, it gets worse. He also acted as a ring announcer and commentator for the shows. Listen to this. Borash was recommended to the WWA by Vince Russo. That's who recommended him. Oh my god. Okay, this says Vince Russo, who was not able to work with the company as originally planned. So are you telling me that Jeremy Borash is gonna be booking the rest of these fucking pay-per-views? Oh no. No, that's worse. That's worse. I thought Vince Russo was only not on this first pay-per-view. He's not in it at all. It's Jeremy Borash booking all of it. Oh, oh no.
I want to cry.
WWA focused on signing the wrestlers that did not get signed by WWF after the merger. They aimed to fill the gap left by the demise of WCW and ECW. Where did I hear that one before? Because the XWF said the same thing. They wanted to fill the gap. Yet to provide an alternative. Where did I hear that before? XWF. Many popular former WWF and WCW wrestlers wrestled for the company during its nearly 2-year existence. And we'll get into some of them later. They also brought in relatively unknown wrestlers, many of whom went on to make names for themselves for other promotions like TNA, which we will fucking get to later on. Oh no, Austin. This says further big names like Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, and Randy Savage were scheduled to appear for WWA at some point, but their appearances did not happen. No, they had 3 commissioners. Oh, what we know about the first one. Oh, I'll save that for when we get to it. Oh my god. The first tour in the Inception pay-per-view. Fucking... Okay, is this just gonna... Is this just gonna fucking... Yeah, okay, this just goes over, like, every pay-per-view, which I don't want to go over that right now. Fucking, So, we're just gonna... I guess we can just get to the fucking show, because, oh my god, bro. So, that's kind of like the introduction to World Wrestling All-Stars. So basically, they had 5 pay-per-views. Excuse me, from the span of 2001 to 2003. They had, I will read the pay-per-views off real quick because we put it in a playlist because somebody was gracious enough to upload all this to YouTube. So we have the Inception, which is the one we're reviewing right now. Then we have the Revolution, the Eruption, the Retribution, and the Reckoning, which was the last pay-per-view. And just so everybody is aware, these pay-per-views, from what Marky D was saying, they get far worse as they go on, which is fucking terrifying because this was so bad, bro. So, just real quick before we get into this, Austin, how are you feeling about Jeremy Borash now that you know he was booking it?
I am very disappointed.
This show, this pay-per-view, because they never even got a show. It was only 5 pay-per-views, bro. And this was a disaster. they were botching commentary. They put the wrong graphics up for people. They fucking were saying the wrong things. Like, everything was going wrong. The fucking TV feed was going in and out. They were having audio issues. Like, everything that could go wrong went fucking wrong in this fucking pay-per-view. So, what happened on WWA The Inception, you might ask? Well, the show starts off with the ring announcers, Jeremy Borash and Jerry the King Lawler. And you might be saying, Jerry the King Lawler, wasn't he in XWF? Yes, he was. And this was also during the time where he had left WWF, and then he went back the next year. So Jerry Lawler's he's either only on this show or he's on the first two pay-per-views, and then he left and went back to WWE. So yeah. So and don't you worry, because we got a lot to say about Jerry Lawler, because this man was absolutely, he had no fucking filter on this show. Like, the things he was saying, oh my god, bro. So we get the commentators, which is Jeremy Borash and Jerry the King Lawler. And Jeremy Borash is in the ring and fucking... So beforehand, they announced some of the matches we're getting tonight. Then Jeremy Borash is in the ring and he says this contest is set for one fall. By the way, I want to point out real quick, for some reason, the commentators... I've never seen this in another wrestling promotion. The commentators could be heard throughout the whole arena during the whole show, like they were talking on the microphone, doing a promo. I don't know why they did this, but that's what they did. Also, this took place in Sydney, Australia, because the whole gimmick with World Wrestling All-Stars is they wanted to travel all over the world, so we'll get shows in places like the UK and New Zealand and all these fucking places. But the first one took place in Australia. I will say right off the bat, they had a pretty massive fucking crowd for this show, which is so unfortunate that people paid for this. These people in Australia, there hadn't been wrestling in Australia, oh my god, Australia, Jesus Christ, in a long time. And you could tell the crowd was so fucking hype to see some wrestling again. And this is what they fucking got. And there were some points in this show where the crowd was like so fucking dead. And they looked like they just did not care anymore. So Jeremy Borash says, oh, this contest is set for one fall. And then he stops himself. So the first thing we see on this show is Jeremy Borash botching the commentary. The ring announcing, I mean. And fucking... Then we hear this music. And they say, oh, the commissioner is coming out. And it's none other than Bret the Hitman Hart comes out. And he's the commissioner of fucking WWA. Fucking... Austin, who was a worse reveal as a commissioner? Bret Hart or fucking Sable?
You know, the sad part, I'm gonna have to give it to Sable.
Oh my
because
god!
At least, nah, you don't understand. Because at least Bret Hart has the talent to even make a botch look good. I feel. At least that's how I feel.
Jesus Christ. So fucking Bret Hart comes out and he has the fucking WWA championship, or the world championship, which looks fucking atrocious. It looks so ugly. It might be the ugliest championship I've ever seen. Like, people...
Yeah, it looks pretty fucking disgusting.
Like, people said some of the fucking like WWE or AEW or TNA titles look fucking disgusting. Have you seen this fucking thing? Because, oh my god, it is fucking disgusting to look at. I don't know what they thought when they were making this fucking championship.
I don't know, but like it's weird. It has fucking it's got a black strap, a small ass fucking goddamn like main plate, and then it doesn't have side plates. It has like gold encrusted edges.
Mm-hmm.
Like I like what kind of championship? I would be disgusted to hold that. I hope you know.
I wonder if there's any replicas of it out there.
I really hope not. I hope nobody fucking sat there and made replicas of that shit, because that's depressing if that's the case.
Fucking, it looks disgusting, bro. You have to just see it to believe it. Like, just look up
Like
WWA Championship.
it looks nasty. Like it genuinely looks nasty. I've never seen something so fucking disgusting in my life.
Well, fucking, so Bret Hart comes out to do this promo. He gets a pretty big ovation from the crowd. And Bret says that he forgot what it was like to come out in front of a wrestling audience, because at this point, it had been a year since he was in WCW or whatever. He took like a year off from the wrestling business, and this was Bret Hart's big comeback to wrestling.
What
and
a fucking comeback, bro.
and
Might I
was
say.
Bret was like going on about how he got fucked over in WWF and how he got fucked over in WCW and shit, and was like trying to hype up WWA as like the place that he belongs and shit. He was trying to put it over, bro. He was trying.
He was
And
trying his damnedest. It just was not fucking working.
yeah, fucking to where fucking the only time the crowd was like into it was when Bret was calling Vince McMahon a piece of shit. Oh my god. And he was talking about how he's the commissioner and he's excited for this new wrestling promotion and all this shit. It's like, what the fuck, bro? Like, how did they get Bret the Hitman Hart to be their commissioner? I wonder. But
I have no.
I will say, he does not last as commissioner for long, so I think we might only see him one more time. And then apparently there's two more commissioners, which is fucking terrifying. That they went
I
through
swear to
3
God,
commissioners.
could I know? Can you like find out like what goddamn commissioners there are? Like what's the other ones are?
Oh, I know what they are. If you want me to tell you them.
Just go ahead and tell me who are
So
they?
I told you about one already earlier when I was telling you about what WWA was. So Bret Hart did not last long, and they replaced him with fucking Psycho Sid. And
Oh God, I
apparently,
forgot you told me that.
apparently Psycho Sid didn't last long either, because when I was looking up the Wikipedia article, it said that the third and final commissioner, it's so cursed. The third and final commissioner was Mike Sanders. So it
Oh, that's
just gets
so
worse.
unfortunate.
Yeah, the fucking
That's so unfortunate,
the
man.
leader of the Natural Born Thrillers was the fucking commissioner.
That's I actually feel gross
Like, how do you go through
hearing that.
3 commissioners in 5 pay-per-views?
No. How do you go from fucking Bret Hart to Psycho Sid to Mike Sanders? That's
I
what I want
don't
to ask.
know, man. Maybe nobody else could fucking be bothered by that point. Because I think by the time Mike Sanders was fucking commissioner, I'm pretty sure that's when a lot of people were leaving and nobody gave a fuck anymore. So nobody could probably fucking be bothered to be commissioner of this shit anymore. But fucking that was pretty much Bret Hart's promo. Also, he announces that the world champion will be crowned tonight in a Seven Deadly Sins tournament. Yes, that's what they fucking called it. This was by far, when I tell you, some of the, like, we thought that Vince Russo's booking was the worst we've ever seen. Dare I say, Austin, has Jeremy Borash topped Vince Russo for the worst booking you've ever seen? Because, my God, the things that this man did on this show had our
See,
heads spinning.
I want to say yes, but there's also the things like that Vince Russo has done in his career, like for example, himself having brain surgery and coming back the next week, where I'm just like, no.
I feel like your opinion might change once we get through the rest of these pay-per-views. Because if Jeremy Borash is booking all of these, and if what Mark said is true, that these get way worse as they go on, I think your opinion might change. Oh God,
If some
that means Jeremy Borash is the one that fucking did the midget shit. He booked that, bro. Oh, that's terrible. Now that I think about it. We'll be getting to that in the next couple pay-per-views because they introduced fucking midget wrestling into this fucking promotion and it's so terrible. But what were you gonna say?
I don't think anything could be worse than Vince Russo's booking as of this point. All right.
You say that now, but my God, when we get to the last pay-per-view, I hope that statement is true still. Because my God, if every one of these shows is like this, that's not going to be the case anymore. Because my God, Jeremy Borash, what the fuck have you done? What in the fuck? I could tell since Vince Russo recommended him, it's almost like it the booking was almost like he took everything that Vince Russo did because we said throughout this whole show, we said, oh man, this seems like a Vince Russo thing. This seems like a Vince Russo thing. This seems like something Vince Russo would book. And now that Vince Russo's the one that fucking recommended him, I'm not surprised because I think Jeremy Borash just did everything that Vince Russo would do, but worse somehow. He made Vince Russo's ideas make even less sense. How is that possible?
I
When we
don't
tell
know.
you some of the fucking stupidity that we've seen in this fucking show, like the only thing we could do is sit there and laugh because it was so astronomically stupid, the shit that they were doing in the show. Like and then they were trying to take it seriously. Like fucking
They
Jeremy
took
Borash
they
was trying to commentate it like it was fucking serious.
There is one point where we'll get to it in more detail. There is one point where fucking the bananas and pajamas, which will explain who that is, fucking took a bump from the steel cage,
Yes.
and Jeremy Borash was dead fucking serious, and he was like, "Oh, we gotta give them some help. We gotta. This is an atrocity. Like I shit you not."
Yes. Like and not even that. Like we seen the multiple people like 2-3 times throughout this show because of this fucking tournament. So, also another thing is every single match on this show was a stipulation match. I'm not fucking joking. They made it a point to say every single match on this show was a stipulation match. And every single one of these matches was a complete disaster, dude. Every one of these matches was cursed. So I guess we could get into the matches now. So
Go ahead. I want you to explain some of the fuckery. I'll explain some of the fuckery later, but
So I'll start off by announcing who is in this tournament, because fucking the people who are in this tournament is fucking Juventud Guerrera, Psychosis, Road Dogg, Conan, fucking I keep showing down, Buff Bagwell, Jeff Jarrett, fucking Nathan Jones, and and there was one slot on this tournament that said Battle Royal, which, my God, that might have been the most astronomically stupid thing on this show, and we will get to that, because it was so stupid that we were dying laughing, because I've never seen a match make less sense in my life. So, but that's the people who are in this tournament. So we start off the show. God damn, I hear you fucking button mashing. But anyway, fucking, we start off this show for the WWA International Cruiserweight Championship. Yes, that's what it's called. And if you're wondering, yes, that title is also fucking ugly. So it was a ladder match between Juventud Guerrera and Psychosis, who we've seen in WCW before, and who also fucking appeared in goddamn XWF as well. So Juventud Guerrera comes out, and when I tell you, he came out to this fucking, it was so cursed. He came out to this Britney Spears ass pop song, and he was acting like he was The Rock, and he was calling himself the Juice, and he said, finally the Juice has come back and shit. And we were like, what the fuck is this? And then Psychosis comes out looking like fucking Dominic Mysterio in what he was wearing. And by the way, a lot of the people you're going to see in the thumbnail is mostly their WCW PNGs, besides like fucking Bret Hart. Reason being, when you search up WWA, fucking nothing comes up, dude. Nothing comes up. So the chances of me finding images from this show was astronomical. Like, I had zero chance of finding anything. The only way I could have got images from this is if I would have went back through the pay-per-view and screen capped, and I was not gonna fucking do that. Because goddamn, this show was 2.5 hours long, bro. So, we get this ladder match of Juventud Guerrera, or fucking The Juice, or fucking Hoovy, because they couldn't fucking make their mind up on commentary because they kept saying Hoovy and The Juice, versus Psychosis for the fucking Cruiserweight title. And apparently whoever won this match was the Cruiserweight champion, but they would also advance in the world title tournament, because that totally makes sense.
And it's completely fair too, you know.
Yeah. So, for what this match was, it was one of the lesser cursed matches of the night. Compared to everything else that was on the show, it was lesser. It was still cursed, because of the whole juice shit, but it was less cursed than a lot of other things on this show. It was a decent ladder match. I've seen way better ladder matches. This is just like, eh. Like they tried to start the show off with a bang, but it just didn't go well. They were botching, and then there was one spot where fucking Juventud does this springboard drop kick onto Psychosis, who's on the ladder, and fucking he lands awkwardly, and apparently Juventud got legitimately injured, and then he fucking proceeded to do a sunset flip off the ladder on Psychosis, and then go to the top rope, do a 450 splash, and then climb the ladder, and Juventud Guerrera, or Juvi, or the Juice, wins the Cruiserweight title and advances in the tournament. But not for long, because we find out later that he's being replaced in the tournament because he was legit injured.
Yeah.
So, and we'll get to
'Cause
that
that's
because
just wonderful.
it's terrible. So, that was the first match of the night. It was eh. It wasn't terrible, but it was not good. And so then we see backstage Mr. Glenn Gilberti, Disco Inferno shows up, and fucking he is talking to somebody backstage and is saying that he wants security and that he wants suits is what he said. But apparently the guy mistook what he said. Instead of suits, he thought he said fruits, which we'll get to later. Then we see this fucking limousine pull up, and we're like, who's in the limousine? Well, it's none other than fucking this guy named fucking, what, it was like, oh, what was his name? Now I gotta go back to it. Fucking, it was, god damn it, go back up. It was fucking Lowell McManus, I think was his name, and apparently he's a fucking Australian talk show host, and for some reason he's managing Nathan Jones. I'm sorry, fucking his nickname that they gave him is Nathan the Front Row Jones. You can't make this up. You really can't. I mean, Jeremy Borash made it up, but fucking, like, why? Nathan the Front Row Jones is so stupid. So, Nathan Jones and Lowell McManus get out of this limo, and fucking that was it. Like, oh my god. So then we get another tournament match, and we see fucking Conan come out. Good old Conan that we've seen in WCW so many times, and who also was in the XWF. He comes out, and the show was so bad that Conan came out rapping. But you know what happened? They forgot to turn his microphone on. And so he comes out rapping, and it's dead silent because his microphone is off. And he gets in the ring, and he starts talking, and his microphone is still off. And then they have to turn it on, and then Conan is like, there we go, finally. Like, how are you so bad that you forget to turn somebody's microphone on? And fucking Conan is like trying to hype up the crowd and shit. And then fucking the Road Dogg comes out. It's a Road Dogg spelled D-O-G. They took a G off. And the Road Dogg, Jesse James, comes out. He gets a pretty big ovation. And then he gets in the ring and does the whole fucking ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and of all ages and all this shit. Fucking, he says, oh, D Generation X proudly brings to you, blah, 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 blah. And it's when he's saying that, Conan fucking attacks him. And then Conan grabs the microphone and fucking says that the WWF fired his ass, but they kept everybody else in DX, and he said that the WWF had 2 words for you: suck it. And then the fucking match started, and this was a 4 corners match. If you don't know what a 4 corners match is, basically what it is the 2 wrestlers are tied together with the dog collar, and to win the match, you have to go around the ring and touch all 4 turnbuckles consecutively to win, right? It's a weird match type, but it's been done well in the past. Here, it was like they took a 4 corners match and said, you know what? Let's snort some cocaine and make it completely fucking stupid and make no sense, because apparently they said on commentary, Jeremy Borash, the man who booked this shit, said that you can win by either tapping the 4 corners or scoring a fucking pinfall, which makes absolutely no sense, because what's the point?
Why? Because there's no point. There's absolutely fucking no point.
Like,
and I felt like they were kind of making it up on the fly. I feel like that's what he was doing. Now that I know he fucking was sitting there, bro. I'm so upset.
It's like, why would you fucking go and tap all 4 corners if you could just fucking pin somebody? You know how stupid that is? And they got Conan and Road Dogg, who are both pretty decent wrestlers, out here having this trash-ass match where they're fucking botching and the dog collar keeps coming off. And then Conan is taking the dog collar off on purpose, and the ref says if you take it off one more time, you're disqualified. So now there's DQs. And fucking Conan just doesn't give a shit. And then the ref puts the dog collar back on him. And then fucking Road Dogg just taps the 4 corners and wins. This match was so fucking lame. It was so just stupid. Like, what the fuck? Who's gonna... You're trying to tell me, you're gonna lead me to believe that one of these motherfuckers is gonna go around the whole ass ring trying to tap these turnbuckles when you said, oh, or they can win by pinfall. Just pin the motherfucker. Like, what the fuck? It's so stupid. Like... And it's not, and the thing is, it's not the first time they did this on the show, because they did it again later with a different match type, which completely made the match type utterly fucking useless. Like, they did it multiple times. Like, oh my god, dude. So the Road Dogg wins and advances in the tournament. So the match is supposed to be Road Dogg and Juventud, but Juventud is injured, which we'll get to later. So that's one of the semi-final matches. So now we move to probably objectively the best match of the night. And so this was a hardcore match. Actually, okay, before this, they had these fucking women come out. They were called the Starettes or whatever. Basically the same thing as the Nitro Girls. And legitimately, I'm not joking, the only reason that they even had these women was specifically so Jerry Lawler could make sexual comments about puppies.
I would not doubt that Jerry Lawler had that in his contract.
He probably did.
I'm not even...
With the things
like,
he was saying on the show, I'm not surprised.
With what he was saying, I would not doubt that he just had that in his contract. Fucking
Like, what type of contract does that to have? Oh, I'll only commentate for your company if you fucking show me hot women and I can fucking ogle at them. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, the only way I'll sign to your
that's the
company is if you let me see some boobies. Like, what the fuck is that, dude? Like, what the
Somebody
fuck?
clip that.
Like, what kind of contract clause is that? Like, oh, you're only gonna sign me if I get to see some fucking pussy. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck, man? And I'm not surprised because I feel like goddamn Jeremy Borash and this fucking Australian dude who never ran a promotion before probably was like, oh, sure, whatever you want, Mr. Lawler, we'll give it to you. Please come to our company. I wouldn't be surprised if they really did. But so then we get to this match, which is Crowbar, but they change his name here. He's no longer Crowbar. His name in WWA is, I'm not joking when I say this, Devin Storm is his name now. And he's taking on Screamin' Norman Smiley in a fucking hardcore match. And when I tell you, this had to have been the dumbest setup for a match that made no sense. But when I tell you that Devin Storm and Screamin' Norman Smiley went out here and had an absolute fucking barn burner for no fucking reason. They weren't even in the tournament. And they're out
No, they
here
weren't.
having a fucking 20-something minute match. This was the longest match on the show. I'm pretty sure. And
Yeah.
fucking they sat here and had a barn burner. They were fucking killing each other and they weren't even in the tournament. They
Because
weren't
why
even in this
not?
tournament.
Because why not, man? It just makes so much fucking sense to put your bodies on the fucking line and you're not even getting a title shot. They didn't even get a hardcore title, man. They
Nope.
just got fucking regret, bro.
They got fucking injured. That's what they got.
I don't even think I'm surprised Crowbar was even fucking okay. Like
I
honestly,
know.
like with what they fucking did in this match, they did a spot where Crowbar dove from the stage like the Titantron to Norman Smiley on through two tables.
Hmm. Don't forget, fucking Norman Smiley also hit the big wiggle on Devon Storm
Twice.
twice, and it looks
Twice.
so cursed.
Bro, there was so much humping on this show. This show was so horny.
Hmm. It was only horny, though, when Jerry Lawler wanted it to be, because as soon as it was something he didn't like, he fucking spoke his mind, let me tell you.
Oh, yes, he fucking did. Oh my god.
Uh, but this fucking match, they were brawling all over the arena, hitting each other with kendo sticks and trash cans, and there was a fucking broom and a fucking mop at one point. They fucking went backstage, and fucking goddamn Crowbar puts Norman Smiley in a fucking trash can and pushes the trash can into fucking Disco Inferno. And Disco Inferno starts yelling. He's like, "Where's my security? Where's my security?" And fucking, and then they go back out on stage and fucking they start using a fucking barricade as a weapon. By the way, Norman Smiley was dressed in fucking LA Lakers fucking gear as well. Because why not? And Norman Smiley also kept dancing, which was really cursed. And
It
fucking
just.
Crowbar got busted open pretty bad as well. He was bleeding. There's a lot of blood on this show too. I want to add, but
Oh, yeah.
fucking, but yeah. After Crowbar does the crossbody off the fucking stage, off the Titantron, through fucking two tables, through Norman Smiley, fucking motherfucker sits here and they're both laid out, and Norman Smiley just leans his arm over on Crowbar, and all you hear is 1, 2, 3, and Norman Smiley fucking won. It was so dumb. And then Norman
It
Smiley
was
gets up,
the
and he wasn't even
stupidest
selling
shit.
it.
It was actually like one of the stupidest things I've ever fucking seen. Like, I've seen a lot of things in my time, bro, of watching these shows. And man, was that fucking stupid.
It
Like,
was.
I just, I don't know what to even say to that, man. And what happened after it was just icing on the fucking cake, man. Like,
Because this isn't the last
fucking
time we've
match
seen
after
them.
it. No, it ain't, because, like, why not, you know? It's not like, you know, they look like they fucking died, but, you know.
Oh yeah, so before we get to this match, do you wanna tell everybody about our new favorite referee, Mr. Slick Johnson, how he was in every
Bro,
fucking match?
I'm fucking tired of Slick Johnson. We see him everywhere. No, we see him legitimately everywhere. Fucking TNA, we see the fucker. Fucking WCW, we see the fucker. Fucking anywhere. We could see him on the goddamn street corner, for all I fucking know. Like,
And he was
goddamn.
in XWF too.
And XWF, and fucking all these goddamn promotions. I swear to God, if we see him in something like fucking JCW, I'm gonna cry. Bro, like, I don't want to fucking see... I don't want to see Slick Johnson no more. Like, I'm tired of Slick Johnson. He ain't even that good of a ref. Like, he ain't even that good. Like,
He was going crazy
you can
in
tell...
the one match though.
He was really going crazy. He's making me fucking go crazy, bro. Like, I don't... It was the most stupid shit I have ever fucking seen.
Yep, and he reffed almost every single match too.
Yes! He reffed like 8 different matches.
Yep. And there was another referee on this show. His name was like Bob Young or something. He reffed like 2
And
matches,
he reffed
I
like
think.
2!
Yeah. Like every match they kept saying, "Oh, referee Slick Johnson." Like Slick Johnson had so much curse shit in this fucking show, bro.
He reffed every Jeff Jarrett match. And yes, I mean every one. There was multiple.
Yep. As if we didn't see enough of Jeff Jarrett, we saw multiple Jeff Jarrett matches. So, fucking... Also, the backstage interviewer for this show was fucking Stevie Ray for some reason. I don't know why.
I don't know who's a worse fucking, like, backstage interviewer. Like, honestly, like, there's so many cursed ones now that oh my god, like, I just don't even know, man. You know, I should probably mention who the fuck the bananas and the pajamas are.
Yeah, you
Fucking,
might as well.
because they're in this fucking match. Because why fucking not? Like, I don't even understand, dude.
Yeah, because they were fucking Disco Inferno's security, apparently.
Bro, when I tell you I did not expect to see these fuckers in the goddamn wrestling ring, I just, you know, it's, so, the Bananas in Pajamas, from what I know, is like a children's cartoon in Australia. They have a lot of fucking goddamn just lost media in general because they, like, their stuff wasn't fucking preserved correctly. So that's just always, like, glorious. But fucking, I wish this was lost media. You know, that'd be nice. I wish nobody could find this show, because this show is like, I wish it was gone.
Oh, fucking the quality that this shit was in looked like somebody fucking ripped it from a VHS tape.
Oh, you could tell. You could tell, man.
Because they lost their fucking feed several times. And fucking, you could see, like, VHS fucking, like, glitches and stuff on the screen, too.
Jesus Christ.
But, was the cursed fucking Battle Royale next?
Yes, that's why I
Okay.
explained it.
So, this had to be the most stupid and ridiculous match I've ever fucking seen. So before the match, we get a backstage interview with fucking Bret Hart. He's being interviewed by Stevie Ray. And Stevie Ray's asking him about the Battle Royal. And Bret Hart says anyone can join. Keep that in mind because that is important. And Stevie Ray
See,
says... Oh, go ahead.
I have so much to blame when it comes down to Jeremy Borash now. Because now I understand why this was so cursed. And, I want you to talk about it, and I'm just going to go off. I'm going to tell you right now.
Oh, no, he's going to go off. Okay, so Stevie Ray says, what do you mean by anyone can join? And Bret Hart says, I mean anyone. Like the cameramen or the announcers or fucking... He said people from the local area, the fucking production crew, anybody could join. And Stevie Ray says, even me?
This is stupid. You want to know why this is stupid? You want to know so many reasons why this is fucking stupid? It's funny that Bret Hart says this, because he's the one that got attacked by a fan. But, imagine they heard this. I don't imagine that fucking that was broadcasted on the fucking screen or not. If it was, I would fucking hope not. Because imagine if fucking multiple fans jumped the goddamn guardrail and started going in the ring. What would have happened at that point? What would have happened? Like,
that was a very real possibility because he said anyone could join.
That's what I'm saying. And speaking of anyone, tell me why Jeremy fucking Borash joined in the match. Now, at first I was like, why the fuck is he joining the match? Now I know. He's booking himself in matches. Are you serious? He really is doing what Vince Russo would do. Because that is some fucking Vince Russo shit.
Maybe, I'm assuming Vince Russo taught him everything he knows. Because they work together in WCW.
I am so glad fucking Jeremy Borash has never fucking goddamn, produced or wrote another fucking show besides this. I really hope he hasn't. I really hope that statement that I just said is true. I hope this is the only fucking shit he's ever fucking written.
Wasn't Jeremy Borash in TNA? Yeah, he was, because we've seen him in TNA. I don't know if he
was
booked
in TNA.
anything, but...
I don't think he booked. I think he was just a fucking ring announcer and shit.
Thank God.
I'm pretty sure.
Well, that's because Vince Russo was booking it, though, to be fair.
Exactly. So, it doesn't help. It really doesn't help. Bro, I have never seen something so ludicrous besides this Battle Royal was one of the worst things I have ever seen. Worse than the entirety of XWF. This Battle Royal. Bro, so I'm gonna tell you the participants for this Battle Royal because it was just something. Fucking, we had Buff Bagwell, Stevie Ray, we had Crowbar, who just fucking almost died, Norman Smiley, fucking... Oh, I'm trying to think of what other wrestlers were in this. What were the other wrestlers that were in this? Before I mention the curse people.
Don't forget Mr. Disco Inferno was in it.
Yes, Disco Inferno.
I'm pretty sure.
Was there any other wrestlers besides the people I'm about to say?
I think the scary thing is I think that was all the actual wrestlers that were in it.
Oh yeah, so that's all the wrestlers that were in it. So let's talk about the extracurriculars. So we have Jerry the King Lawler.
Yep.
Jeremy Borash,
Yep.
the Bananas in Pajamas,
Yes.
Slick Johnson,
Yep.
the other referee,
Yep. Bob Young.
oh, and the random cameraman.
Yep. Oh, and don't forget the random female interviewer as well. She tried to
Oh,
get in.
yeah, the female interviewer as well.
This was the dumbest shit I've ever fucking seen, bro. So it starts off with Buff Bagwell and fucking Disco Inferno, and they're fighting. And then fucking the match just starts. I thought for battle royals you had to wait for everybody to get in the ring, but I guess
Apparently not. No.
because the
No,
match
apparently
just
not.
started and they started brawling, and then Stevie Ray comes out and they all start fucking brawling, and then all of a sudden fucking Crowbar and Norman Smiley get in the ring and they join into the mix, and at this point we're thinking, okay, these are 5 like actual wrestlers in here or whatever. And then fucking they go to the commentary table and fucking Jerry Lawler's like, oh, he said anyone could join, and Jerry Lawler fucking reveals he has his wrestling gear on. He's like, come on, Jeremy, and Jeremy Borash and Jerry Lawler get in the ring, and they fucking sit here. This is fucking crazy.
And by the way, fucking Crowbar's the first person to get eliminated. I shit you not. And by the way, he takes over the commentary booth. So
Yeah, he goes
while
on
this is all
fucking
going on,
commentary.
while this is all going on, we hear crazy ass fucking Crowbar doing commentary. He's still busted open from the last match. And he's saying, oh, Jerry Lawler hit him with a snapmare. And I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, and then they fucking the Jerry Lawler and Jeremy Borash, they excuse me, they start fucking double teaming Stevie Ray, and Jeremy Borash starts hitting the fakest fucking punches I've ever seen, and then Stevie Ray just picks him up and throws his ass out. And then
we get the commentary duo of Jeremy Borash and Crowbar, which is like the most cursed thing I could ever fucking think of.
And then fucking all of a sudden Slick Johnson and fucking Bob Young get in the ring, and they're just like standing there, and at this point we're thinking, oh, they're just like reffing the match or whatever. And then I shit you not, Slick Johnson starts whooping people's ass. He starts beating people up. And he fucking jumped on somebody's head and was fucking punching them. And then as soon as that happens, they show this fucking cameraman holding the camera, and he says, "Oh fuck it." He puts the camera down and gets in the ring, and he starts fucking punching people. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
And then Jerry Lawler's in the middle of the ring. Jerry Lawler's in the middle of the ring, and then all of a sudden, the fucking female like ring announcer is in the fucking ring, and she's talking to Jerry Lawler, and she's like, I'm pretty sure she had beef with him because of what he was saying about the women, because she went straight for Jerry, and Jerry's like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. And oh my god, then the fucking cameraman gets eliminated, and then fucking Slick Johnson and fucking Bob Young get eliminated, and then fucking Jerry Lawler gets eliminated. And
Did
then,
you hear what Crowbar said when he got eliminated?
No, what did he say?
Fucking Jeremy Borash, he was like, Crowbar, get the fuck out of here, pretty much. And Crowbar was like, well, what am I supposed to do now? And then he fucking darts. He darts to the timekeeper's area. And he's by the ring bell. Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, and then fucking Norman Smiley, Disco Inferno, Buff Bagwell, and they all team up to try to get fucking Stevie Ray out and shit. And they fucking They fucking end up getting him out, and Stevie Ray gets eliminated, and then fucking all of a sudden the bananas and pajamas come out, and they fucking get in the ring, and fucking Norman Smiley also gets eliminated, and it's down to Buff Bagwell and Disco Inferno, and then the fucking bananas and pajamas eliminate Disco Inferno, and then Buff Bagwell eliminates the bananas and pajamas. And then fucking Crowbar starts fucking beating the shit out of this ring bell. He won't stop fucking ringing it. And I can't even fathom the fact that I just said all that in a sentence. And fucking Buff Bagwell wins.
Honestly, I think because Crowbar has been a part of so many of these cursed ass shows. He's probably been a part of the most of them, of like 99% of them. I genuinely want to get him on the podcast and ask him what these experiences were like. Like I need to know.
Well, according to fucking Marky D, he said that fucking Crowbar, aka Devin Storm, is the fucking MVP of this wrestling promotion. And apparently he puts on the best matches and shit, so I guess we'll see going forward. I'm pretty sure he wrestles on every single pay-per-view.
Oh, great.
So, yeah, fucking... That was the cursed-ass Battle Royal, and Buff Bagwell wins and advances in the fucking to the semifinals of the tournament, because why not? And if you thought that was bad, then we move on to the last tournament match of the first round, which is the fact that this was even a match. Jeff Jarrett versus Nathan the Front Row Jones.
This is one of the worst things I've ever seen.
So Jeff Jarrett comes out and he's calling everybody slap nuts, and says that he's gonna win the title and all this shit. And fucking then fucking lol fucking what the fuck was the goddamn name again? I keep forgetting. Lowell McManus and fucking goddamn Nathan Jones come out, and he cuts a promo that was so bad on Jeff Jarrett, and says that Nathan Jones is gonna slap Jeff Jarrett's balls all over the ring. And
yeah,
fucking. And he's like playing to the Australian crowd, and he calls Jeff Jarrett fucking Sunshine for some reason, and he keeps calling him Jeffrey. And so we have this match of Nathan Jones and Jeff Jarrett. Do you want to know the stipulation that they picked for this fucking shit? It was, of all things that you could have for a stipulation, this was a guitar on a pole match where Jeff Jarrett's guitar gets put up on a pole, and the objective is whoever pulls down the guitar wins the match. Why? Because fucking Jeremy Borash. I don't know anymore. And this match sucked. And fucking Nathan Jones was hitting some what the fuck. And when when Nathan Jones came out, I think Nathan Jones got the loudest pop of the night. I've never have seen Nathan Jones get such a massive reaction. I'm assuming the only reason he did is because he's Australian. But, like, fucking Nathan Jones was so over, bro. And so he does like all the big man stuff and whatever, and Jeff Jarrett does the cowardly heel shit, and it fucking goes to where fucking goddamn fucking Lowell McManus gets involved. and he gets in the ring because fucking Jeff Jarrett pulls down the guitar, and fucking Lowell McManus gets in the ring and tries to do something. He starts talking shit to Jeff Jarrett, and he, oh my god, when I'm telling you, Jeff Jarrett fucking blasted this man in the fucking head with the guitar. Like, he knocked him the fuck out with this guitar, bro. Like, he got laid out. And Jeff
I'm
Jarrett
glad.
wins this match and advances to the semifinals.
I didn't like that guy, bro. Exposing the business, man.
Oh yeah, what was it? Because he was on commentary. What was it that he said that exposed the business?
He kept saying Vince Russo shit. He was like, "Oh, what is it with these wrestling referees? Oh, not knowing what to do and what not knowing what to whatever. And what is it with these rules and stipulations?" And I was like, "Bro, shut the fuck up, dude." Like, I was actually getting pissed.
Yeah, Austin was happy when Jeff Jarrett fucking blasted him with the fucking guitar.
Now I'm fucking glad.
So,
That
Jeff
shit kicked
Jarrett
in.
moves to the semifinals. So, fucking at this point, we're wondering what in the actual fuck is gonna happen next. I think we got fucking another goddamn Starrettes thing. And fucking, oh yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what happened next. Wait, what's this what? What's this what? Yeah, it was. So, because this is what led into the next match. So, all of a sudden, at this point, it was just Jeremy Borash commentating by himself. And then all of a sudden, Jerry Lawler comes out and fucking Jeremy Borash says, "Oh, we're about to have a special edition of The King's Court with Jerry Lawler." And we're like, why? So Jerry Lawler comes out and says, "Oh, well, I wanted to do a King's Court, but I have something more important that I want to address. And so I want to ask the fucking Fruits to come out here to explain why you turned on Disco Inferno." I'm like, why do you want to know this? And so the Fruits come out, and Jerry Lawler's trying to say, like, "Oh, you guys are supposed to be his security," and I guess they misheard when he said suits and thought that he said fruits and all this dumb shit. This is like some fucking, like, elementary school type shit. And fucking, goddamn, was that the Bananas in Pajamas? Was it a kid's show?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So, fucking, the Bananas are just like laugh at Disco Inferno, and Jerry Lawler says, "Oh, you better not laugh at him." He said, fucking, Disco Inferno is gonna peel you and eat you for dinner. And they looked scared. And then all of a sudden, here comes Bret the Hitman Hart. I'm sorry, before he came out. Here comes the team of Lenny and Lottie. Now, who the fuck
Oh
are these
no.
people, Austin?
So, from what I know of them, they were in Raven's flock. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, I found out that after Raven left WCW to go back to ECW, they did this gimmick in WCW.
Jesus fucking Christ. I don't even, like, what do you even call this gimmick? I don't know. They were kept saying
Billy
shit
and
about
Chuck.
fashion. Like,
Billy and Chuck is what I call it.
it was like Billy and Chuck mixed with, like, the fashion police. Because they kept talking about fashion. And
Yeah.
so they come out, and they're cutting this promo about fucking... What the fuck were they even talking about?
I zoned out, bro. I zoned out.
Because the next thing I remember, they're cutting this promo, And then Bret the Hitman Hart comes out, and he comes to the ring and fucking pretty much just tells the fucking Fruits to get the fuck out of there. And then he tells fucking Lenny and Lodi or Lottie, however you say it, that, fucking, we're gonna have a match right now. And then he says, Road Dogg, you're gonna be alone in this one, but it's gonna be a three-way dance between Road Dogg, Lenny, and he says Lonnie, and he says it completely fucking wrong. And so Road Dogg comes out, and I'm gonna let you talk about the fuck shit in this match, because my god, this is where Jerry Lawler became so unfiltered.
Jerry Lawler's disdain for this gimmick is like my hatred for AEW.
I don't
Like,
think it's
that's all
this
I'm.
gimmick. I think he has a disdain for like these type of people.
Yeah, yeah, definitely sounded like it, man. Because let me just get my notes here.
You took notes.
No, I didn't take notes. I'm just making a joke. Fucking, he he called Lenny and Lonnie, or Lottie, whatever the fuck.
Now
I'm
you're
being
messing
Bret
it up
Hart.
like Bret Hart.
I'm being Bret Hart. But he called them pickle kissers.
Mm-hmm.
And then he kept like being ultimately just disgusted at every move that they would hit.
Mm-hmm.
Every time they were in a suggested position, he would say, "Oh, well, I would assume they'd be in that position before." I shit you not.
Yeah. He was so fucking
Um,
disgusted at them, dude.
is there anything else I'm missing?
Fucking, I know, fucking, there was one spot where they were like shoving Road Dogg's head into fucking Lenny's crotch, and fucking Jerry Lawler was going, he was like, ugh, ugh. He was like acting like he was gonna throw up. And fucking, he fucking, oh yeah, there was one thing where fucking basically Lenny and Lottie ended up screwing each other over because they started fighting, and fucking Jerry Lawler said, I hope they don't kiss and make up. Like, he was being so fucking homophobic. Like,
I remember they like bumped fucking bumped their asses together, and he like actually like sounded so fucking disgusted. Like
yeah.
he was fucking gagging, and he was like, Why did they even do that?"
Bro,
Bro, it was so
you
disgusting.
could tell when he said pickle kissers that he genuinely, like, that was like him being genuine, because right after he said it, he said, "Oh, excuse me." Like, he realized he fucked up.
Bro, when he fucking said that, it sounded so visceral that
Yeah,
it legit sounded like he said the F slur. Like, that's how
yeah.
fucking bad. Like, bro, you can't. It was so bad,
Jerry Lawler said, "I can and
man.
I will."
Ah, dude.
Like, anytime two men did anything with each other on this show, Jerry Lawler was utterly fucking disgusted.
Yeah.
And ultimately, Road Dogg won this match. Basically, this was the replacement for Juventud Guerrera, was these two fucking guys. So, fucking Jerry Lawler, fucking Road Dogg moves on to the finals. And this was fucking terrible. And fucking I'm trying to remember what happened next. Was the next match, was it fucking Jeff Jarrett and Buff Bagwell, or was it that cursed ass fucking bra and panties match?
Jeff Jarrett and Buff Bagwell.
So this match started off with a promo from Buff Bagwell where Stevie Ray is interviewing him, and then Stevie Ray says, "Oh, Buff, can you hold the mic?" And then Stevie Ray starts cutting a promo, and then Stevie Ray's like, "Wait, Buff, what are you doing?" And Buff is like, "I'm holding the mic." And Stevie Ray's like, "Well, give me that mic back. I'm the one doing the interviews here." And I'm like, "What the fuck is fucking Stevie Ray doing?
Can I
Like, what the
can
fuck?"
I just say what Buff Bagwell said in the promo? Because
Mm-hmm.
I have absolutely no words for what this promo was. Basically, Buff Bagwell is doing his shtick, and he's being like, "Oh, I'm the stuff. Buff is the stuff." And then he was like, "Jeff Jarrett, this match isn't going to be a normal match. No, no, no. It's going to be a tits, whips, and Buff." And then he fucking dips, and fucking Stevie Ray looks at the camera, he said, and he goes, "Tits, whips, and Buff. What the fuck?" He was so confused, and I'm
Yeah.
just like, and we soon find out what a tits, whips, and Buff is. By the way, I'm gonna point out they didn't even say tits on commentary, so I think Stevie Ray and Buff Bagwell weren't even supposed to say tits, but they just said tits for like.
Yeah, fucking. So, this match, fucking. Jeff Jarrett comes out and gets fucking pyro. Doesn't cut a promo this time, though. And then Buff Bagwell comes out and gets all kinds of pyro, and then all these fucking women come out and they have whips. So, come to find out, the fucking stipulation of this is basically Jeff Jarrett and Buff Bagwell are wrestling in the ring, and if either man goes outside the ring, the women are supposed to whip them with the whips. That is the stipulation. So they're going back and forth, and then Jeff Jarrett gets thrown outside, he gets thrown outside, and then the women start fucking beating Jeff Jarrett with these whips. And Austin got so mad, and he was like, "This is fucking stupid," and he fucking yelled.
Because it is, bro.
So fucking, this happened like 3 times where Jeff Jarrett was just getting fucking whipped by these women, and then when Buff Bagwell would go outside, they wouldn't whip him. And fucking, then there was one time where fucking Austin was like, "Oh, they're not even full force whipping Jeff Jarrett," and then Buff Bagwell takes the whip and starts whipping the fuck out of Jeff Jarrett, and fucking then fucking then fucking Slick Johnson sits there and takes the whip from Buff Bagwell, and Buff Bagwell's fucking looking at him, and he looks at the women, and he says, he says, "Whip him," and the women start fucking whipping Slick Johnson.
And they're not holding back either.
Yeah. And they're fucking.
I'm willing to bet Slick Johnson wanted that spot. He probably liked that.
And fucking Slick Johnson was trying to run away, and they kept chasing after him. So we just see, while we're trying to fucking watch Jeff Jarrett and Buff Bagwell on the outside, we just see Slick Johnson running away from this group of women that's fucking whipping him. It was so cursed, dude.
And then fucking Buff Bagwell, after all this shit is happening, Buff Bagwell hits a blockbuster, pins Jeff Jarrett, and one of the fucking women comes in there, 1, 2, 3, and fucking we think it's over, and then Slick Johnson is like, no, it's not over.
Yeah, and then Buff Bagwell is distracted, and all of a sudden Jeff Jarrett hits the stroke out of nowhere, and then Slick Johnson gets back in the ring and counts to 3, and Jeff Jarrett moves to the finals. And it's so fucking stupid. Like, why? And it gets even worse. It gets even worse because we see this like promotion for this bra and panties match, or what was it called? It was called Skin to Win is what it was called.
Skin to Win is what it was called.
And basically what it
Yes.
is a bra and panties match where the last person with their clothes on wins. And we see these three women, they show these three women that are competing. Don't remember their names. I have no idea who they are. They're generic fucking women that they're using for this. Then we get a shot of this person's ass. And the camera is panning, they're making you think it's a woman. And he turns around and you see this big ass fucking bulge. And fucking Jerry Lawler sounded so sick. And he sounded so angry. And the first thing he said was, "That's a man," was the first thing that Jerry Lawler said.
So not only is Jerry Lawler being completely fucking homophobic, being completely sexist, being just the complete fucking tool in this fucking on this fucking show, he's also being completely fucking transphobic.
Yep.
The whole fucking like show was transphobic, man. Bro, it was so bad.
Yeah. And so it's even worse because we get a backstage interview with fucking Stevie Ray, and Stevie Ray is like, he was like, all right, I want to get to the bottom of this. I want to know who you are. And the dude is like wearing a dress and a wig, and he won't say who he is. And Stevie Ray is like, he's like, what is your name? And they just start shaking their head no. And Stevie Ray is like, he was like, come on, tell me your name. I know you're a man. He said, look at your muscles. Look how much body mass you got. Look at your bulge. I know you're a man. So who are you? And then the dude just walks away, and fucking Stevie Ray's like, oh, I'm gonna make it my mission to find out who this is.
Like, what the fuck?
Like, I don't understand. They had Stevie Ray doing the most random shit on this show. He fucking sat there and competed in the fucking worst match on the show. He fucking sat there and was involved in this shit. He was fucking talking about fucking tits with Buff Bagwell. Like, what the fuck were they doing with Stevie Ray? And meanwhile, keep in mind, at this point in time, his brother, fucking Booker T, was in fucking WWE, fucking, and he was having matches with like fucking The Rock and shit. And fucking Stevie Ray was here doing this fucking shit, trying to find out who this fucking man dressed in drag is. So we get this fucking terrible fatal four-way skin to win match, and Jerry Lawler, when these women were coming out, he sounded so fucking like he had fucking pre-cum in his boxers. Like, he was so
probably
excited. And like every time there's a woman on screen, he'd be like, "Oh, baby. Oh yeah, show me the puppies." Like, that's all he would say. And
Keep in mind, he's married at this time. I hope you guys know.
Yeah, because that was the whole reason that he left WWF, because of fucking his wife. And then he's sitting here ogling over fucking women and fucking saying sexist shit and homophobic shit. And so the three women come out, and then fucking the fourth competitor comes out, and it's this obviously jacked dude dressed in a dress and a wig. I don't remember what they said the name was. They said like fucking Shannon A fucking something was their name.
Shannon Awad.
Yeah, Shannon Awad. And
Which originally made me think it was the Wall. Dude, I was scared. I was like, there's no way that's the Wall. Like,
and so this match was atrocious. This was bad. So basically the whole match was this fucking dude completely overpowering these women, and fucking he ripped the two girls' tops off, and they rolled out of the ring, and then it was fucking this dude versus the last chick in the match, and she was sitting here hitting like hurricane ranas and backflips, and she kept almost landing on her fucking neck. And then the dude was just like being disrespectful and was overpowering her and shit. And fucking Jerry Lawler and Jeremy Borash, he was saying it too. They're like, oh, this is a man. This isn't right. A man can't be wearing a dress and shit.
No, they weren't just calling him a man. They were like, I don't know what that thing is.
Oh yeah, they said
I don't
that
know
thing
what
in the ring. They said, I don't know what the hell
Bro.
that is. And fucking, oh my god, and fucking, they said, I think it was Jeremy Borash that said, he said, Austin, those are 3 women, and that is obviously a professional wrestler, is what he said. So these women weren't even considered professional wrestlers. Jesus Christ.
This show is so bad.
And so this chick keeps trying to take off his dress, and fucking Jerry Lawler keeps making comments about oh, keep in mind this dude is like throwing this chick across the ring like she's nothing and getting on top of her like he's trying to rip her clothes off. It looks so fucking rapey. Like, it looks so rapey, and Jerry Lawler is like, he's like, oh yeah, take her top off, and he's like, oh, I don't care what anyone says. I want this guy to win because I don't want to see what's under that dress. Ugh, that's what he was saying, and then she tries taking his fucking dress off, and fucking Jerry Lawler's like, he was like, ugh, I don't want to see that. Put that dress back on. He said, I don't want to see his panties, is what fucking Jerry Lawler said. and fucking, so then fucking Stevie Ray comes out, and fucking at this point the dude's wig had came off, and what was his name? It was Danny something.
Danny Dominion, I believe.
Yeah, Danny Dominion. And who the fuck is he?
He was an up-and-coming wrestler. He started with AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels and the death of WCW.
Oh, we'll see AJ Styles on this show soon enough. But fucking,
oh god.
But yeah, so that was this guy, and fucking Stevie Ray distracted him. And then this chick fucking took his dress off, and he was just in like a pair of black boxers. And then they're like, oh, that's the match. And we're like, the other chick's fucking clothes didn't even come off yet. Like, what the fuck? And then I could tell Jerry Lawler was fucking mad that he didn't get to see tits or ass, because immediately after this match, they show the commentators, and Jerry Lawler made this fucking smart-ass comment and was like, well, that wasn't really what I was expecting out of a bra and panties match, is what he said. It's like,
was
bro.
So pissed. Bro, you could tell he did not like this company, bro. He was so pissed through the entire fucking show. Oh my god.
Well, we only had one more match left until the main event.
Oh, no.
Because
You're
before the main
something.
event... Yeah, that's what I'm about to talk about.
Okay.
So, before the main event, we got one final match. It was an intergender match, and it was, correct me if I'm wrong, it was a black wedding match.
This shit was terrible. This shit was ass, bro.
So it was Luna Vachon taking on her husband, the Vampire Warrior, a.k.a. Gangrel. This is where he went after doing the Brood in WWF. This is what he was doing.
He was, as New Legacy Inc. would say, he was fanging and banging, wasn't he?
Fucking, he was fucking doing something. I don't know if it was banging. I don't know.
I mean, wasn't he banging Luna Vachon at this time?
I would assume so because they were fucking married. Fucking, but this was as sad and pathetic as it is. Do you realize, Austin, that this was the only match out of this entire show? This was the only match that had any sort of fucking continuity or storyline buildup. You realize this? This was the only
Yeah.
one because they show from a fucking house show where fucking Luna Vachon and fucking Gangrel get into it and shit. And so Luna Vachon challenged Gangrel to this black wedding match. And fucking Gangrel basically just acted like he didn't want to do it because he didn't want to put his hands on his wife. That was like the whole thing they were trying to do here. And we get an interview with Luna Vachon before this match. And she's talking, pretty much just saying, like, I just want to beat the fuck out of my husband, pretty much. And tells the fucking interviewer she doesn't get out of there, she's going to beat the fuck out of her, too. She sounds like she smoked, like, 18 packs of fucking Marlboros. And fucking... So we
She
get
sounded
this
like
match.
me after I recorded the Mama Max podcast.
Yeah. So... The Vampire Warrior comes out first. He basically has the same entrance as when he was in the Brood as Gangrel, just minus the red lighting and minus the cool music. He came out to some generic ass music. And when I tell you, out of everything that's happened on the show, when I tell you, when it came to this match, nobody, and I mean nobody, in this fucking arena gave a fuck about this match. Oh my god.
Well, that's not true.
Bro. What do you mean?
Jerry Lawler did.
Well, okay.
Because he had a strong stance on this match because he was all on the Vampire Warrior side. He said, "Oh, you better teach Luna Vachon a lesson. She needs."
Yeah, that's what he
so
said.
Bad.
Because fucking Gangrel got mad and he fucking threw her across the ring, and Jerry Lawler was like, oh yeah, well, now maybe fucking Luna Vachon will learn her lesson, is what he said.
Jerry Lawler is so fucked in the head.
I know.
I don't know if he's changed. I don't know if he fucking has changed since this shit. But oh my fucking god.
I think he still wrestles, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Oh my god. You imagine he still says the same shit?
Views. I would hope he has changed his views, man. Because this is...
Oh, you know what would be fucked? An interaction of Jerry Lawler and fucking whatever Tyler Rex name is now.
Oh no. Not Gabby Tuft.
That would fucking be a terrible interaction.
You know she just debuted for AEW. I shit you not.
Oh my god. What do you think would happen if you put Jerry Lawler in a room with fucking Gabby Tuft and Nyla Rose?
I don't want to know, if I'm being completely honest.
Jesus Christ. Well, back to this match. Fucking pretty much most of the match was Luna Vachon making Gangrel look like a fucking bitch and saying like, "Come on, fucking hit me, you pussy." And then Gangrel said, "Okay, you want me to hit you? I'll fucking hit you," and beat the fuck out of her, pretty much. And if you want me to explain the stipulation, I really can't, because the stipulation had almost nothing to do with this match. There was just stuff on the outside of the ring that there was like a black wedding cake and like wedding presents and stuff like that, and they just used it as weapons. So it really didn't matter to the match. It's not like it was any special stipulation where they had to fucking use those items to win, because they didn't. And fucking basically it got to where like Gangrel fucking was getting fed up, and Luna Vachon was like kicking his ass, and she was like, come on, fucking hit me. You won't do it. You won't do it. And then Gangrel said, alright, bet. And he fucking double arm DDTs the fuck out of her. Like, so fucking hard. Looked like she broke her fucking neck, and she was like laid out, and Gangrel pins her 1, 2, 3. And then fucking fucking is sitting there and just fucking. Oh yeah, during the match also, Luna Vachon took her wedding ring off and threw it at Gangrel and then spit in his face. So fucking Gangrel laid a bitch out pretty much. And he fucking walked away. And then they had to have one of the fucking referees. Was it Slick Johnson that helped her?
Yes.
And that was pretty much that match. So, the only thing left was the main event. But before we get to the main event, something else happened. For a little while, we got Jerry Lawler and Jeremy Borash talking about the upcoming dates of WWA and how they're going to be in the UK and all these other places. Right? And then all of a sudden, fucking Andrew McManus, the creator of WWA, comes out of nowhere and sits at the commentary table and hands this letter to Jeremy Borash, and Jeremy's like, oh, do you want me to read this? And he says, yeah. And the letter is from Medeja, the same Medeja from WCW, and the letter pretty much says that she says, I'm coming with my man. And fucking, it was like this awkward thing of like, fucking, goddamn, Andrew just walks away. And Jeremy Borash is like, oh, well, I'm sure when she brings her man at the next pay-per-view, he's a big man and he's gonna be pumped. And he was like trying to be fucking subtle, but it was like so obvious that it's fucking Scott Steiner. Like, bro.
No, they were not being subtle at all. Bro,
Well,
they
Jeremy
were
Borash
freaking...
thought he was.
No, he was not. He said, oh, somebody's going to be pumping in. Oh, really? Really, Jeremy? Okay.
Yeah. So then, after that, they're like, oh, we're going to get to the main event or whatever. And then all of a sudden, Disco Inferno comes out. And at this point, they had lowered the steel cage because the main event was going to be a steel cage match. And Disco Inferno comes out, and they're like, oh, what the hell is Disco Inferno doing out here? And he has a microphone because they had the fucking Starlets performing again, and fucking Disco Inferno comes out and pretty much just calls them fucking skanks and tells them to fucking beat it and get lost. And fucking then he gets in the ring and is saying that this is bullcrap. I should be in the Disco Inferno should be in the main event, but those two fruits wanted to screw me. And he's like, so fruits, I want you to come out here right now and explain yourselves or whatever. So then the fruits come out, and as soon as they come out, Disco Inferno starts brawling with one of the fucking fruits, and the fucking fruits start kicking his ass.
Yep.
And they start slamming him against the steel cage. And then fucking they brawl. And fucking Disco Inferno gets thrown inside the cage. And one of the fucking fruits gets in there. The other one just stays on the outside. And they're like fighting back and forth. And then fucking Disco Inferno, for some reason, tries to climb over top of the steel cage. So the fruit fucking follows him up the steel cage. You can't make this shit up. And they're sitting on the top of this cage. They fucking, at this point, they're standing. And fucking, the fucking fruit is like punching Disco Inferno. And then all of a sudden, Disco Inferno starts fighting back. And when I tell you, Disco Inferno threw this fucking fruit off the top of the cage. He fucking arm dragged him off the top of the cage. This fucking whoever was in this fruit costume was supposed to land on this table, but he barely landed on it and straight hit the fucking ground, and he was fucking done, bro. He was done. And fucking I was just like, why? Why are they doing this fucking Mankind-esque fucking bump
No,
for the
no, no, no. But
fruits?
you gotta talk about the shiny moment after this happened. You gotta talk about what Disco Inferno said on the fucking microphone, because it's going in this review. I will make sure to remind you to screen capture that. That shit has to go in the fucking intro. I'm not shitting you. So please explain to me what the fuck Disco Inferno said after that, because it is the most cursed thing I've ever seen on this show
So
by far.
the one fruit was checking on the other one, and Disco Inferno picks the mic back up, and for absolutely no reason, he just starts singing, and he says, "That's the way, I like it, just for no reason at all, and it's so cursed, dude. Like, why? And the crowd this whole time just kept chanting, "You're a wanker, you're a wanker," and they just kept chanting that, bro. Probably because they didn't know what the fuck else to chant. Because these fucking people were expecting anything other than this. I could tell you that. Because if you look in the crowd, there was so many people with fucking Hulk Hogan signs and NWO signs and WWF signs and fucking WCW and WWF merch on. These people weren't fucking expecting this fuck shit. They probably thought that they were gonna see fucking people like goddamn The Rock and fucking Hogan, and they fucking got goddamn fucking Slick Johnson. Like, this crowd was they looked so confused, and half the time when
Hey,
they were chanting "You're a wanker" at people.
hey, they might have not gotten the NWO, but they got the NWO B side, and that was fucking Buff Bagwell, Stevie Ray, and Slick Johnson, because they were all members of the NWO B
Uh,
side, so they made sure
Jesus
to get
Christ.
those.
Yeah, fucking. The crowd was especially dead during that fucking bra and panties match. They all looked just puzzled. Like, what the fuck was going on, dude? And so after this, we finally get the main event, which is a steel cage match for the WWA World Championship. The Road Dogg Jesse James versus Jeff Jarrett. And Bret Hart comes out again, and fucking Bret Hart has the championship with him, and he's on commentary for this match, and basically he wants to be out there to give whoever wins the title, he wants to hand the title to them and shit, and he says that he's going to be proud of whoever wins this match, right? So then fucking Jeff Jarrett comes out, and then Road Dogg comes out. Road Dogg still got a big pop. Road Dogg was really fucking over for some reason. It's probably because fucking Road Dogg was one of the only fucking people they gave a shit about. And fucking, so they start having this steel cage match. And of course, before you ask, Slick Johnson was the referee.
Yep.
And so this steel cage match was fucking boring. But when I tell you, the only thing that made this match entertaining for me was, you talk about someone absolutely having zero fucking interest in a match. You talk about someone who could not give less of a fuck about a world title match. Look no further than the commissioner, Bret the Hitman Hart. Because, oh my god, when he was commentating this, he sounded like he could not be bothered to watch this main event. He sounded tired. He sounded sleepy. He sounded like he just wanted to go home. Like he didn't care. Like fucking Jeremy Borash and Jerry Lawler were trying to fucking commentate this thing, and then fucking Bret Hart would just be like, he'd be like, oh yeah, that's just, that's just how, Jeff Jarrett is, I guess. Like that's how he was commentating. And fucking like when like Road Dogg was doing moves, he was like, oh, Road Dogg with some kind of move there. And like he couldn't have gave less of a fuck. And this is the commissioner. This is the person running this fucking show. And this is the world title match. The top 2 stars in the company for the world title. And the commissioner sounds like he would rather be doing any fucking thing else. Like, he sounded like he was bored out of his mind. And, like, they're sitting here trying to put on this steel cage match, and fucking Jeremy Borash and Jerry Lawler are trying to say, oh, that dastardly Jeff Jarrett, or, oh, Road Dogg's mounting this offense, and, oh, this great move and that great move, and Bret Hart's just like, yeah, I don't really care. Like, like, I just don't, like, why the fuck was Bret Hart even the fucking commissioner? Because he sounded like, not even just this, during, like, most of the show, Bret Hart just sounded like he just didn't want to be there. He just sounded like, in the beginning he sounded excited, and then I'm assuming when he saw how this show played out, he's probably like, Austin, honestly, the way this comes off to me is I bet you Bret Hart was excited when he came out and returned to wrestling and got that fucking reaction and shit, and then I bet you he fucking went backstage and he watched all the fucking stupid shit that they did on this show, and Bret Hart probably said, oh my god, I made a big fucking mistake. Probably as soon as he saw that fucking battle royal, he probably had fucking instant regret and said, oh, I fucked up. I should not have signed with this fucking company. And probably when he fucking saw his breaking point was probably when he saw the bananas in pajamas, and he was probably like, I should have just fucking stayed retired, bro. What the fuck? Fucking... Like, because when he came out and was telling the fucking bananas to get the fuck out of there, he genuinely seemed like he was mad, because he said, get the hell out of here. Like almost like, why is this fucking stupid shit on this show? And then he talks about WCW screwing him over and him being a world champion and WWF screwing him over. But, like, at fucking least, like, goddamn, they had the fucking bananas in pajamas and a fucking skin to win match and all this fucking dumb shit.
Oh my god, I would pay to see the bananas in pajamas versus New Jack. I would pay to see that, bro. If New Jack was still on this earth, bro.
I would love to get an interview with Bret Hart to see, like, what his genuine reaction was when he realized what in the fuck he signed up for. Because I can't imagine... There's no planet where Bret Hart was back there saying, oh, fucking Slick Johnson wrestling in this battle royal. Oh, yeah, that's real good shit right there. Or fucking, oh, this dude dressing up in a fucking drag, ripping clothes off these women. Oh, yeah, that's what Bret the Hitman Hart wants to see. Oh, a tits, whips, and buff match. Oh, yeah, that's real fucking Hart Foundation right there. Like, fucking,
bro,
there's no planet that he would say that.
Fucking Slick Johnson was. He was probably
he probably didn't know half of these fucking
Slick
people.
Johnson?
The only fucking people he probably knew who they were was fucking Road Dogg and fucking Jeff Jarrett. That's probably the only fucking people, and probably Jerry Lawler. That's probably, like, the only fucking people he knew. And fucking everybody else, like, that's probably why fucking, goddamn, when he made that fucking three-way dance, because the way he talked to fucking Lenny and Lottie, he's like, I don't know who the fuck these people are. I'm just gonna put you in a random match because I don't give a fuck. Like, that he cared so little that he got one of their names wrong, and then just fucking walked away.
I'm just imagining Bret Hart with Crazy Crowbar and him being like, who the fuck is Devin Storm? I don't know who the fuck Devin Storm is. What the
Like,
fuck is he doing? Oh my god.
like,
Oh.
and it's not even that. This steel cage match wasn't without its dumb shit, because let me tell you, they did it again. Fucking on some goddamn fucking Britney Spears shit, they said, oops, I did it again, because they did it again. They did it twice, because on the steel cage match, they fucking had the Road Dogg and Jeff Jarrett climbed over the top of the cage out to the floor. And these motherfuckers, Jeremy Borash, had the audacity to say, oh, well, this isn't a regular steel cage match because it can only end by pinfall. What's the point of the steel cage? If
There is
they
no
can climb
point.
out
There
and
is no
fight on the
point.
outside, because the whole point of the cage is just supposed to keep them in. That's the whole
In the
point.
match, the match was even more cursed because Jeff Jarrett was pouring blood, and
Yeah,
like there was so much blood on the mat, dude.
yeah, and fucking Jeff Jarrett's sitting there dying for this fucking company, bleeding so many gallons of blood, fucking probably had to be rushed to the hospital, and fucking Jerry Lawler and Jerry Morris are like, oh, fucking Jeff Jarrett, like, we might have to have somebody check on Jeff Jarrett, he's bleeding so much, and fucking Bret Hart's just sitting there, he's like, oh, he's fine. Like, fucking, he just didn't
No,
care. Even though Jeff Jarrett's
you want
dying, bleeding for this fucking company, Bret Hart couldn't give less of a fuck, dude.
Hey, it's better it's better than what fucking Road Dogg did. Road Dogg was like sitting there. He saw Jeff Jarrett put like in a pool of his own blood, and he fucking takes him from behind. He fucking humps him into the
Yeah.
referee.
He starts humping him, because I swear to God, it was at this point where, like, Road Dogg was humping him, and the finish started getting all fucky. Like, I legitimately, I don't even think that this is supposed to happen. Legit, fucking, I'm not joking. Bret Hart got up and he fucking walked out. He got up and started fucking walking out. And then when he found out fucking Jeff Jarrett, like, legit, Bret Hart got up and because Jeff Jarrett fucking won, and Bret Hart said he threw his headset off, and he fucking grabbed the title, and he said, nah, we're not doing we're not doing it this way. This is fucking bullshit. He said, and they're like, oh, Bret Hart, didn't you say you're gonna be proud of Jeff Jarrett? And he said, I'm not proud of this. Look at this, isn't how you're supposed to win. And fucking Bret Hart throws his headset off, says this is fucking bullshit, grabs the title, and starts fucking walking out. And the fucking Jeremy Borash is like, oh, is Bret Hart walking out with the title? He can't do that. Jeff Jarrett just won the title, and Bret Hart starts walking out with the fucking title, and Jeff Jarrett's like, the fuck are you doing? Give me my title. And then Bret Hart gets in the ring, and fucking Jeff Jarrett's getting in his face, and he's like, the fuck are you doing? Give me my title. And then Bret Hart puts him in a fucking sharpshooter. I don't even think it was planned. He just fucking
No,
puts
it
this
wasn't.
bloody,
There's no way.
dying, about to pass out from blood loss Jeff Jarrett in a sharpshooter, because Bret Hart just doesn't care. And he puts him in a sharpshooter, and he fucking sits there and leaves Jeff Jarrett laying in a pool of his blood, and he fucking throws the title at Jeff Jarrett, and he fucking walks out. Like, bro.
He was so pissed, you could tell. Like, I have never seen Bret Hart so fucking pissed since the Montreal Screwjob.
Yeah.
And that's saying something.
And he said the Montreal Screwjob was bullshit, but this, at least the Montreal Screwjob, yeah, it was bullshit, but at least it wasn't stupid. This was fucking stupid. Like, this whole show was so stupid. It looked like Jeremy Borash. What the fuck, dude?
I just can't get over the fact that fucking Jeff Jarrett was just dying in the ring, and Road Dogg's bright idea was like, "Oh, I'm gonna take you from behind and start fucking
Yeah.
dry humping you," and then he just fucking
Yeah.
falls to the referee. Like, I don't even know.
Yeah, and then after Bret Hart walks out, Jeff Jarrett's laying there, blood pouring out of him, laying there fucking half dead, needs fucking medical assistance, and Bret Hart fucking walks out and shit, and Jeff Jarrett's laying there dying with this fucking title laying there, and then fucking Road Dogg is like walking around the ring, and then Road Dogg says, "You know what I'm gonna do?" And Road Dogg lays down Jeff Jarrett, who I think was actually fucking passed out, is laying there in a pool of his own blood. It was all over the place. And Road Dogg lays down, gets in Jeff Jarrett's face, and flips him off. He flipped him off and said, "Fuck you." That's what Jeff Jarrett gets for fucking almost dying. He gets the commissioner putting him in a fucking sharpshooter, and then he gets fucking Road Dogg giving him a middle finger to the face. And but Jeff Jarrett is the fucking WWA champion, so there's that. But at what cost? Oh my god, bro, what the fuck, dude?
And by the way, after all this, the commentators are like, "Well, that was our pay-per-view." They were so speechless. They were so speechless.
Yeah, they were just like, well, that was Inception, I guess. And fucking just they didn't even know how to end it. They're like, well, and the crowd just looks so confused, and they're just like, and Jeremy Borash was like, well, folks, that's gonna do it for us tonight. And then they fucking ended that show quick, bro. They cut to the fucking end quick, because I think Jeff Jarrett was actually fucked. Dude, I think, like, he had to have been. I don't know. I swear to God, if when we get to this next pay-per-view, if Bret Hart is not there, I'm going to die laughing, because that means he legit fucking walked out of this company. And I'm going to die laughing if he's not commissioner on this fucking second pay-per-view. Because that'll legit mean that he got so fucking pissed at this dumb shit that he said fuck it, did a sharpshooter, said fuck you, and walked out of the company.
That, honestly, like, we walked into this main event saying, "Oh, this is gonna be fucking boring," and then like halfway through, all this shit started happening, and we're just like, "What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?" Like, we did not know what the fuck to do. Like, we were so lost. And when we pieced it all together, it was just so fucking cursed. This might be the most train wreck, like, ending to a show I have ever seen. And that's saying something with the endings we've seen.
Yeah, and that's sad that this fucking main event match for a world title in a steel cage, the only thing that made this remotely entertaining was Bret Hart absolutely not giving a fuck about anything, bro. Like, man got fed up real fast. It didn't take much to piss him off.
It doesn't, bro. Hey, I mean, you can just mention the name Goldberg and he'll go on a fucking, like, a whole, like, 2-hour rant.
Oh, he mentioned fucking Goldberg in his promo.
Oh, I know.
Don't forget, he mentioned Goldberg.
I know. He takes any time. Like, you think I hate Goldberg? Fucking Bret Hart's hatred for Goldberg is ungodly, dude. Never mention Goldberg in fucking Bret Hart's presence, because you will fucking see hell freeze over. Like, it's scary. It's scary.
And so they end the show with this fucking WWA fucking video package of like the whole show, showing like the highlights. If you really want to call them highlights, I guess. Cursed highlights, maybe, or fucking I would call them PTSD flashbacks of these cursed fucking atrocities. But fucking, and then it just ends with the WWA logo. And that was WWA Inception. Holy fucking Lord. That might have been the most cursed show I've ever seen. That has to be the worst wrestling show I've ever watched. It's topped XWF. It has to be. It has to be, bro. And apparently it only gets worse from here on out. It only gets worse. And I'm scared because apparently by the time it gets to the last like 2 pay-per-views, so many people fucking said fuck this company and left that there's like nobody
Not
left.
Crowbar though.
Yeah, he was the MVP apparently. And I think Jeff Jarrett stayed there till the end as well because I think he was the last champion. The fucking
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, because now that I remember, Jeff Jarrett, he was the last champion because what him being champion like tied into TNA, which I'll talk about when we get to that.
Oh great. This shit tied into TNA. That's
Because
just
this
amazing.
title actually is part of the TNA World Title lineage. So.
Oh my god.
Yep. So
Did they
there's.
unify them?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Yep.
That makes TNA even more cursed. No.
Yep. Oh, and apparently on the last show, there's some. They were so desperate for talent that they had a lot of TNA wrestlers come on the show just to get people to watch.
Oh no, that's TNA 2003 roster. Oh god.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god. Are you sure David Flair doesn't show up?
Not that I seen. I only seen like one match from it, and David Flair wasn't in it. I tried not to look
Fuck.
at I tried not to look a whole bunch just because I wanted to be surprised myself.
I hope we
But
see David Flair, man. Can you at least give me that?
Jesus fucking Christ!
Can we get a Crowbar and David Flair reunion, please?
Oh my god, fucking. Uh, fucking. I'm trying to remember. Oh, we actually might. Okay, so I'm just gonna tell you. So one of the people that comes from TNA is Chris Sabin. And we might see David Flair because this is when Chris Sabin was a member of SEX because he had a
Let's
SEX t-shirt on.
go! Let's go!
So we might see David Flair. I don't know,
Let's
but we
go!
might
Come
because he was part of
on.
that group.
At least there's a chance. At least there's a chance. All right.
And what scares me is when I was watching Mark's video, he said apparently that Disco Inferno was the fucking leader of the group of SEX apparently.
Oh god.
So there's that. Which also we won't see Jerry Lawler for too much longer because he gets replaced by fucking Disco Inferno, and it's gonna be funny. You think Bret Hart didn't give a fuck? It's gonna be funny when we get to like the last couple pay-per-views because Disco Inferno just sounds so depressed, and it literally gets to the point where he starts shitting on the company and just starts making fun of everything. And he looks like he genuinely hates being there. It's actually pretty funny.
Oh my god.
It's gonna get so much worse, but that was WWA Inception, the first pay-per-view of this fucking promotion, the first of 5, and this review has been over 2 hours by this point, so there's that. Fucking hell, this has got to be the most cursed show I've ever seen, and I'm scared that it's only going to get more and more cursed, and I'm going to be saying that after every fucking show that this is the worst I've ever seen, because Jesus fucking Christ, man. But is there anything else you want to say before we end this?
Ah, fucking no.
All right, well. Oh my god. So this is going to be part of an omnibus. So fucking so the next pay-per-view is so this pay-per-view took place, I forgot to mention, on October 26th, 2001. The next pay-per-view, they didn't have a pay-per-view until February 24th, 2002. So from October to February was all nothing but house shows. So the next pay-per-view is called The Revolution. So we will see what fucking happens there. But yeah, thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you next time. And for the Omnibus, we are going to get into the Revolution right now.
Right in the face, that sliding dropkick really put Jared Dine outside the ring.
Oh, yeah. There's a little dancer.
Hey,
There's a little dancer.
he can't.
There's a little...
Pull your pants
Hey,
up.
come on.
Pull your pants up.
That's absurd.
His partner had a better worm, I'll tell you that.
Revolution, 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 revolution. Another slap in the face. I know this time of the year is a revolution. But still I roll out of place. Open your mind to the change of evolution. Another slap in the face. I know this time of the year is a revolution. Still I roll out of place. Open your mind to the change of evolution. Right, yeah.
We move to the second fucking pay-per-view. Oh, this was from, I believe it said February 24th, 2002. So about 4 or 5 months after the first one. This was World Wrestling All-Stars, The Revolution. This was fucking terrible. And especially towards the end of this, it got so fucking boring too. It got so goddamn boring. Fucking Austin was just so done with this show. From the just get-go of this, Austin was just so fucking done. So, fucking, are you ready to talk about Revolution, Austin? Austin? Hello? What the fuck? Austin?
Can you hear me?
Now I can. What the fuck happened?
I don't know what fucking happened. I was screaming because I was like, "Hey, let me fucking goddamn fucking tell you I was so fucking done with this show at first. Damn it."
I couldn't hear you at all. It was just dead silence.
Well, you can hear me fucking now. So, you know. So, start this show. If you remember, fucking last show, we had fucking bigot Jerry Lawler. I want to go back. So goddamn bad. Because now we have fucking fat, fucking Peter Griffin looking ass Mark Madden.
The Peter Griffin.
Motherfucker's built like the Kool-Aid Man in his goddamn red shirt. So, oh yeah, motherfucker.
Yeah, so the reason, well, I don't know the reason why Mark Madden was here, but the reason Jerry Lawler wasn't here anymore is because I believe at this time he had returned to the WWF. So
I would have taken anybody. I would have taken anybody else. Tony Schiavone. I would have taken fucking anybody else, bro. Anybody else.
It's like why Mark Madden? Why did Jeremy Borash choose Mark Madden of anybody?
I don't know.
I don't understand.
Because Jeremy Borash is fucking stupid.
So
Maybe that's why.
We haven't seen jolly old Mark Madden since the last time we did WCW 2000. So it's been a while.
See, here's the
And
thing. With WCW 2000, I could prepare. I could prepare to hear his fucking bullshit. Alright? Devin will tell you, as soon as Mark Madden came on screen and we heard him, I fucking said, nope, I'm muting, I'm taking a break.
yeah, Austin legit left for like 3 minutes. And so the show started off just completely fucking randomly. Actually, before that, they started off with this random fucking band doing a live performance. They were in I forgot to say, they were in Las Vegas, by the way. They were at the Aladdin Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. They said that multiple times. The arena was smaller than the first show. And fucking the setup was like, it was kind of like it kind of looked like an auditorium. That's kind of how like the setup was, because you had the stage, and then in front of the stage was like all the seats. It was like a really weird stage fucking setup. I don't know why.
I don't fucking know, bro.
And
I couldn't goddamn tell you.
By the way, the logo for Revolution looks fucking atrocious. But so it starts off with this fucking.
It fit the show.
It starts off with this fucking band doing a live performance. I don't know. They never said who this band was. The song was so trash. It was just like all these fucking long-haired rocker-looking dudes just going fucking, yeah, revolution, revolution. Like, there's just no explanation, and they don't even play a full song. They just go, yeah, revolution, revolution, and then fucking, then that was just it. Like, what the fuck?
It was terrible. It was absolute dog shit.
And then after that is when we get introduced to Mr. Mark Madden, and then we fucking. So we start off with this. They called it a cruiserweight survival match, is what this was called. And what it was is it had 6 cruiserweights, and it was a elimination match, but only 2 people could be in the ring at one time, and they had to make tags to the other opponents, which was really fucking stupid and made no fucking sense. So the competitors in this match fucking are they were fucking, you'll recognize most of them from fucking TNA, but they were Shark Boy, Tony Mamaluke from ECW, AJ Styles, Christopher Daniels, Low Key, and Nova, who's from ECW. And safe to say, this match fucking sucked. And
it sucked massive dick, yeah.
Shark Boy was the first one eliminated, then Tony Mamaluke, then fucking Low Key, and then we're getting down to the last 3 of AJ Styles, Christopher Daniels, and fucking Nova. And fucking Jeremy Borash and Mark Madden are commentating, and AJ Styles hits the Styles Clash, and Jeremy Borash is like, oh, I don't know what that move is, but it looked dangerous. And fucking Mark Madden was like, oh, I think that was called the Styles Clash. And Austin fucking screamed. He was like, bro, you don't even know your fucking moves. my god. So then Christopher Daniels ended up getting eliminated, and then it was down the final two, AJ Styles and Nova. And some fucking how Nova won this fucking match. This match had no point at all. The winner didn't receive anything. The rules of the match were stupid. I don't know why they had to make tags, because they all ended up just brawling around the ring anyway, so the tags made utterly zero fucking sense to even have that implemented in the match. And then you got these two buffoons on commentary who don't even know half of these fucking moves, and it's like, bro, why the fuck, like, Jeremy Borash, why are you booking a wrestling promotion where you don't even get half the talent's name right, you don't know any of the fucking moves, and you're fucking booking this shit? Like, I don't understand.
I don't fucking know, bro.
And then Mark Madden, you would think Mark Madden would know some moves for how long he was commentating for WCW, but he was fucking not knowing shit either. Like, So, yeah, Nova wins that fucking terrible fucking opening match. It was funny too, because when Shark Boy got eliminated, fucking Austin was like, he was like, oh, thank God that's over. And then the fucking commentators were like, oh, Shark Boy's been eliminated. And Austin was like, it's an elimination?
Because they didn't make it fucking clear.
Nope,
they didn't make it clear at all.
Nope, they didn't say nothing about the match until it was almost over. And
They
they're
didn't
like,
get entrances.
No, they didn't. They all got jobber entrances. And then the whole time, fucking, they kept talking about, oh, WWA has, we're showcasing our cruiserweights. We have the best cruiserweights. And there were several times on this show where fucking Mark Madden and Jeremy Borash were taking shots at WWF and other wrestling promotions, saying that they're afraid to book their cruiserweight wrestlers and that they don't know how to use their cruiserweight division.
It's funny how they say that. It's funny how they say that. With the time that they put into the fucking plankettes, they could have used to give those fucking cruiserweights entrances.
Mm-hmm.
But no, we had to get the non-existent ass shaking. That was the plankettes. Go fuck yourselves, dude.
Well, fucking, so after that, we fucking got this, part where fucking Jeremy Borash was saying, oh, he legit said, oh, I have no idea what's going on tonight, which is a fucking lie because he's the booker. And then he was like, but I know we do have some matches tonight, and they announce one match, which we'll get to later, and then fucking, he also references that, oh, Big Papa Pump is here tonight, and fucking, then Mark Madden starts talking about how no one can beat Big Papa Pump, the big bad booty daddy, and all this shit, and fucking, then we see fucking, we see Bret Hart come up on the Titantron. Not just Bret Hart, though. This very, we see, like, clips of him from the last pay-per-view, but we see this very, very cursed PNG of Bret Hart. I put it in the thumbnail. It's like Bret Hart, like, grabbing a fanny pack that he's wearing, and it's this really just cursed looking image of him, and you could tell that they took this image, like, right before he came out, too, because he was wearing the same fucking outfit. It was so stupid. And then Bret Hart took forever to fucking come out. I don't know, they were having this problem several fucking times on this show, where they'd be like, oh, this person's coming out, and their music would play for a solid 2 minutes, and they wouldn't come out, and then Jeremy Borash would be like, oh, I thought they were coming out, I guess not. Literally, that's what he said on one of the fucking times. He was like, oh, I guess not. And then, we'll get to that later. So, Bret Hart finally makes his way out there. Fucking, he turns out he didn't walk out. Fucking, but I'm pretty sure this is his last fucking time as commissioner. I'm pretty sure. But fucking, so Brett comes out. He just looks like, at least last time he wore like the hat, he wore the jacket. He looked like he was excited to be in front of the crowd. This time he just looked just depressed, and he just wore a t-shirt and jeans and just looked
Not,
like he didn't care.
and not to mention, even more than that, he didn't care. Like, legitimately, his promo sounded like he was making it up on the fucking spot.
Yeah.
So,
because he said, and I quote, fucking this. He said, "The space cowboy Randy Savage was supposed to be there tonight, but he's not going to be there." And the crowd started booing. And Bret Hart says, "But don't worry, because someone else is going to be in the main event tonight against Jeff Jarrett for the WWA World Championship." And he said, "I want to give a title shot to someone who's been making a name for themselves around here and paying their dues." And I shit you not, he says, Brian Christopher, which, if you don't know, is Grandmaster Sexay of Too Cool, aka Jerry Lawler's son. Fucking Bret Hart is giving Brian Christopher a world title shot against Jeff Jarrett. And I shit you not, as soon as Bret Hart makes that announcement that it's not going to be Randy Savage and it's going to be Brian Christopher, a good portion of the crowd got up and fucking walked the fuck out of the arena. People started walking out.
yeah.
I'm assuming because they were probably advertising Randy Savage to be there. That's probably why those people showed up. And then they were probably just like, I don't want to fucking watch Grandmaster Sexay in a world title match. That, or they probably said, who the fuck is Brian Christopher? Oh my god.
And then Brett was trying to save it by talking about 9/11. I shit you not.
Yes, he was.
And he kept talking about like, I know it was a tough time in America a couple months ago, and he kept saying by the way, he was stumbling, and he was like, but we really need to find that Osama bin Laden.
Yeah,
He
what,
wasn't
like,
just saying he
What-
wasn't
what-
saying Laden, he was saying Laden.
yeah,
Osama bin
what is up with
Laden.
Bret Hart and 9/11? Because on fucking the Inception, if you remember his fucking opening promo, he was talking about fucking I was stuck in Australia and I couldn't fly home during 9/11, and he was talking about the 9/11 attacks there, and now he's talking about 9/11 here again. What is with? And this time he's talking about how he wants someone to find and kill that dang Osama bin Laden, as he said. Like,
He legit said, like, he was like, I consider myself American, even though he's Canadian. I can consider myself North American, and we need to go and gather up the troops and grab that dang Osama bin Laden.
yeah, it
I
made
don't know
no
what the
sense.
fuck-
Like, motherfucker comes out, he ruins these people's night by saying, "Oh, the big fucking star you're all here to see just decided, I'm not showing up, so we're gonna give the world title shot to fucking a goddamn someone who was popular as a fucking tag team wrestler in WWF with a dance scene gimmick, and it so happens to be Jerry Lawler's son." And not only that, then The crowd, who's already mad, they start walking out and they're booing, and Bret Hart decides, oh, well, if they're gonna boo, let me play the fucking USA sympathy card and start talking about the 9/11 terrorist attacks and talking about how, I'm a Canadian and I said things in the past about how I hate the USA, but my mother is American and I just gotta say, let's all team up to go find that Osama bin Laden. Like, what is this promo? Like,
I don't know.
I don't know if like he planned to say this or if the reaction to him saying Randy Savage wasn't gonna be there was so bad that he said, "Fuck, I have to save this somehow," and just fucking fucking that damn Osama bin Laden. Am I right? Like, what the fuck?
I don't know. It seemed like it was so unscripted, and that's what scares
Yeah,
me.
because he kept saying,
bro.
like he was trying to figure out what the fuck to do.
I just, oh man, bro, just, oh my god.
Like, it got to the point where he was talking about Brian Christopher getting the world title shot, and people in the crowd were saying that they would rather. There was people in the crowd that said they would rather see Bret Hart face Jeff Jarrett, and Bret said, "I'm sorry, it's not gonna be me," and they started booing again. And then he had to start talking about Osama bin Laden, and like the crowd just looked so confused, and I don't know if Brett thought that that this was gonna get the crowd on his side. I don't know, but fucking like
I
this
don't know
is the
how that would
weirdest
get the crowd on
promo.
his side.
I don't know
Bro,
either.
how?
I mean, like, was his
Like-
thought process, oh, fucking 9/11 happened, 5 months ago. It's still a fresh topic, or fucking maybe he thought, oh, when we were in Australia, I talked about 9/11 and I got cheered. I don't know what the fuck his thought process was. He looked like he didn't care to begin with. Fucking.
That's like if John Cena went to the UK and he was talking about how, oh, well, Roman Reigns isn't gonna be here tonight. I know you all paid to see him and all this shit, but he's not gonna be here tonight. But you know what? We're gonna have Cody face Kurt Hawkins, all right? And then when people start leaving, he just goes, "Oh well, about that Boston bombing." Like, I don't know what the fuck.
Like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know, like, like, that'd be like how you said, if fucking goddamn Triple H came out and said, well, it was supposed to be Cody versus Roman at Mania, but Roman's not gonna be there, so we're gonna give the fucking title opportunity to fucking goddamn fucking Ivar, and fucking then the crowd starts walking out, and fucking Triple H is just like, it's just like, so that fucking Vince McMahon, right? Am I right? Like, to try to get people on the side, or like, it's like, well, I guess it would depend on what, like, if they're in fucking America and Triple H is just like, it's just like, that damn fucking Al Qaeda, am I right, or some shit?
Oh no.
Or fucking that ISIS, am I right? You guys, we need to take our troops and get that darn fucking Adolf Hitler or some shit to try to fucking save the segment. Like, when he was saying this, the crowd didn't know what to fucking do. The commentators weren't saying anything, and it was just this moment of just pure, like, confusion of, like, Brett trying to save this segment and just nobody fucking understanding why he was saying what he was saying. And then after Bret Hart was talking about Osama bin Laden, I'm not even joking. After he says, "Oh, that dang Osama bin Laden," he kept saying it, and fucking. Then he, then he just said, like right after he was done talking about that, he just said, "But anyway, that's all I gotta say," and he just walked out.
That's it.
It's just like, what? Just left everybody fucking speechless. Like, the most ridiculous promo I've ever seen. And that's the worst Bret Hart promo I've ever seen. And I'm pretty sure this is his
It's the
last
worst I've seen,
appearance.
too.
That was his only appearance on this fucking pay-per-view, and probably his last in this company, I think. So, yeah, fucking, there's that. Then we fucking, oh my god. Then we get this shot of this fucking limo arriving, and like 10 fucking women get out of this goddamn limo, and then fucking Scott Steiner gets out of the limo, and they're like, "Oh, Big Papa Pump is here," and all this shit. And I'm like, where's Madeja? Because literally,
Nowhere.
on the inception, Jeremy Borash got a letter from Madeja that said that her and Scott Steiner were coming. Scott Steiner is here. Where's Madeja? She's the one that wrote the fucking letter, and she's not even here. Did she just decide not to fucking go to this company? Like, I don't know.
I don't know, man. I don't think we ever see Madeja again. Dude.
There's probably a good bit of people that were on the first pay-per-view that we're never going to see again. So,
Probably not.
and there's people on this show we're never going to see again, like fucking Bret Hart. So, after that, what was the fucking next match? Oh, yeah, it was oh my god. So, before fucking, wait, was it before that? Yeah. So, fucking wait, no, it wasn't. It was, I think it was after this that happened. So we get this fucking backstage promo with somebody called the Funkster.
Yes.
So if you are wondering, what is the Funkster? Or Alan Funk, as they also called him. So, if you guys remember, if you watched our WCW reviews, you'll remember somebody we talked about named Kwee-Wee. And, well, what happened to Kwee-Wee after WCW? Well, we had thought that he went to TNA, but lo and behold, he made a pit stop in World Wrestling All-Stars. And basically, his gimmick was called the Funkster, and his gimmick was pretty much that he was Hulk Hogan. That is his whole gimmick, except he dresses up in fucking purple and orange instead of red and yellow. Like, and fucking, he acts exactly like Hulk Hogan, everything, and so he's having a match with fucking Reno. And if you remember Reno, he was a member of the Natural Born Thrillers. So
Reno's goaded on this channel. No,
yeah,
he's not.
so
He's terrible.
So Reno comes out, and then the Funkster comes out, and the Funkster actually got a big pop. I'm gonna be honest here, Austin. I don't know if the Funkster was over because he was the Funkster, or if he was over because these fucking people at this goddamn casino were so fucking drunk and fucking angry that they weren't gonna see Macho Man, that they thought that this was actually fucking Hulk Hogan. I don't know. But regardless, he probably got the biggest reaction of the night.
Yeah, deadass.
And so we get this match between Reno and the Funkster, and for all things considered, it was actually a pretty decent match.
Yeah. Just like
It was honestly probably the best match on the show. That's sad. Someone
Oh,
whose
yeah.
gimmick is impersonating Hulk Hogan facing Reno is match of the night.
See, Devin always told me, like, what the fuck was Kiwi, and Kiwi was terrible. You know, I never slept on Kiwi. I never slept on him, alright? I told you he had potential. And what did you say? No, you said no. Kiwi is a dumb gimmick.
Well, I didn't fucking know that he did a gimmick fucking where he was just Hulk Hogan, and you didn't know that either.
Hey, but at least I didn't sleep on him.
Fucking. So the match was pretty decent, like I said, and the Funkster was fucking over, and instead of hulking up, they called it funking up, and Mark Madden kept like saying shit about like, oh, you know, he reminds me of somebody, but I can't put my finger on it. I think I've seen somebody, you know, act like that before, but I don't know who it is. And you know, the Funkster seems to take a lot of inspiration from another wrestler that I know, but I can't remember his name. I don't know why they were like afraid. See, the thing is, like, they weren't afraid to name drop WWF or WCW, but God forbid they name drop Hulk Hogan. Did they think Hulk Hogan was gonna like sue them or something?
I think Hulk Hogan's pretty petty. I wouldn't be surprised.
Fucking, like, even if they didn't name drop Hulk Hogan, wouldn't you think Hulk Hogan would sue over somebody straight up ripping him off? Like, to a fucking T. Like, it's not even like oh, it's a coincidence that the Funkster is kind of like Hulk Hogan. No, he fucking said, "Let me tell you something, brother."
I
Doing the
mean,
flexing, the goddamn leg drop, the same
I
taunts,
think,
everything.
hey,
He,
I
for
don't
Christ's
think
sake,
Kiwi knew much about Hulk Hogan.
Kiwi grew his hair out just to cut the Hulk Hogan hairline into his own hair,
Hey,
and he grew the Hogan mustache as well.
I don't think. See, this could be a completely original gimmick. I don't think Kiwi would have known.
that, or if he legitimately didn't know, then it must have been fucking Jeremy Borash's idea. Because fucking, like, there's no way, man. But fucking he doesn't just do Hulk Hogan's moves. I'm not saying he does his whole move set, but because he was doing shit like sunset flips and all this shit that Hulk Hogan would never fucking do in 1,000 years. And so fucking basically Reno's fucking finisher is the Crossroads for some reason.
Oh, but he called it the roll the dice or what the fuck ever.
The roll the dice. That's so fucking stupid. But fucking the Funkster wins because he hits the fucking leg drop on fucking Reno, and the Funkster fucking wins. And that's about all we've seen of the fucking Funkster. And from what I remember, this isn't the last time we're gonna see the Funkster. So, yeah.
Good, he could put on more bangers.
Yeah. So, speaking of bangers, Disco Inferno comes out, and he's mad that Brian Christopher is getting the world title match because he was supposed to be facing Jeff Jarrett for the world title, apparently. Don't know how that was going to happen, but fucking... So he says he's issuing an open challenge to anyone who's man enough to face him, and then he's like, until somebody accepts my challenge, I'm just going to join the commentary team. And, well, as soon as he joined the commentary team, he started getting in a full-blown argument with Mark Madden and just started roasting the fuck out of Mark Madden. And Austin was loving it.
Yeah, because he was saying he was doing what I want to do, man. I want to do more. I want to do what somebody else did on this show to Mark Madden.
So, fucking Disco Inferno's on commentary, and they're talking about like what's gonna happen next, and then all of a sudden, these two fucking midgets start brawling on the stage. And last time I mentioned how they implemented midget wrestling. Well, this was the beginning of it. So these two midgets were fucking Teo, which is spelled Teo, Teo the dwarf, and Puppet the psycho dwarf. Is that what, that's what, right?
Yep.
Puppet the psycho dwarf. And from what Austin tells me, Puppet the psycho dwarf was also in TNA because he pulled a fucking gun on somebody. So there's that.
On Jeff Jarrett.
Yep. So, and both Puppet and Teo wrestled for this promotion on fucking Spike TV. It was called Micro Brawlers or something like that. So, but yeah, so they're fighting each other, and the commentators are just like, "Oh, what's going on here?" Right? And this is how you can tell. I don't know if you paid attention to this, but I paid attention to this because I listened to what this motherfucker was saying, and this is how I can tell that it was Jeremy Borash that fucking wanted to do this shit. I could tell because if you heard the way he was talking when these fucking midgets were brawling down the stage, he said, "Oh, look at this. They're midgets. This is midget wrestling. These are two midgets fighting each other. I can't believe it's two midgets. Oh, look at these midgets." And I'm like, bro, like, you could tell, like, because he was trying, the way it was coming off is like he wanted people to, like, it seemed like he wanted people to want to see this as bad as he did. That's how it came off. And so they start fucking brawling with each other, and then it turns into a fucking hardcore match just out of nowhere. So we get this fucking midget wrestling match between Puppet and Teo, and you know, you might be saying, "Oh, Devin, was it a good match? Was it a bad match?" I don't know what the fuck this was. And I don't know if it was good or bad.
I will say that.
We couldn't fucking pay attention the whole goddamn time because for some reason, Disco Inferno and Mark Madden were saying some of the most fucked up, unimaginable things that you could ever say to fucking dwarves that you could think of.
Yeah.
Like, you thought what Jerry Lawler was saying about women was bad. Oh my god, what Mark Madden was saying about dwarfs. He said that
Bro, what fucking Disco Inferno was saying. Disco Inferno was fucking talking about, oh my god, kill him. I hope there's bloodshed. He was wanting death.
Mark Madden is the one that said little people don't deserve to live, Austin. I think that's worse than what Disco Inferno said.
I know.
Mark Madden was the one sitting there talking about, aren't these Oompa Loompas from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory? And fucking saying that they can fit inside of Teletubbies outfits and shit. Like, you could, and fucking, they're sitting there, both these fucking fuckers are sitting there talking shit about, it's not like all the other matches where the commentary was just commentary. No, this specific match, for some reason, they put the commentary across the whole arena so these fucking dwarfs can hear these fucking people wishing death upon them in the commentary booth while they're having this fucking match. They're sitting here wrestling, and they can hear Disco Inferno saying, "Yeah, kill yourself. And they're sitting here trying to hit suplexes on each other, and they just hear Mark Madden say, "Oh, little people, they don't deserve to live." And shit. And then fucking Mark Madden was saying shit about, like, "Oh, they're human beings, I think." And shit. Like, bro.
What was it that Mark Madden said where he was like, "Oh, if they need to be cremated, I have a what? Something."
He said, Don't worry, if they need to be cremated, I have a Bic lighter, is what he said. And Bic lighters are those, like, little tiny plastic lighters you can get at fucking gas stations and shit. Like, just, like, everything they were saying. Like, there was one spot where Tio got on the fucking top rope and did a splash, and fucking, they're like, oh, he jumped from a whopping, like, 6 foot high, and that's like 30 feet for those people, is what Mark Madden said. Like, it was so fucked. And and fucking Mark Madden was like saying, "Oh, why don't you just put them?" Because they had a garbage can, and I think it was Tio had the garbage can, and he was like, "Oh, why don't you just put him in the garbage can like the trash he is, like the scum of the earth that you people are," is what fucking Mark Madden said. Like, bro, he was saying so much fuck shit about dwarves.
Yeah, it was bad. It was fucking bad.
Like, bro, it was actually fucked. And they just kept carrying on with it too.
The thing is, after the match, it did get worse. You think that's bad? It got so much worse.
So, fucking, if I remember correctly, I believe Puppet, the Psycho Dwarf, ended up winning the match, right?
Yes.
So, fucking, at this point, Puppet wins. By the way, there's a spot where they put fucking thumbtacks on the stage, and then Puppet did, like, this TKO on the Tio on the thumbtacks, and that's how he won. And fucking... So... he wins, right? And these two midgets are laying there, fucking beat the shit out of each other, almost killed themselves for this fucking dumb shit, right? And it's at this moment, that's just the most inopportune time. While these midgets are trying to recover, they're hurt, they look like they're dead. It's at this point in time where Scott Steiner's theme song hits.
Hey,
Because
it's a scary
why
thought,
not?
man.
And so all the women come out, and then Big Papa Pump, Scott Steiner, makes his WWA debut, and he's flexing and has the pyro, and he walks to the ring, right? He doesn't get in the ring just yet. He goes to get in the ring, and Scott Steiner lays his eyes on Puppet and Tio, and he started throwing them violently across the ringside.
Violently, like, yeah.
Then he put both of them in the ring, and then threw them violently in the ring, and was beating the shit out of these dwarves. For no reason.
Know what the fuck to say.
For no reason. And then to make it worse, after he fucking beats the shit out of these dwarves, he gets a microphone. And you want to tell them Scott Steiner's promo?
I was terrified, let me just say. Fucking... So... Scott Steiner with promos, there's a history of promos. If he ever starts off a promo saying, you know, or if he sits there and he's doing a promo and he puts his foot on the bottom rope, duck and run for cover. Like, hide. Fucking hide. Because Scott Steiner's not going to stop fucking talking. And he's going to fucking start shooting.
Yep.
So, I was terrified because Scott Steiner's promo started, well, you know, and I was like, fuck, no, oh no. But he's talking about pink ponies. I think he was meaning that as like a fucking, I think he was talking about a pussy when he said that. I don't know.
He was talking
I think
about how how he was being the big bad booty daddy to Mrs. May last night in his bungalow is what he said.
he's, and he said I rode the pink pony. I was like, what the fuck, bro? And then he starts talking about how he's not scheduled for a match, but he's still gonna whoop somebody's ass. And at that point, I thought, okay, this promo's still gonna go, and he's gonna start shooting. But then he drops the mic, and I was like, oh my god. But it's not over yet. No. Because fucking Disco Inferno's like, oh, well, Mark Madden wants a fight. Mark Madden wants a fight. And at this point, I'm like, yes, Mark Madden definitely wants a fight. Please, throw him around the ring. But of course, no, Scott Steiner didn't see it that way. And he took Disco Inferno, the only sense of sanity on this commentary booth, and he fucking destroyed him.
Yeah.
And then Scott just left. That was it, bro. Like,
Yep. He beat the shit out of him, and then he just fucking left.
yeah.
Scott Steiner's whole motto on this show was arrive with sexy women, beat the fuck out of midgets, talk about how he had sex with said women, beat the fuck out of Disco Inferno, and leave with said women. That was his whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
Oh my god. So at this point, they start talking about, oh, next we're gonna have a tag team match, right? And these two people come out. I only have one of them in the thumbnail because I could not find a picture of the other one. I forget their team name, but one was called the Navajo Warrior, and the other one was called Ghost Walker, I think. And basically, their whole gimmick was that they were Indians. And
Yeah.
so they come out. Never heard of them before, by the way. And so we're like, oh, who's gonna fucking face these guys? And, well, wouldn't you know, a blast from our WCW past. Chronic. Fucking Chronic fucking makes their WWA debut. Brian Adams and Brian Clark, baby. And fucking,
Pain.
from what
This was-
Austin said, this was like not long after their stint in WWF where the Brothers of Destruction shot on them. So
No, they got released in that, like, the following January.
Yeah.
Like, this is like a month after.
Yeah. So they fucking show up here at World Wrestling All-Stars, and so we thought this was going to be a jobber match, but for some reason it wasn't. It was not a squash match. This went on way longer than it should have. Most of the match was Chronic fucking dominating these two guys, but once again, it's hard to, when you have matches, right? It's hard to pay attention. Usually in matches, you have commentary that adds to the match, right? But here, it's hard to pay attention to Chronic kicking these two dudes' ass when the whole time Mark Madden is just doing nothing but saying extremely racist shit about Indian people. So it's hard to fucking focus on the match when he's fucking saying this shit. Like, I just don't understand. Like, he's even more unfiltered than Jerry Lawler. I thought Jerry Lawler was unfiltered on the first paper, but my god, Mark Madden has some real fucking problems, dude.
You don't say, man. You don't say.
What was the one fucking thing that he said? I'm trying to remember. Fucking. Oh,
He
I'm trying to remember.
said that these. I'm trying to get myself ready to say this. He said that the Native Americans as a society don't last long because they're a disease.
Yes. And he also said that being a Native American was a temporary thing. Apparently that's what he thinks. Which makes no fucking sense.
He also called them the Youngbloods, which is
Yes.
extremely racist.
Like, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with Mark Madden, dude. Like, it was 2 matches back to back of him just saying fuck shit. And
then he ended the match by saying the most cringy thing I've ever heard Mark Madden say in my life. He simulated smoking a joint and he said, "Oh yeah, baby." And I was just like, bro, like.
didn't he say he was hitting that chronic? Is that what he said?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Oh my god, yeah, because they won with
And
their patented double choke slam is how they won.
I want to hit my head with a fucking bullet to my skull after hearing that, you know?
Oh my god. Now, you might be wondering, Mark Madden is so fucked. What about Jeremy Borash? Oh, he wasn't innocent either. Because Jeremy Borash was saying some shit. Not as bad as Mark Madden, but Jeremy Borash was still saying dumb shit too. But, fucking... So after that, I think is when we got one of the fucking starettes dancing segments, or as Austin called them, the planking segments, because they had no fucking ass.
They have no ass, they have no tits, they have nothing, bro.
And from what Austin said, he said he was pretty sure that the starettes on this were like the same women that showed up with Scott Steiner, so they just reused them.
And they downgraded because they had like 6 fucking last show, and now they only have 3.
I'm guessing maybe it's because Jerry Lawler was there before, so maybe he demanded more women. I don't know.
I don't know, bro.
But yeah, fucking. If you're wondering, was there any backstage interviews with Stevie Ray? No, because Stevie Ray wasn't here. So, and I don't know if he's ever going to be here again. So, they don't have a backstage interviewer anymore, just so you know.
No. There was barely any backstage segments on this show.
Well, up next, we got another match, which was pretty fucking boring. It was a triple threat for the WWA Cruiserweight Championship. It was Psychosis defending against Juventud Guerrera and the debuting Latino Heat Eddie Guerrero. Now, you might be wondering, wasn't Juventud Guerrera the champion on the last pay-per-view? Yes. Now, did they explain why Psychosis is the champion on this pay-per-view? No.
No. Why would they do that? That would make logic. That would be logical to do.
My only guess as to what happened is they said between pay-per-views that they have toured with house shows, so I'm going to assume at some point on one of these house shows, Juventud lost it to Psychosis, and they just didn't bother to explain that. I mean, to be honest, I don't even know if Jeremy Borash even pays half attention to anything, because there was just so much on the show where he said, "Oh, I have no idea what's going on. I don't know what's happening next." Like, fucking, so, and he acted like he barely knew anything about fucking anything. So, I realistically, One, I don't know why this guy's booking this fucking company. Two, I don't know why he's the main commentator if he doesn't fucking know anything. And three, I don't know why Vince Russo, of all people, recommended him. And four, I don't know why they would take a recommendation from Vince fucking Russo, of all people, on who he thinks would be a good booker for their company.
Because they're stupid.
Do you think Vince Russo also recommended Mark Madden? Do you think that's why he was there?
I fucking hope not.
Because I don't see any other reason unless fucking Jeremy Borash was like, oh, I knew this guy from WCW. He was one of the best commentators, and they probably thought he was talking about Tony Schiavone, and then it was fucking Mark Madden.
Man.
But to make things even worse, not only do they not explain why Psychosis has the title, Juventud is no longer the Juice. He doesn't do the Juice gimmick anymore. I don't know what happened to that. He lost his Britney Spears theme song. It's just a generic rock theme now. I don't know why the fuck they can't keep people's theme songs consistent. But, yeah, not only that, but, you might be wondering, oh, well, was it good because it was Eddie Guerrero? And the answer to that is not really, because this was during the period of time where Eddie had left WWF and was falling back into drugs and shit and his addictions, and so he this was kind of drugged out Eddie Guerrero.
Yep.
So, and just to let you know, Eddie Guerrero won this match to become the new Cruiserweight champion, and this is Eddie Guerrero's only appearance for this company, because after this, he didn't appear anymore, so they had to vacate the Cruiserweight title. And I believe they ended up giving it to Jerry Lynn, I think, because they tried to build a program with Eddie Guerrero and Jerry Lynn, which we'll get to in a minute. But I want to talk about this match. This match was boring. Fucking goddamn Juventud Guerrera was calling spots. By the way, fucking when fucking Juventud was coming out, they botched his fucking name. They called him Juventud Guerrero because they had fucking, so on the last pay-per-view they had Jeremy Borash doing the ring announcing. On this, they had some random guy that looked like Kumar from Harold and Kumar. I don't know who this fucking guy was, but he was terrible at announcing. He kept botching shit. He wasn't the only one botching shit, though. Everybody was botching shit on this show. But, so, yeah, this match was fucking boring. It just went on for so long. It seemed like it started just dragging and dragging and dragging, and fucking Mark Madden just kept being like, oh, Hoovy, Hoovy, Hoovy. He kept just saying Hoovy over and over again. And this was the match where Jeremy Borash and Mark Madden started running their fucking mouth about the cruiserweights. And fucking Jeremy Borash was like, oh, we actually here in World Wrestling All-Stars, we know how to use our cruiserweights, unlike other wrestling companies who either, they don't book their cruiserweights or they don't know how to use them. And then Mark Madden's like, yeah, we actually, use our cruiserweight division. We know how to book a cruiserweight division. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck? Like, they were talking to hella shit. And
yeah,
they also kept talking about, oh, Eddie Guerrero is is the greatest mat wrestler in the world, and Eddie Guerrero this, Eddie Guerrero that. And you could obviously fucking tell that they were fucking trying to gas this up as much as they possibly fucking could, because of the fact that they had thought Eddie Guerrero was going to stick around in their company and be like their next biggest star. And
Yeah, it was so bad, bro. It was so bad. And this is when it started getting boring, too.
yeah. And so, fucking, oh my god. So, Eddie Guerrero wins this fucking match, and he wins the Cruiserweight title. And we noticed at this point, the Cruiserweight title looked a little bit different than we remembered it last time. And we'll talk more on that later. But, so Eddie Guerrero, it was at this point, I had to take a bathroom break. So, you want to talk about Eddie Guerrero's promo?
Yeah, so basically, the promo was him fucking talking about, oh, it's all online about how I have had my personal struggles. So, he's just talking about fucking drugs and fucking all this shit. And then, goddamn, he sits there and all we hear is, oh wait, hang on. And it's Mr. Judgment Day himself. Oh god, that hurts my voice every time I fucking do that, bro. And fucking, he's sitting there, and he's fucking coming out here, and he's like, oh, I don't want to hear about your mental struggles, biatch. He starts fucking, they start fucking brawling for no goddamn reason.
Yep.
And fucking, it was just so fucking stupid. And Jerry Lynn takes out fucking goddamn Eddie Guerrero, and he's like, I'm coming for that title. And then he leaves, and that was it. It was so fucking idiotic, bro.
Yeah. And it's even more idiotic when you think about it in retrospect, because fucking Eddie Guerrero left WWA after this. He debuted, won the title, left, and then they had to take the fucking title off of him and vacate it. And then I'm pretty sure they gave it to Jerry Lynn, I think. And I could be wrong. It's either they gave it to Jerry Lynn, or because I know on the next show they do Jerry Lynn versus AJ Styles for the Cruiserweight title, I'm pretty sure. So either they gave it to Jerry Lynn or it was a match for the vacant title. I forget which. But so yeah, that was Eddie Guerrero's WWA run. So what a career. And they also Jerry Lynn also name dropped. He said, "Oh, you had a long career in New Japan and ECW and WCW and WWF, and you got everything that all the opportunities because of your Guerrero name." And then fucking Eddie Guerrero just fucking bitch slapped him like he's a fucking bitch. Like, oh my god. But fucking, that was the goddamn triple threat match for the Cruiserweight title. It was fucking boring. So,
It just gets more boring on this show, don't worry.
yeah. Because was the no DQ match up next a really fucking long one?
Yes.
So we get this no DQ match. This was the match announced at the beginning of the show. It was Devin Storm, aka Crowbar, taking on the debut of the suicidal, genocidal, homicidal, depth-defying, extreme fucking Sabu. Because why not?
The coke addict.
From what Austin said, this is around the time when he was coked out. So, nice to know they were signing people that were coked out and all this shit and drugged out and shit. So, but yeah, so This match, by the way, Sabu had fucking Bill Alfonso with him for some reason, and he was being really fucking annoying because he kept blowing his whistle the whole match. And this match lasted like, it felt like 40 minutes. I don't know if it was 40 minutes. It was fucking at least like 20. It was at least 20.
It felt like two fucking hours, bro.
Yeah. This match was the longest match on the fucking show for sure. It was so long, and it was so goddamn boring.
And I have another bone to pick with Jeremy Borash.
Oh no.
If I'm being completely honest. No, because I'm upset. I'm upset. I think me and you definitely enjoy Crazy Crowbar. Alright?
Mm-hmm.
Like, his crazy antics, stuff with David Flair. Gold. Right? Whatever the fuck this is, Jeremy, this serious, more tone deaf, oh, I'm gonna wear tights now, Crowbar, go fuck yourself. Dude.
It's not Crowbar.
This isn't the Crowbar.
It's Devin Storm.
I don't care.
Well, Jeremy Borash had to make that clear. It's a new and improved Devin Storm, and that he's not.
Well, Jeremy Borash is a
anymore.
fucking new and improved fucking pussy. How about that? But yeah, fuck whatever fucking Jeremy Borash is trying to do here.
I
miss Crazy Crowbar. But yeah, this match was fucking boring. It was fucking long. Didn't need to be fucking this super. Oh my god, it pissed me off. It was actually pissing me off, dude. There was no reason, absolutely no reason. The spots were terrible. They were botching. This fucking match felt like an eternity, dude.
Yeah. It was
every
so
time we thought
long.
it was over, it wasn't.
Not to mention they were botching so bad. There was a really bad botch where Crowbar went to do like a sunset flip powerbomb on the apron to a table on the outside, and his feet hit the table and the back of Sabu's head hit the table, I think, but the table didn't break. And there was like a couple times where they had to they botched and they had to awkwardly redo the fucking spots every single time. It was so bad. And this match just kept going and going and going, and Sabu was bleeding really fucking bad, and Mark Madden was saying that they need to call the local blood bank and tell them that Sabu's gonna donate all this blood that he's bleeding and shit. And Mark Madden was talking about how he was gonna throw up because of all the blood and shit. And fucking, it got to a point where even the crowd was fed up with this fucking match because it just kept going and going and going, to where there is a spot on the outside where Crowbar was up against the table and fucking goddamn Sabu set up the chair and did a dive to the outside, and Crowbar moved and Sabu smashed through the fucking table, and I shit you not, there was one singular person in the crowd that was going, holy shit, holy shit. One person. Only one person.
It's the first time I've ever seen that, you know?
Yeah. And they kept doing finishers on each other and just kept kicking out for some fucking reason. And then the way it ended was so fucking lame, because fucking Bill Alfonso went to hit Crowbar and he accidentally hit Sabu with the chair, and then Crowbar got a roll-up pin on Sabu and won, and that was the match. And then fucking Crowbar could barely stand up and he was crawling up the stage, and then Bill Alfonso gets in the ring with the chair and he's like, oh, this isn't over, go hit him with the chair, as if we didn't see fucking 30 goddamn minutes of this. They felt it was necessary to see another like 5 minutes of this. So Sabu just starts beating the shit out of Crowbar with the chair, and fucking then Bill Alfonso sets up a table, and they put fucking excuse me, Crowbar on the table, and then Sabu sits there and climbs up on the Titantron and jumps off and does a fucking leg drop through the fucking table, through Crowbar, and they're both fucking laid out. And then fucking the announcer, or the commentators are trying to talk about what's gonna happen next. And then I shit you not, they're like, oh, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. And they're still fighting on the fucking stage, and Austin was getting so fucking pissed off. Because they just kept fighting.
I just wanted it to fucking end, dude. And when it finally ended, it was just so much peace. And then they put Mark Madden back on my screen. And I was so angry at that point.
Yeah. So, after that, fucking, we got this backstage segment with Lenny and Lodi, if you remember from the last pay-per-view. And fucking Lodi is looking at Lenny's ass, and he's trying to take something off of the back of Lenny's trunks, and he can't get it, so he's like, oh, let me try this, and he like bites it off with his teeth, and it looks really fucking sus. And then it just abruptly goes back to the commentators, and we're like, what the fuck was the point of that?
Little do we know that's just Devin and Doug Walker behind closed doors.
It is fucking, at least it's better than when fucking Austin and Mark Madden do their fucking goddamn hippo fucking mud love.
Nah, bro. Nah.
Fucking
Mark Madden's an elephant, not a hippo.
So fucking next thing we know, Lenny and Lodi are coming out, and Jeremy Borash is like, oh, speaking of Lenny and Lodi, here they come. And their music plays for a solid 2 minutes, and they don't come out. And then they take their Titantron off, and they stop playing the music. And then I shit you not, Jeremy Borash is like, oh, well, I guess not. And he sounded like he didn't know what the fuck he was supposed to say. I don't know what happened. And then all of a sudden, like a minute later of just confusion, all of a sudden Lenny and Lodi finally come out, and Jeremy Borash is like, oh, there they are. And fucking they fucking walk to the ring, and Mark Madden's like, oh, it's so cute that they have matching ring gear and all this shit. And so they say, oh, we have no idea who their opponents are going to be. So Lenny and Lodi are waiting to see who their opponents are. And their first opponent is the brother of Scott Steiner, Mr. Rick Steiner. He comes out, and they're like, oh, is Rick Steiner going to face him by himself? No. Lo and behold, another callback to our WCW past. Here comes Ernest the Cat Miller, baby. And he fucking comes out, and Mark Madden automatically gets fucking scared, and he's like, oh, I know Ernest is gonna call me fat and shit. And fucking then Ernest the Cat Miller starts cutting a promo saying like, oh, I'm gonna make a bet right now. If you somehow beat us, I'll get on my knees and kiss your guys' ass or whatever. And fucking then he said, if we win, you guys are gonna go kiss Mark Madden's fat ass. And fucking goddamn Mark Madden like started acting like he was gonna cry, and he was like, see, Jeremy, I told you he was gonna call me fat and shit. And
Good.
fucking so here's the entirety of this match. It started with Rick Steiner and Lenny, and Rick Steiner did like 3 moves, tagged in Ernest the Cat Miller. Ernest the Cat Miller did 1 kick to the face, 1, 2, 3. Rick Steiner and Ernest the Cat Miller win. And so I'm gonna let you talk about this part because you were extremely hyped for this.
Ernest the Cat Miller was living my fucking dream, bro. So, what happened was, after they won, Ernest the Cat Miller celebrates by whooping that fat elephant's ass. It was so satisfying. He was choking him. He was kicking him. He fell on Jeremy Borash. It was the best. It was the best thing of the night.
Yeah. Fucking. Oh my god. It looks so ridiculous too. Fucking. It was so dumb. Like, it was so dumb that fucking. Like, the way they were laying there. Because fucking Mark Madden was so fucking fat that he just, like, weighed down Jeremy Borash so he couldn't even get fucking back up. And fucking... Oh, also, one thing real quick I forgot to mention is Slick Johnson refereed so many of these matches, and in the Sabu and Devin Storm match, there was one part where they started getting in arguments with each... Oh, wait, no, it wasn't that. It wasn't that. Never mind. I was thinking of the main event. Never mind, I'll get to that later. But we've seen Slick Johnson so many times is the fucking point I was trying to make. But anyway, so after Mark Madden gets his ass whooped by Ernest the Cat Miller and fucking Rick Steiner spits on him as well, fucking they leave and Mark Madden and Jeremy Borash get back up and Jeremy Borash is like, he's like, "Are you okay, Mark Madden?" And Mark Madden's like, "No, I'm obviously really hurt right now." And he's like acting like a fucking 5-year-old. And fucking motherfucker pulls out a brush and starts brushing his hair because his hair is like a lot longer now than it was in WCW. And he puts his fucking headset back on and sits there and like pouts like a little kid. And so
Fucking fat ass, dude.
yeah. So at this point, all that was left was the main event of Jeff Jarrett defending the WWA World Championship against Brian Christopher, or Grandmaster Sexay, or Jerry Lawler's son, or as they called him here, the Grand Master Brian Christopher, because why not? And he comes out.
This match is.
Oh, go ahead.
This match is known for 3 things on this show. He comes out to his WWE theme, which I don't even know how that's even legal. Because Scotty was using it at the same time in the WWE. So I'm so confused on that. Then he cuts a promo. And do you want to tell him or tell them what this promo was? Because it was cursed as fuck.
So, well, firstly, we gotta talk about something else first, because he cuts this promo on Jeff Jarrett, but beforehand we see Jeff Jarrett come out, and we notice that the world title's looking a little bit different there, Austin. And it turns out, if you wanna say what you discovered.
So, we mentioned how we found some particular little issues with the Cruiserweight title.
Mm-hmm.
And how it looked eerily similar to the World Heavyweight Championship.
Mm-hmm.
And I was kind of trying to connect the dots here. And then when I saw the World Heavyweight Championship, and I saw that it said Cruiserweight Championship on the belt, it rung a bell. Because, for some reason, even though on the world title it says Cruiserweight Championship, and on the Cruiserweight Championship it says World Championship, apparently they decided it'd be a great idea to switch those titles.
Yep.
Just why not? Why not?
Yep. So fucking after that, Brian Christopher starts. Brian Christopher is a specimen, first of all, and he gets the microphone and he starts kind of promo on Jeff Jarrett, and he starts doing like this cringy dancing, and he starts barking and shit, and fucking. Oh god, I'm trying to remember what he said in this fucking promo. He was saying some cursed ass shit.
He was talking about the shizness and the business, all this shit, dude.
He was talking about how he came here to do two things, and he said one of them is to dance, and he said he's gonna do that after he does the second thing, which is to kick Jeff Jarrett's ass and win the world title. And he said, "So get in here." And Jeff Jarrett gets in the ring, and they start having this match, and fucking Mark Madden starts talking about how, oh, Brian Christopher is the son of the King Jerry Lawler, and Jeff Jarrett is
Miss
the
Jerry.
son of Jerry Jarrett. And Mark Madden starts going on about this long history, fucking rivalry between the Jarretts and the Lawlers and all this shit. And he was like, and now we're seeing the next incarnation of this long family rivalry with the two sons facing each other, he was trying to like give this match a reason to be happening. Like, they were trying everything they could to justify why Brian fucking Christopher was getting a world title match. They had Bret Hart sit here and say, oh, Brian Christopher has paid his dues. Fucking Jeremy Borash sat there and said, oh, well, Brian Christopher has been getting a lot of wins on house shows, and he pinned Jeff Jarrett twice in tag team matches. And then Mark Madden gave the reasoning of, oh, well, the Jarretts and the Lawlers have a history, rivalry. Like, they were making up every fucking excuse in the book as to why Brian Christopher was getting a world title shot and why he deserved a world title shot. Like, these motherfuckers, you know damn well if Randy Savage would have actually showed up, it would have been Randy Savage versus Jeff Jarrett. You know damn well that's probably what they fucking advertised for this show, and that's why people fucking walked out when they found out it was going to be Brian Christopher. And then these motherfuckers, all three of them, Bret Hart, you know, I don't even blame Bret Hart, because I think they probably just fucking told Bret Hart to fucking try to justify it. And fucking Jeremy Borash is probably the one that fucking told him, and fucking Mark Madden probably just said it on his fucking own volition, because fucking Mark Madden fucking is the type of guy to fucking do whatever fucking people tell him to, and he fucking dick rides people. So fucking, but these motherfuckers were trying to make you believe that Brian Christopher really deserved the title shot, like. But nevertheless, this match went on, and fucking Brian Christopher was doing all these dancing moves and shit. And there was this one cursed ass spot, you'll see the clip of it in the beginning of this, where Jeff Jarrett is on the outside and Brian Christopher is on the inside, and he starts doing all his too cool dancing, right? And while he's doing the dancing, all of a sudden, Brian Christopher's pants fall down, revealing his fucking tighty whities that he's wearing, and fucking he has to hurry up and pull his pants up. So I don't think that was planned. And fucking Mark Madden was like, oh, pull your pants up, pull your pants up. Like, he was fucking disgusted. And fucking, it was so goddamn cursed. And this main event fucking started feeling like it was dragging on as well, because they were really trying to make you think that Brian Christopher was actually going to win the world title. And fucking then it got to a point where they started doing this dumb shit with fucking the two referees, where fucking the one referee got laid out, so Slick Johnson came out to do the count. for goddamn Jeff Jarrett, and fucking I'm trying to yeah, so fucking he tries to do the count for Jeff Jarrett, and then the other referee pulls Slick Johnson out of the ring, and that referee gets in the ring and tries to do the count for fucking Brian Christopher, and fucking then Slick Johnson pulls that referee out of the ring, and they start arguing, and then fucking I know at some point Jeff Jarrett fucking blasted Brian Christopher with a guitar and shit, and then the two referees get in the ring and they start fucking arguing and bickering back and forth, and they start fucking shoving each other, and then it gets to the point where fucking Slick Johnson tackles the other referee and starts whooping his fucking ass and starts punching this fucking referee in the fucking face. And then fucking, while he's fucking beating up the other referee, Jeff Jarrett, basically, Brian Christopher tries to hit Jeff Jarrett with the title. Jeff Jarrett ducks it, and then hits Brian Christopher with the stroke on the championship, makes the cover, and Slick Johnson counts it 1, 2, 3. And fucking Jeff Jarrett retains the WWA championship over Brian Christopher. And Jeff Jarrett just fucking just walks out like he couldn't even be bothered. And fucking the way these pay-per-views end is so fucking weird. Like, they just end so abruptly. Like, as soon as the match was over, it's not even like the last time where they're like, oh, thanks for watching or whatever, and then show like the highlights or whatever, right? This one, as soon as Jeff Jarrett won, they just start playing fucking highlights of what happened earlier, and like showing WWA graphics, and then they have Jeremy Borash talking over top of it. I don't know if like something was going on and they had to overlay this shit. I don't know what the fuck it was going on, but fucking Jeremy Borash was like, oh, this is an incredible main event between Jeff Jarrett and fucking Brian Christopher, and Jeff Jarrett is still the WWA World Champion, and where's it gonna go from here? And next time we're going back to Australia. We're going to Melbourne, Australia for our next pay-per-view, which is going to be fucking WWA Eruption. And thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you next time. And then it just fucking abruptly just ends. And that was WWA The Revolution. Jesus fucking Christ, that was bad. Like, as sad as it is to say, at least the first pay-per-view was so bad. Like, what was going on was so bad that it was entertaining. This was so bad that at one point it was just so bad it felt like it started dragging. This is the longest WWA pay-per-view, by the way. And it just felt like this was going on forever, and it was so bad. And it made even less sense than the first pay-per-view, and half the fucking people that were on the first pay-per-view were completely fucking gone, because there was no Road Dogg, there was no fucking Nathan Jones, there was no fucking goddamn, no fucking Stevie Ray. Like, half these fucking people were completely fucking gone. And I don't know if they're coming back at this point. Because
I don't fucking know.
The reason I say that is because I know at some point, whether it's on Eruption or one of the last two pay-per-views, I know it gets to the point where so many people start leaving this fucking company because they started going to WWE or fucking TNA when it was starting up, that it got to a point where they had almost like no fucking stars left. So we're probably not going to see a lot of these people ever again. So I don't know if we're even going to see Mark Madden again, because I don't know. I
fucking hope not.
But you love Mark Madden.
I hope Mark Madden dies in a fucking horrible, deadly, fatal fucking car crash.
I know at some point, fucking Disco Inferno is on commentary again, because from when I was watching Marky D's video, he said that fucking Disco Inferno was on commentary, and it apparently gets to the point where Disco Inferno looks like he's just so fed up with being in this company that he just starts like shitting on the company and shit. I can't wait to see that. But yeah, so that was the Revolution. What did you think of it overall, Austin? Was it
Fucking
revolutionary?
terrible. Fucking atrocity.
Fucking, it was fucking dog shit, in my opinion. It was fucking dog shit. This was the longest pay-per-view. Thank God all the pay-per-views after this are so much shorter. Thank God. But fucking, yeah, that was WWA The Revolution. The next pay-per-view was WWA The Eruption from April 13th, 2002. So 2 months after this pay-per-view. And you'll notice after Eruption, there is at least a fucking 8-month break between pay-per-views. So, and then between the 4th pay-per-view and the last one, that's, let's see, that's almost another 5-month break between pay-per-views. So it starts getting pretty fucking bad. But nevertheless, next time we will be getting to the Eruption, and we'll be going back to fucking Australia. I know at some point on one of these pay-per-views they go to New Zealand, but next time we are going back to Australia for the Eruption, and the fucking, I know the stage is gonna be fucking volcano themed. It looks fucking terrible. I can't wait for you to see it. But yeah, so that was the Eruption, and up next we are gonna be covering the Eruption. So stay tuned for that.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. To the left. A little dancing from Brian Christopher and the Melbourne Express here from the World Wrestling All-Star.
There is no room for this in professional wrestling. This is a travesty. What would Lou Thesz think right now, huh? I ask you that,
Go,
sir.
Cat, go, Cat, go, Cat, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Come on, dog, shoot, Scott. Come on, go, 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 come on, dog. Go.
You know, how long is it before Brian Christopher dumps the kids and starts going after the gals?
Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Boy, these Australians are really terrible dancers. Whoa,
Oh, here we go. Now that's more like it.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, this is disgusting, Jeremy.
1, 2, 3, now 3.
Jerry, I got to do something about this.
Yeah, there we go.
I got to do something about this.
It's Brian Chris. Wait a minute, where are you going? Disco, where are you going? Disco. Disco Inferno has entered the ring now. Oh, please. Oh! Look out! And the kids have put the... Get it! What are you doing getting up there? Absolutely ridiculous. Brian Christopher.
By the fans.
Oh, peace.
Open your mind to the change of that revolution.
All right,
hell.
we move on to the Eruption, which is the next pay-per-view. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. These are getting worse as they go on. Not even worse in terms of, like, how cursed it is, just worse in terms of, like, the quality of the show. Like, it's dying, and it's dying so fucking fast. Like, so we just watched the Eruption. This pay-per-view was fucking bad. All these are bad, but this is bad. This was from April 13th, 2002 is when this pay-per-view aired. Keep in mind the next pay-per-view after this, which is, let me check real quick. It is the Retribution. Doesn't happen until December. So, yeah. That's about, like, fucking 7-8 months after this pay-per-view. So, what happened on the Eruption, you might ask? Well, Mark Madden is no longer commentating. Now he has been replaced by Disco Inferno. This pay-per-view took place from Melbourne, Australia, they said. And fucking, they officially announced Jeremy Borash as the voice of the WWA, so there's that. Fucking, this was fucking bad. But, so, starting with announcements, it is announced that we see a limo pull up to the WWA arena, and who gets out but none other than Psycho Sid Vicious gets out of the limo.
Misty Scissors.
Wearing a tuxedo and rocking a cane, because this is the first time that he was on a wrestling show since he was in WCW, where the famous incident happened where he completely broke his fucking leg. So that's why he was on a cane during this show.
I mean, it makes sense, Devin, because he has half the brain that you do. At least that's what he claims.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, he claimed a lot of things. Do you want to talk about his promo and how bad it was? Because I will say, they don't give any explanation for why Bret Hart is gone. He's just gone. There's, like, no explanation whatsoever. They're just oh, Sid Vicious is the commissioner now, and that's it. Like, there's just nothing.
I'm willing to bet that legitimately the reason that Bret fucking left was because of that awful fucking picture they made him take. Just willing to bet.
So?
Possibly.
I want to look at while you're talking about his promo, I want to look at the Wikipedia to see if I can find out why Bret Hart left.
Well, fucking, I guess let's just talk about this promo. It was shitty. Legitimately, it was just fucking him saying, "Oh, I'm so glad I'm here, and I could barely move, and I got a call from Mr. McManus, and he was like, oh, could you come work with me in Australia?" And I said, hell yeah. And he's stumbling on his words, and he's like, oh, thank you guys for letting me be here tonight. You can tell he doesn't know what the fuck to say. God, when the promo from last pay-per-view where Bret Hart was talking about Osama bin Laden, or Laden, fucking is better than goddamn whatever the fuck this is, then you know there's a problem. So,
oh, Jesus.
Yeah, so I mean that was basically the promo. There was really nothing really to it. Oh wait, also he mentioned that Scott Steiner was not playing by the rules, so he's gonna take on. So here's my question. He says Scott Steiner is not playing by the rules, but I'm gonna give him a world title shot against the world champion. How does that make sense?
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you. Can I
and
ask?
the world champion. Oh, go ahead.
Can I ask why every one of these shows starts off with the commissioner doing a fucking promo that makes absolutely no fucking sense, and they just go on and on and on and talk about nothing and try to fucking save the segment, and it fails miserably?
Well, that's easy. Because these people don't know how to run a show.
Well, at least the promo wasn't about fucking 9/11 this time, thank God. That damn Osama bin Laden as fucking, or bin Laden as fucking Bret Hart said.
I mean, at least fucking that was a promo, though. What the fuck was this? This was Psycho Sid coming out there barely hobbling on one fucking leg, and not like you can't even fucking sit there and fucking understand what he's saying because he's going, well, yeah, and like he doesn't know what the fuck to say, like
this was
he
such
said,
a
"Oh, I'm
trash
so glad to
promo.
be here," like 5 times, bro.
Yeah. His promos is making no fucking sense at all, and apparently, from what Austin said, he's notorious for like bad promos, and he can't cut a promo to save his life.
Did you hear the one I played earlier?
Yes. It was
I'm
so
gonna play
bad.
it for. I'm gonna play it for the audience watching this. Just here's a little glimpse of what fucking Psycho Sid
doing the promo on.
Oh, I don't know. It's something in WCW 2000, so we're gonna have to watch it eventually. But here's just a little glimpse at Psycho Sid's promo ability. Oh, well, my fucking sound is off.
Jesus Christ. What?
So he has half the brain that you do, Devin.
He sounded like it. I don't know what he was trying to accomplish with this promo. I don't like. There was so many times during the show that Sid Vicious was like, he was trying to make this commissioner thing work, and it just wasn't, bro. No matter how hard he tried, like. And the thing is, I think this might be the only show that he's the commissioner of too, which just makes it worse. Because I know either on the next pay-per-view or the last one is when fucking Mike Sanders fucking takes over. So, fucking...
Don't you love it, Devin?
I did it first.
Yeah. Keep in mind, this wasn't my idea. For once, this wasn't my idea.
I know you usually like everything Vince Russo related, but this time it's on
go
me.
fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
Fucking... Well, I would like to read this real quick from the Wikipedia, because this gives a little bit of a backstory behind Revolution. So, we talked about Revolution last time, but so the Revolution was the only WWA event that ever took place in the USA. Fucking months before the event, initial advertisements plugged the reunion of Scott Hall and Kevin Nash. However, this did not happen due to both men signing contracts to return to the WWF. Then, Randy Savage was advertised to be appearing in the main event against Jeff Jarrett for the World Championship, but Savage backed out of the event during the weekend, and it wasn't announced until the pre-show, where a big red X and the text "not appearing" was overlaid on all images of Randy Savage. Road Dogg, who was also heavily advertised for this show, did not appear either. Andrew McManus opened the show with a prepared statement in his office confirming that Savage would not be appearing, leading to some fans feeling cheated. Bret Hart appeared after the opening match as the commissioner. He announced to the live crowd Randy Savage was not at the show. Obviously, fucking that. I just kind of wanted to fucking give that little bit of backstory as to why those people didn't show up to WWA. Fucking. Okay, wait, what?
Oh no.
This wasn't in the fucking on the Revolution we watched. What the fuck? Because it says after the fucking Rick Steiner and Ernest the Cat Miller versus Lenny and Lodi match, it says Larry Zbyszko, who alongside Arn Anderson formed legendary tag team The Enforcers, showed up to WWA to cut a promo on Vince McMahon, challenging him to a fight, and talking about Chris Jericho, who was WWF champion at the time, saying that Jericho stole Zbyszko's Living Legend moniker. He mocked Jericho by accusing him of being too short to be a world champion, despite Zbyszko actually being shorter than Jericho in height. What the fuck? That was not on there. They must have had to cut that from the fucking thing.
It must have.
Fucking, I'm trying to... Was there anything for Eruption that I needed to read? Okay. So apparently... This was not on here. So apparently Jeff Jarrett was on this show. So this says, the show started with Jeff Jarrett being escorted away from the building, proclaiming that he would be back. And then it says in quotations here, Jarrett never appeared after this. But I know he has to because of the way the title thing ended. It was presumed this was pre-recorded earlier in the week. A new Cruiserweight champion was crowned at the show after Eddie Guerrero had returned to the WWF, like I said, which we'll talk about that later. Okay, so after the show, it says a further UK, oh my god, okay, oh my god. So... During the tour to Australia, Nathan Jones won the WWA title after winning a Four Corners match against Jeff Jarrett, Scott Steiner, and Brian Christopher. So that's how he won the title. And then it says here, fucking Scott Steiner defeated Nathan Jones, which we'll talk about. He would later give up the title to sign with the WWF. Then it says here, a further UK and European tour was planned for after this event. The WWA postponed the tour from May 2002 to November 2002, citing injuries to its major stars as the reason. However, it is believed that poor ticket sales may be the true reason. And I won't read any more of that because it goes on to the Retribution. But yeah, so there's a little bit of background on some things. So we get, after that terrible Sid Vicious promo, we get fucking Disco Inferno and Jeremy Borash on commentary, and they're fucking announcing that we're gonna have a fucking steel cage match later in the night, and fucking... so bad. So we start the show off with fucking Nova versus AJ Styles in they did like a small tournament. It's nowhere near the fucking 7 Deadly Sins tournament, thank Christ.
God, no.
But fucking they did this little tournament where they did AJ Styles versus Nova, and we'll get to the other match because it was fucking cursed. So we had AJ Styles versus Nova, and Jerry Lynn versus somebody else, and the winners of those two matches faced later in the night to crown the new Cruiserweight champion. So, we get this match with AJ Styles and Nova, and what do you know, Jeremy Borash actually called it a Styles Clash this time, after last time not knowing what the fuck the move was.
No, but he still doesn't know what moves are because he called Tequila Sunrise a fucking Twisted Sister, so
Yeah.
he's still making shit up as he goes. Don't you worry.
Fucking, this match was fucking, a lot of these matches on this show were fucking short as fuck. And from what Marky D said, that's like going forward, a lot of the matches are really fucking short and it gets worse. So, yeah, this match was short. It was okay, but it was just short, and AJ Styles won, and that was pretty much that. It wasn't anything too crazy. It wasn't anything too cursed either, honestly. But fucking, we move on to fucking Scott Steiner and Madeja show up, and they come out, and we find out that later in the night we're getting, in the main event, Scott Steiner versus Nathan Jones for the WWA World Championship. And so Scott Steiner comes out, and he cuts a promo, and he does the famous putting his foot on the ropes. Now, do you want to explain what that means, Austin?
That means he starts forgetting his lines. And when he starts forgetting his lines, he starts going on. And when he starts going on, he starts shooting. Alright? Anytime you see that, or, you know, that, yeah, no. That the signs are just, you're fucked. You're fucked. You're in for something. And you don't know what the fuck he's about to say.
So, I mean, we didn't know what he was going to say, and when he started talking, he started talking about sex again, and started saying that all the women call him the big bad booty daddy, and that he takes all these women to the top of the mountain, and once they reach the top of the mountain, they see Nirvana or whatever and shit. It was, oh my god. And fucking, then fucking, he started cutting a promo on fucking Sid Vicious, saying that he would break his leg again and shit. And then he started saying, oh, well, the reason I came to WWA is, number one, because I want to win the world title, and number two, I want to beat somebody up from Australia. And he said, so I'm gonna knock both of those out at the same time tonight. And then fucking Nathan Jones comes out. Sorry, Nathan the Front Row Jones, who is the world champion, fucking comes out. By the way, by this point in the show, nobody was getting any reactions from the crowd, and it only got worse.
Yeah.
So keep in mind, Nathan Jones is the native to Australia, and they weren't chanting for him. And so Scott Steiner starts fucking rambling on and on about stuff, and he says that he's gonna fucking win the title from Nathan Jones, and then Nathan Jones, I was trying to remember, what the fuck did Nathan Jones say?
Bro, I could not tell you. Like, his promo is so forgettable, bro.
All I remember,
he said something about whooping ass.
All I remember is him saying something like that, and fucking then Scott Steiner was like, oh, well, we don't gotta wait until the main event, so get your ass down here right now. And fucking Nathan Jones was like, alright, and he started going towards the ring, and then all of a sudden fucking Sid Vicious came out with his cane, and he gets on the microphone, and he starts like shitting on Scott Steiner and all this shit, and was saying one day he's gonna get his revenge on Scott Steiner, and said that so that there's no fuckery in the main event, he's gonna make himself the special enforcer in the main event. And so his bright idea was to make himself enforcer so that way there was no fuckery, pretty much. And
also he started chanting Nathan, Nathan, Nathan.
Yeah, because he said we're gonna give the crowd what they want, and a world champion from Australia in Australia, and he was like, come on everybody, and he started chanting. He was like, Nathan, 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 and the crowd was dead ass quiet, bro. It was embarrassing to listen to this promo. And
it was so bad.
And that was pretty much the promo. And we also find out that Medeja is going to be in a match later. It's going to be an evening gown match, which we'll get to that. But next we have the next Cruiserweight tournament match, which was Jerry Lynn versus somebody named Chucky. Now you might be wondering, who the hell is Chucky? Well, he's also known by his name Chuck E. Chaos. Now, I'm going to fucking look him up. We're going to go down a little bit of a rabbit hole here. Because I want to see I want to know who this guy is, honestly. Because I don't know how often we're going to see him in the next couple shows. Oh my god, these pictures of him.
Again.
Oh my god, his career highlights. One of his career highlights was that he was beat by Jerry Lynn. Okay, no, I'm not online World of Wrestling. Fucking, I want to see, I want to know about him. Wow, when you look him up, it brings up Chuck E. Cheese. Chuck E. Chaos. Oh my god. What? I'm on his match listing. He only had 3 matches in his whole career, is what this says. So his first match was April 7th, 2002 at a WWA house show. Jerry Lynn and Nova defeated the team of AJ Styles and Chucky. And then WWA Eruption, April 13th, 2002, Jerry Lynn defeated Chucky. And then, whatever the fuck this is, IWA MS King of the Deathmatch 02 Night 1, July 12th, 2002, Nate Webb defeated Chucky in a staple gun match.
I'm just not.
What in the fuck is that? Does he have any title matches? Oh, he doesn't. He doesn't. Oh my god. He only wrestled for IWA and WWA. Oh my god. His real name, Austin, oh my god. He's got to be a mystery. His real name is unknown. His date of birth is unknown. His place of birth is unknown. His nationality is unknown. He's only known as Chucky Chaos. What the fuck? How is just nothing known about this guy? No one knows.
I hope he burns in hell.
No one knows his name. What the fuck?
Well, I don't think we needed to know his name, truly, because, I mean, he got spiked on his fucking neck pretty easily, so...
Okay, so he apparently did wrestle more than 3 matches, and I'm on this other website. His title wins, he won the AWP lightweight title in 1998, NWA Hardcore title in 1999, NWA Lightweight title twice, 1999 to 2000, the AWA State Juniors title 1998, Battle for Supremacy 1999, UCW Heavyweight title in 1999, All-Star ASW Heavyweight title 2002, and the R&R Heavyweight title 2001. And then his career highlights, there's barely any. June 1997, Chuck E. Chaos had his first professional match against his trainer Ricky Diamond. April 14th, 2002, WWA Eruption, Jerry Lynn defeated Chucky. September 2002, PCW Carnage, Chuck E. Chaos defeated Rave. Oh my god, Austin, it says Rave was thrown from a ladder off the ramp through a table and broke his arm. Oh my god. Mid-2004, Chuck E. Chaos created his own match. Nah. He created his own match called the Cows Match, which stands for Chuck's Own Wrestling Show. In a Cows match, Chuck E. Chaos plays the In a Cows match, Chuck E. Chaos plays the wrestler, the ref, and the ring announcer. What? I've never fucking... June 12th, 2004, PCW Reincarnation. Chuck E. Chaos defeated Slick Steve in a Cows match. And that is his career highlights. Okay, fucking... This says that his birthday was September 11th, 1979. He's from Brooklyn, Australia. And that's fucking... That's it. That's all that's known about him.
That just makes it better that he was born on 9/11.
What is this? Chuck E. Chaos appreciation thread. Why? There's just like nothing. And all else that comes up is just Chuck E. Cheese. So yeah, that's Chuck E. Chaos. Not much is known about the guy. So
well, not much needs to be known about the guy because he got fucking spiked on his head by Jerry Lynn. So
literally, the match was 58 seconds. That's how fast it was. Legitimately, I got on my phone, found a picture of Jerry Lynn, and then I found a picture of Chucky, put my phone down, and the match was over. That's how fast it was.
Yeah.
All I seen was Jerry Lynn spike Chucky on his head, and fucking that was it. But before the match, I did want to say they played this video package of Jerry Lynn beating up Eddie Guerrero, but they couldn't show Eddie Guerrero's face. And it was just completely a random ass video package. So yeah, also I did want to say the stage for this pay-per-view was really cursed because it was like this giant volcano, right? But keep in mind, the first pay-per-view had pretty decent production for it being their first show. Then the Revolution, it wasn't as good production-wise, but it still had a kind of cool-looking stage. And then this, for the Eruption, went to a giant volcano that looked like it was made on, like, poster board. And it had, like, stairs on either side. The Titantrons are completely gone. Half the people didn't have fucking theme music for their entrances. There was even one part of the show where fucking Jeremy Borash and goddamn Disco Inferno were trying to talk, and the fucking commentary straight up wasn't working, and Disco Inferno was actually getting pissed off that it wasn't working. And throughout this whole show, you could tell how much fucking Disco Inferno fucking hates this show. So it was just, the quality has taken a massive dive, and from what I'm seeing in the next thumbnails, it only gets worse.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, the stage was cursed. And if you're wondering, Does lava come out of the volcano? No.
Fuck no.
There was pyro that came out of it once.
Barely
but,
any. It looked like sparklers.
Yeah. So after that, after Jerry Lynn wins, we get the next match, which is a tag team match. And by God,
no, you're forgetting something.
What?
The most important rematch of them all from this fucking show, like the last show.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because I didn't see the PNGs because I just used the same ones from last night. So, so we for some reason, Jeremy Borash said that this rematch needed to happen, and we get this backstage interview with some random guy that looks like a dollar store Jim Cornette, and he's interviewing Puppet the Psycho Dwarf, and Puppet is like talking about how he wants to take out Tio, and he wants to be the last midget left on this show, and he wants to prove that he's the only midget in the WWA. And he's like in this room of like, there's a bunch of like saws and stuff on the wall, and he was like, oh, I got all the weapons to take you out and all this fucking shit. And then he tells the interviewer to get down on his knees and talks to him like he's a fucking dog. I don't know what the fuck. It was weird. Like, they're trying to make Puppet look fucking psychotic, but he just looks stupid.
They really should have went the TNA route and just had him pull a gun on somebody. Because, I mean, that...
fucking Disco Inferno sounded like he wanted to pull a gun on somebody without fucking little he cared about the show.
He sounded like he wanted to pull a gun on himself.
Well, at some points he sounded like he wanted to pull a gun on Jeremy Borash, too. Because him and Jeremy Borash, like, straight up weren't getting along. And it wasn't like your typical, like your typical little commentators, like, disagreeing, like, heel and face commentator. No, it was like, legitimately, Disco Inferno was shitting on the company, and then they had several camera shots where you could see Jeremy Borash actually looking pissed at what Disco Inferno was saying, and fucking the shit Disco Inferno was saying to him, you could tell Jeremy Borash was actually getting fucking heated.
I think probably the part where it boiled over for Jeremy is when Disco Inferno said, "Oh, a sweet chin music," and Devin didn't hear this, so I fucking heard it. Jeremy said, "That is copyright infringement. We can't use that name."
Yeah.
and fucking Disco Inferno sounded so like confused.
Yeah. Fucking... Man. I'm assuming Jeremy Borash and Disco Inferno is going to be the commentary team for the rest of this. I'm pretty sure.
Probably. I would hope so. It was a good dynamic.
Yeah, because the whole dynamic is just Jeremy Borash being a fucking idiot, and then Disco Inferno making him look like more of a fucking idiot. Like, he literally, I swear it was like every match, Disco Inferno would just make it a point to say how fucking stupid the match is, or how the match was, like, so fucking short, or, like, he would just make these little comments, and you could tell that every match it was starting to get to Jeremy Borash.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so we get this fucking... What Jeremy Borash called it, I believe he said it was the WWA Midget Wrestling World Series is what he called it.
Yeah, that's what he said. He also said that apparently the dwarves will like lick you for $3 or what the fuck ever.
Yep.
That's what he was talking about too. So I don't know what the fuck Jeremy Borash is on. I don't want nothing to do with it. That's some weird shit.
Disco Inferno was making comments about how fucking Tio and Puppet auditioned for the Oompa Loompas and Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Man, this match was shit.
It was a
Also,
hardcore match.
Also, Tio was doing hella sexual shit.
Mhm.
Like, he did a 10 punches in the corner, and then he was humping fucking goddamn my brain today. Fucking Puppet the Psychodorf in the face after, and then he fucking headbutted him in the nuts, and that was like, and then right after that is when Jeremy Borash was like, "Oh, they'll lick you for $3." I was like, "What the fuck, bro?"
Yeah. Fucking. It was a hardcore match. It wasn't the last hardcore match on the show, and also, you think that was sexual? Just wait to see what Tio does later, where he commits straight up sexual assault.
Oh yeah, I
So,
know.
him and Puppet, I should add. Fucking. But so this was a hardcore match, and it was shit. It was terrible. Midget wrestling is fucking awful, but Jeremy Borash sounded so fucking hype about it. Fucking, and
I think
like,
Jeremy Borash needs mental help.
it's weird, right? Because Austin was like, "Oh, like, do you think Jeremy Borash has like a midget fetish?" And I'm like, I don't know, but he has some weird fascination because last pay-per-view he was like, "Oh, can you believe this? Midgets are wrestling right now. Midgets wrestling." Like, he has some weird fascination. I don't know what it is, and like the whole time Disco Inferno is just like shitting on how stupid it is, and then Jeremy Borash is like trying to make it like it's a high profile, high stakes wrestling match. I don't understand why this needed to be a World Series and why this needed to have a rematch, but
It didn't.
there's fucking one part where fucking Tio puts Puppet in a trash can, and then he goes and gets a fucking wooden ladder that, from the looks of it, was painted to look like an aluminum ladder, but it was like
Yep.
one of those wooden painter's ladders, and fucking he climbs up almost to the top and fucking does a shitty fucking elbow drop. They also botched a lot in this match, I should add.
Oh yeah.
And fucking pinned fucking Puppet 1, 2, 3, and Austin said it was stupid because you couldn't even tell if his shoulders were down or not because he was in the fucking trash can. So
Yeah.
fucking, but Tio fucking wins because why not? And Jeremy Borash said, "Oh, well now they're 1-1 in this WWA Midgets Wrestling World Series." And I'm like, so that means there's going to be more of this then. So
Apparently, fucking. I don't know, man. The next match was a tag match.
but right before that, we see
And
this cursed ass segment where fucking Madeja is walking backstage, and fucking Tio walks up dressed as Scott Steiner, and he smacks her on the ass and says, "After your evening gown match tonight, I'm gonna show you who is the real big bad booty daddy." And then she takes the headdress off of him and tells him to get lost. But it was really cursed seeing Tio dressed up as Scott Steiner.
well, let me get to the next match. It's a tag team match. Stevie Ray returns,
Yep, shocker of the
and
year.
he tag teams with Buff Bagwell. Oh, Stevie Ray didn't have like any music. He just came out
Nope.
to straight silence, and it didn't help that the crowd was straight silent too. So yeah, it was pretty fucking bad. And then they faced Ernest the Cat Miller and Brian Christopher,
Yep.
who
Grandmaster
they had to
Sensei.
keep mentioning was Jerry Lawler's son.
Yep, they kept saying it.
So
As if they couldn't drive the point home enough.
Mm-hmm. And fucking, this match was boring as fuck.
You know, I find it odd that Jerry Lawler was on the first pay-per-view, and then as soon as he leaves, they bring his son in, and then they constantly talk about Jerry Lawler. I find that odd.
Maybe it's just like a petty move. I don't know.
I don't know.
I will say, though, this match was fucking boring. Although Disco Inferno probably had one of the best lines on this show in this match. Because Stevie Ray throws fucking Brian Christopher, and I mean he gets height. And he lands on his ass. And I shit you not, Devin didn't hear this at first. I had to tell him, because I started dying fucking laughing. Because I didn't think I would ever hear this come out of a human being's mouth. Disco Inferno said, "Ooh, he landed on his tushy." And I'm just like, bro, I'm like, why?
I don't know, man.
I don't know. Fucking, I think, if I remember correctly, Brian Christopher and Ernest Cat Miller won. If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And you could talk about the last part after that. That's probably going to go in the fucking intro.
Yeah, so after the match, fucking Ernest the Cat Miller gets out of the ring, and then Brian Christopher grabs a microphone, and he's like, "Oh, Cat, get back in the ring." And fucking Ernest is just looking at him, and fucking Brian Christopher's like, he fucking yells in the mic, and he's like, "It's time to dance, baby." And we're like, oh God. And fucking Brian Christopher starts fucking, Ernest Cat Miller gets in the ring, and then Brian Christopher, like, motions to the crowd and fucking tells these fucking children in the crowd to get in the ring. And then the fucking starettes come out and get in the ring. So we got Brian Christopher, Ernest the Cat Miller, the starettes, and a group of fucking children who look like they're fucking lost and don't even want to fucking be there. And so they're all this big clusterfuck in the ring. And fucking... So Brian Christopher says, "Oh, it's time to dance." And I shit you not, all of them start doing the Too Cool dance, and when I tell you these kids did not want to fucking dance, and they did not give a shit, and it was so fucking embarrassing to watch, and fucking, on top of that, the whole time, fucking Disco Inferno is sitting there saying, "This is stupid. This is terrible. This is awful." And he fucking
was
like...
saying this is disgusting, which I will agree with. Because the cameramen were focusing on a lot of those children's asses.
Yep.
I'm not gonna lie. Like, it was fucking weird and creepy.
Brian Christopher is weird and creepy. So is Jeremy
This whole
Borash.
show is weird and creepy.
Fucking... But, so they fucking dance, and then, like... Fucking some of the kids aren't dancing, so I shit you not, there's this one fucking little boy that wasn't dancing, and when I tell you fucking Brian Christopher slapped him in the face, and I don't know why he did that.
He also took his beanie and threw it, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed that.
I didn't notice that.
No, he was trying to get him up and get him hyped and dance, and he fucking took his beanie and he threw it and landed by the fucking announce table. That's how hard he fucking threw it.
And if you're wondering, Brian Christopher was wearing the same fucking Too Cool gear that he wore last time when he faced Jeff Jarrett, so...
The pants that fell down were still on, so...
It's funny to think of, like, how last time fucking Bret Hart was sitting here, like, trying to hype up fucking Brian Christopher like he was some kind of main event star, and like how fucking he said that he paid his dues and that he earned a title match, right? And motherfucker main events the pay-per-view. And then on this, he's fucking dancing with children. and to make it worse, Disco Inferno just keeps saying how stupid this is, and then Disco Inferno gets in the ring, and he starts doing like this salsa dancing, and fucking Brian Christopher and Ernest the Cat Miller look at him, and then they start fucking beating up Disco Inferno, and then and then they look at the kids, and then the kids look at them, and then Brian Christopher points at Disco Inferno, and then the fucking kids start beating up Disco Inferno.
Disco Inferno just keeps getting fucked on, bro. Like, first the Bananas and Pajamas, then Scott Steiner, and now fucking children. Like,
And fucking Disco Inferno rolls out of the ring, and then the fucking kids get out of the ring and go back to the crowd, and that was it. It was bad. It was probably the worst thing on this show. It was actually, like, unbearable to watch how fucking cringe it was. Like, it was actually bad. And then fucking Brian Christopher was just being an asshole and was like forcing these kids to dance and shit. And I don't know what the purpose of this was. I don't know what he was trying to accomplish with this. I don't know if Brian Christopher just thought that he was like fucking over with these kids or whatever. Like, that he thought that the kids would want to come in there and dance with him and shit.
They probably didn't even know who the fuck he was. They're probably like, who is this fucking strange, like overweight fucking man that they keep saying is Jerry Lawler's son?
I don't know. Maybe that's why they keep calling him Jerry Lawler's son, because they're afraid no one's gonna know who the fuck he is.
Bro, you'll probably know who Ernest the Cat Miller is more than fucking goddamn Brian Christopher.
They probably knew who fucking Stevie Ray was, and he didn't even get no music.
Oh my god, bro, this is just so bad. They probably know who fucking Slick Johnson is. Which, by the way, he wasn't on this show because he signed a deal with Impact. So.
Yep. So, rest in peace, the WWA career of Slick Johnson, the greatest referee in the history of this promotion.
He was like the only decent referee in this promotion. What are you talking about?
I know. He's the only referee I've ever seen compete in the Battle Royal and start whooping people's ass in the Battle Royal, and then
he's the only
get whipped by fucking women later in the night.
He was like fucking legitimately the only one. He was like the middle point in between the ones that looked like children and the ones that fucking were overweight and looked old as fuck. Yeah. Referee wise, like, bro.
Yep. Fucking, but don't worry, he didn't stay in TNA long initially, because he only stayed for a couple months, and then he went to perform with his rock band called the Slick Johnsons. And they flopped, so he went back to TNA in like 2005. But
yeah.
Fucking.
Well, I know you'll want to talk about this match because you said it was the best match on the card by far.
Yeah. So we fucking get a promo with the Funkster. He's just doing his typical Hulk Hogan shit, and fucking so this guy comes out called the Quebecer, and come to find out that this is fucking Pierre from the Quebecers in WWF, also better known today as PCO, who's in Impact right now. So yeah, fucking he comes out and fucking he starts singing the Canadian national anthem, and it's extremely cursed because his singing was so bad. And then fucking the Funkster comes out And I swear to God, he was like the only person to get a fucking genuine reaction on this show. Which is sad. That the Funkster out of everybody is the only person. The Funkster got more of a fucking reaction than the world champion who is from the country that the show is taking place in, with the help of Sid Vicious saying chant his fucking name and nobody would fucking do it. And the Funkster somehow is the only one getting cheered here. I don't even know. So we get this match of the Funkster versus the Quebecer, and I swear to God, during the whole match, at least 10 times, Disco Inferno kept saying, you know, the Funkster reminds me of somebody, but I just can't put my finger on it. And he kept saying it over and over and over and over and over. And Austin started getting pissed. And then fucking he started saying that the Funkster reminded him of Bobby Eaton, and then he said, no, actually, I think it's Barry Windham. And fucking, oh my God.
That didn't help either, because when he was talking about, oh, it reminds me of Bobby Eaton, I just every time I hear the name Bobby Eaton, all I hear is Pulse in my head say, oh, you mean Bobby Eaton the pussy? And
oh, God.
Like, I can't, bro.
So, for the match, it was actually a pretty decent match. It was probably the best match on the show. The Funkster was over with the crowd. His theme song was a fucking shitty dubbed version of Eye of the Tiger, by the way. And fucking goddamn, the Quebecer almost won, and then the Funkster started funking up, and fucking then the Funkster hit a goddamn leg drop and won. So the Funkster is undefeated, at least on the pay-per-views, and that was pretty much that match. So then we move to this fucking steel cage match, which we find out is going to be Sabu versus Devon Storm, the rematch.
Because why?
We wanted to see this again. This time in a steel cage. And once again, WWA proves its stupidity, because they did this again. They did this on the first show in the Jeff Jarrett versus Road Dogg cage match. And they did it here again because I don't know if Jeremy Borash understands the concept or the rules of a cage match. But this is the second time now where the wrestlers can just climb over the top of the cage and fight on the outside and go in and out of the cage freely as much as they want without the match ending. And apparently it only ends in fucking pinfall. So I ask, what the fuck is the point of the steel cage?
See, I don't think Jeremy Borash can comprehend what a cage match is. I don't feel like he's okay. with the way he's booking these shows, I feel like he actually needs mental help. Like, serious. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know. It was fucking stupid. And then goddamn Devon Storm was using the barricade as a weapon. And then fucking motherfucker got like 3 tables out from under the ring and made like a stack of tables. And then he sits there and puts Sabu on the stack of tables. At some point in this match, Sabu got busted open. He was bleeding everywhere because, you know, Sabu. And fucking... So Devon Storm goes to the top of the cage and does a crossbody, a diving crossbody through Sabu, through 2 of the tables. And the crowd starts chanting, holy shit, and whatever. And fucking... Then they get back in the ring. and Sabu brings a table in the ring and fucking puts Crowbar on the table. This match wasn't as long as their last match, thank God. And
Oh, thank God, yeah.
This was a very bad ending, though. By the way, Bill Alfonso wasn't here this time because he isn't allowed to travel to other countries. So, fucking.
And apparently, fucking Disco Inferno thinks that he hopes he was in a car crash.
Oh,
So
God. At this
that's
point,
what he said, man.
At this point, he probably hoped that this entire company would get in a car crash. And I mean, the way this company is starting to go, it's definitely turning, not even a car crash, it's starting to turn into a fucking train wreck.
Bro, it's starting to turn into a fucking plane crash.
Jesus Christ.
It's low-key ironic how they were talking about fucking 9/11 the past couple shows. Like, bro.
Fucking, goddamn, maybe fucking, it's that damned Osama bin Laden that Bret Hart was talking about. Fucking, I don't know. Fucking, I do wonder though, like, I wonder what the reason was that Bret Hart left, because I wonder if he just got fed up with, like, how bad the company was, or
they probably couldn't pay him, dude.
It could have been that, yeah. Fucking, I just wonder, because in the first show, he looked like he was fed up and he just didn't give a shit. And then on the second show, he sits there and comes out and cuts a promo about fucking 9/11 and Osama bin Laden and all this shit. And then we don't see him ever again. And fucking, I wonder if it was like a money thing, or if Bret Hart just said, fuck this is fucking stupid. I don't know. But, nevertheless, to get back to this match, Sabu, takes, like, so many goddamn chair shots to the fucking head, and then out of nowhere, shoots a fucking fireball at Devon Storm, and fucking Devon Storm gets put on the table, and Sabu grabs a chair, runs and steps up off the chair, climbs to the top of the cage, and does a moonsault on Devon Storm, and the table doesn't fucking break. It breaks a little bit, but not all the way. And so Sabu decides, he could have either decided, let me fucking play it safe, or let me be a fucking idiot. He decided to be a fucking idiot, and he went for the spot again and hit another moonsault from the top of the cage. This time the table broke, but because the way the table was broke, Crowbar was like fucking sliding off of it. So when Sabu went through the table, Crowbar kind of just rolled off the table, and Sabu went through the table, and then Sabu pins fucking Devon Storm 1, 2, 3. So they ended the match off of a fucking botched fucking table spot, which is just wonderful. Fucking trash ass match, bro. Fucking, oh my god. So I think it was at this point in the show where we got the evening gown match, right?
Yes, because there's 2 matches left. This is one of them.
So we get the evening gown match between Medeja and this chick from Australia. Her name was Queen Bee.
It was fucking terrible, dude.
Yeah.
Dog shit.
Neither one of these women were wrestlers. So,
no.
If you're wondering what's an evening gown match, fucking, it's a bra and panties match, except instead of wearing regular clothes or their ring gear, they wear evening gowns. And
remember when they were trying to push women's wrestling in the first show?
Well, I mean, I don't really know, because fucking Jerry Lawler was just being fucking sexist the whole time. And then goddamn Jeremy Borash made the comment about how, like, fucking the man that was in there was the only professional wrestler. So
They still made it like a fucking match. They made it. They were trying to book it as, I mean, not completely seriously, but they were still giving it like promo time and shit.
yeah, well, all that went out the window. You realize the only women's matches we had was that, and then fucking Vampire Warrior versus Luna Vachon, and then this.
I know.
By the way, where's Vampire Warrior and Luna Vachon? Because they weren't on this show.
Where's anybody, bro? Where's Lenny and Lodi? Where's fucking all these people? I don't know what the fuck all these people are. Why should I care? Why should I care about this fucking show? Because nobody's gonna show up. Bro, half these people are gonna show up next fucking show. I know I ain't seeing Psycho sit his fucking broke hobbling ass. I know I ain't fucking seeing goddamn Scott Steiner. I know I ain't seeing fucking Nathan Jones. This show can kiss my ass, bro.
If you want to know where all these people are in other companies, that's the only answer.
Everybody's in other companies. Even fucking AJ Styles, bro. AJ Styles. We probably won't fucking see.
Oh yeah, we forgot to talk about the AJ Styles and Jerry Lynn match. Now that you said that. Fucking... So, it was alright. It was kind of a short match, and they botched a couple times. And fucking AJ Styles hit Jerry Lynn with the Styles Clash and won. And AJ Styles is the new international cruiserweight champion. And by the way, this is a moment in history because this was the first time that AJ Styles won a championship on camera. So, this is the first video documented time of AJ Styles ever winning a championship. So,
what a fucking disappointment.
Yeah. But anyways, back to the evening gown match. So, we get Madeja and Queen Bee, and at this point, I think the crowd was just bored with the show because when it came to this match, like, the crowd was actually invested in this match only when the women started taking their evening gowns off and fucking I almost said fucking wrestled, but this wasn't wrestling. This was like,
no,
it wasn't even a cat fight. It was just like two women who've never wrestled in a wrestling match together, and the objective is to rip the other's clothes off or evening gown off, and so they just kind of were like shoving each other and slapping each other and kicking each other and just looking fucking atrocious.
But Jeremy Borash said, "Oh, look at the athleticism."
Yeah, he said this was a high class athletic matchup, is what he said. The audacity. And that's how I know this man fucking genuinely thought everything he was booking was fucking good, for him to say that. Well, listen, I want to ask, out of, what was worse, this match or the fucking Jenna Maraska's match that we watched?
Oh, Jenna Maraska's. At least with this, we got to see tits and ass.
Yeah. Well, we also got to see sexual assault because Madeja won the match because she ripped off Queen Bee's evening gown, and then all of a sudden Tio runs down to the ring and tackles Madeja, and then Puppet the Psycho Dwarf comes out, and they both start ripping Madeja's evening gown off, and they take it off, and the crowd is like, this is like probably the loudest reaction out of the crowd this whole show, and fucking then they run away with her evening, with both of the evening gowns, and the two fucking women chase after them. And I shit you not, right after that happens, Scott Steiner's music hits, and then Madeja comes right back out wearing her evening gown, like fucking not even a minute later. I'm not even joking, like legitimately. This was so bad. And then we get the main event of Nathan the Front Row Jones versus Scott Steiner for the WWA World Championship. You know what I'm also noticing? Why does every fucking one of these goddamn pay-per-views have a goddamn trash-ass world title match? Like, why?
I don't know.
It's always something bad. At least the first one was promising of it being Road Dogg and Jeff Jarrett, at least two people that could fucking wrestle, but the fucking match was so stupid and bad. And then the last one was Jeff Jarrett versus Brian Christopher, where motherfuckers' goddamn pants fell down and shit. And then now we get this with fucking Nathan Jones and Scott Steiner, which was like the most boring fucking world title match ever.
I can't wait for the next show when we get Devin Storm versus fucking, I don't know, Disco Inferno for the World Championship.
Well, see, I don't even know what they're going to do. Because by the time we get to the next show, both fucking Nathan Jones and Scott Steiner were signed to WWE. So I don't fucking know who's the world champion going into the next show.
Do you think Jim Ross, who was like talent relations at that time, was sitting there like watching old WWA tapes and saying, "Oh, this Nathan Jones kid and Scott Steiner, ooh, these guys are gonna be great." And I can't even say it's true.
I'm assuming they knew Scott Steiner from WCW.
Yeah, but like, who else? Who, honestly, if we're gonna talk about Nathan Jones, who's actually sitting there like, "Oh, Nathan Jones, yeah." No.
I mean, someone must have, because they fucking signed him. Somebody there saw some potential in Nathan Jones, and that's why they signed him.
I don't know what potential they saw in Nathan Jones, because that man is a fucking charisma vacuum, bro.
I don't know, because fucking Jeremy Borash just kept fucking meat riding him and fucking dick sucking him and be like, "Oh,
he meat rides and dick sucks every fucking person on this fucking roster."
Well, fucking Nathan Jones was not over with the hometown crowd at all. And then Jeremy Borash is like, "Oh, well, did you know that for 5 years he won powerlifting competitions, and oh, he's a former world's strongest man, and Nathan Jones is a badass, and he's fucking 7 foot tall and 300 pounds," and like he was really trying to build Nathan Jones up.
The only thing he really accounted for was fucking being in Charlie's Farm. How sad is that?
Fucking what do you think is worse, Charlie's Farm or WWA?
WWA.
So you would rather watch Charlie's Farm, which I know you said we're gonna watch that someday.
Yes.
Has Jeremy Borash been in any movies?
Probably not.
I'm gonna actually see. Why not?
It's just he's just gonna have TNA and shit on his
Jeremy
IMDb, I doubt.
Borash IMDb. Oh my god, his description on IMDb says a man with youthful and handsome looks. Fucking. Okay, fucking. So, oh my god, we're gonna be seeing Jeremy Borash in WCW 2000, because it says here at some point he plays Vince Russo's sidekick.
No, great.
So, when Vince Russo was fired by WCW in 2000, Jeremy Borash took over the role as head screenwriter. Oh no. Oh. Austin, you know what this is making me think?
What?
I don't think it was Vince Russo that killed WCW. Because Jeremy Borash took over after Vince Russo got fired, so I think it was Jeremy Borash that killed WCW.
The thing is, we ain't even gonna see fucking Jeremy Borash's booking, because I'm pretty sure Vince Russo got fired in like December of 2000.
Maybe we'll get to see like one fucking show of his booking. But like, Oh my god. And then it says, when the WWF purchased WCW, Borash helped Andrew McManus to create a new wrestling promotion with Vince Russo called the WWA. He was responsible for all WWA storylines after Vince Russo left. An entertaining commentator who likes to be close to wrestling action and oftentimes get himself in trouble with wrestlers who scared him so much he wet his pants and got attacked by a guitar. Currently he works for both WWA and TNA. Wait, what? Fucking... Oh my god. So apparently his TNA salary, they were paying Jeremy Borash $250,000 a year in TNA in 2004.
You want to know a sad part? I think he works for WWE now.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god, what the fuck did I just find? Okay, so there's... Oh my god, he was in a movie called Roxer 2012. It was a TV movie. Oh my god. Apparently he voiced himself in the movie.
Wow.
God, there's so much TNA stuff. He was in a TV series called Blue Collar TV. He played himself. Oh my god, WWA is actually a thing on IMDb. You can be listed as WWA, like the pay-per-views. I'm sorry, what? He was in... What is this? He was in... Oh my god, he was in a Chris Rock and Bernie Mac movie called Head of State, and he played himself. So he's been... That's it, but... Fucking, he's, been in some movies.
Great.
You know what's scaring me? The only WWA stuff on here is the pay-per-views that we watched so far. The last two are not on here, which is scaring me. Because that has to be pretty fucking bad if they're not even on IMDb as, like, actual pay-per-views.
Great. Let's just fucking talk about this last match. I'm tired. It was boring as fuck, dude. Like, it wasn't enjoyable. We both didn't pay attention. The only time we paid attention was when it was fucking over. And Scott Steiner won. He's not even gonna be with the fucking company on the next... Oh, I just can't, bro.
Yeah, so this match was fucking boring. At one point, Medeja tried to get involved, and I shit you not, Sid Vicious got in the ring and acted like he was gonna powerbomb Medeja, but he obviously couldn't because of his fucking bum fucking leg. So, fucking, but Scott Steiner put Nathan Jones in the Steiner recliner and won the WWA Championship. These fucking people actually put the title on Scott Steiner, and fucking it doesn't even matter because by the next time they do a pay-per-view, he already was debuted in WWE at Survivor Series, and Nathan Jones, I think, was signed by that point too. So fucking what in the fuck was even the point of putting the title on Scott Steiner? And then that also means who the fuck is the world champion going into the next goddamn pay-per-view? Because what the fuck, man? So it just, I guess you could say it ended on a cliffhanger because now we don't know what the fuck to expect for the next one. I went into this thinking that we were going to see another Jeff Jarrett world title match, but nope. Fucking Nathan the Front Row Jones, and this is the last time I'll be able to say that because he's not known as the Front Row anymore after this. So... So yeah, fucking... See, the thing is, too, right? I'm trying to think, because their tour from May to whatever got canceled, So this might have been both Nathan Jones and Scott Steiner's final fucking WWA match, which
I
means
swear to
this was Scott
God.
Steiner's only official WWA match.
I swear to God, if we get to like December and we watch that pay-per-view and there's another fucking tournament because the title is vacated, like I just don't even know. Like, dude, just sign people. Have the money to sign people. If you can't fucking sign people, don't do a promotion. Like, how hard is that? How hard? How? I don't know. I just genuinely don't understand. We went through this with fucking XWF, and now we're going through this with this. Just sign people. Have money. You're obviously making some sort of money that you're getting these people on your show. You should at least sign them.
Yeah, I don't know. Ask Jeremy Borash, because I'm assuming, because it said that fucking he was like the head of like writing and talent relations and all that.
I'm
So
convinced the only person that he has fucking actually signed is goddamn Devin Storm, motherfucker. Because I don't think he was showing up nowhere goddamn else at this time, dude.
Devin Storm is the only person that's been on, besides Jeremy Borash, that's been well, and Disco Inferno. They're the only ones that have been on every single show.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like I don't fucking know. Let's just get this fucking review. I'm done. I'm done for the night, bro.
Oh yeah, there's one more thing I wanted to add from that tag team match. This is something we're gonna have to watch in WCW 2000 because Jeremy Borash made the comment about apparently at some point in WCW 2000, Buff Bagwell and Judy Bagwell become tag team champions. So yeah, that's
Because
something
just
we're gonna have
why?
to fucking watch at some point.
Because
so
just why, bro?
But yeah, that was WWA The Eruption. Fucking. The next pay-per-view is called The Retribution, and it aired on December 6th, 2002. So.
Is the last one The Reckoning?
Yes.
Okay, so we're getting into fucking Retribution territory. Where's fucking goddamn WWA Mace or like WWA T-Bar? Where's that?
Or WWA Slapjack. I don't know. Fucking. I don't know what their whole thing was with why they named these pay-per-views the way they did, but fucking yeah. I will say, fucking the person who uploaded these, the views have severely declined. Like, this pay-per-view has half the viewership of the first two, and then the last two have half of what this pay-per-view has.
Great.
But
not even the archivists want to fucking stick around. That's sad.
Oh yeah, speaking of archivists, one thing I did find out, because Jeremy Borash was so kind to say, go check out our website at worldwrestlingallstars.com. So I took a little trip through the Wayback Machine, and you can still access the site. You have to do it through the Wayback Machine, obviously, but fucking you can go to worldwrestlingallstars.com. Funny enough, you can still go to it, and there's archives of message boards on there of people calling each other homosexual slurs. There was a whole message board on there of fucking someone saying Osama bin Laden was their fucking hero, and it was like a whole message board. There was a message board. Oh my god. There was a message board of someone saying that they were glad that Mr. Perfect was fucking dead. So yeah, those are the kind of message boards that WWA had. There was message boards that straight up had fucking porn on them. So you could tell that shit was not moderated whatsoever.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
There was like a section of like photos. There's like a photo gallery. There's like 5 photos, and it was just like these cursed pictures of goddamn Brian Christopher and fucking goddamn TO and shit. There was a superstars section where there was like barely anybody on the fucking roster. There was a fucking news section, which fucking oh my god, I'm fucking coughing, but fucking hold on, I wanna actually go back to that because I wanted to read you that and I forgot. I have to go back to the Wayback Machine. World Wrestling All-Stars.com. So I will say that it says it's been archived between 169 times between March 26, 2002 and August 21st, 2019 is what it says.
Jesus.
Waiting for it to fucking load. Oh yeah, so some of the stuff on this website uses Flash, which isn't a thing anymore. So there's that. Let's see if I can go to the news section. So fucking okay, I'm trying to see. Okay, so I'm gonna read their news section to you. So this is World Wrestling All-Stars news and headlines. So European dates online. Check out the new dates for Dublin and Zurich in our calendar. That was one of the news. WWA joins M1. From what I seen, M1 was some kind of fucking rock festival that had Nickelback on it. So there's that. It says the WWA brings the ring to M1. All the super tough guys are ready to rock, slam, and pile drive for your pleasure at M1. Yep, live in the ring, you get to witness the Big Papa Pump Scott Steiner go head-to-head with Nathan the Front Row Jones, with both Medeja and Queen Bee joining the guys. The ring is ready to rock. Fucking... So then we have WWA Europe. The WWA is gearing up for their first tour of Europe. All of the WWA wrestlers are in training for the event, which is set to rock venues all through Europe. The WWA has been working hard behind the scenes to ensure that fans can, get this, Austin, expect the unexpected. UK tour. Fucking says, we look forward to the November/December tour later this year, where you can expect to see all of your favorite WWA names with some exciting new additions yet to be announced.
Great.
The first date is in Birmingham, NEC, Friday the 29th of November. Wembley Arena, Saturday, November 30th. Brigton Center, Sunday, December 1st. Nottingham Arena, Wednesday, December 4th. Newcastle Telewest Arena, Thursday, December 5th. Glasgow, Friday, December 6th. And Manchester Evening News Arena, Saturday, December 7th. So that is around the time when the Retribution takes place, which is what we're going to be watching next. And so I'm curious to see who all your favorite WWA names with some exciting new additions are. I can only wonder, because that is the point where so many fucking people started leaving and they were getting signed to TNA and WWE. So this is gonna be fucking interesting. So then we have Ireland tour on sale. Irish fans, you asked for it, and now you've got it. The WWA will be performing one show at the RDS Arena. This is your chance to see all the WWA action live. Now, it has a link to purchase tickets, right? So I clicked the link, and it takes me to this Ticketmaster website, and it says that this event was canceled. So when they say, Irish fans, you asked for it and you got it, no, the fuck they didn't. They asked for it and they didn't get it because it got canceled. So, and then finally, the last news thing on here, we got get all the action at home. Get ready, the WWA Inception, Revolution, and Eruption will be available on DVD very soon. See all of your favorite WWA stars when you want. See Crowbar demolish Norman Smiley at the Inception in Sydney. Watch Jeff Jarrett and Grandmaster Brian Christopher battle it out for the WWA Championship at the Revolution in Las Vegas. You can also see the latest action from the Eruption in Melbourne, which includes Sid Vicious in the role of commissioner. DVDs as well as WWA merchandise will be available soon. And there's a bunch of fucking dots after it. Now, I tried to look into this, and what I was able to find was only DVDs of the Revolution, and they look like they're fan-made DVDs. So, my assumption is that these DVDs that they promised never came to fruition, and no DVDs were ever made. So, there are some fan ones out there that you can buy of only the Revolution. That's the only one that's actually on a DVD that people have made.
You should also mention that the only copy you're able to really find that's available now is a Canadian copy, and you have to pay international shipping if you were in the U.S. So.
Yep, and it's going to run you, I think it said about $41, I believe. So, yeah. And so if you want to drop $41 on WWA The Revolution, be my guest. Fucking, but yeah, that's all I was really able to find.
If you do, fucking seek help. Go to therapy. Please go to the doctor. You might have you might be sick. I don't know. Get some fucking help.
Jesus fucking Christ. Fucking yeah, they also have a postcard section where the only two postcards you can get is Jeff Jarrett and Scott Steiner, which is cursed. Fucking, there's a site, not a site, there's a one tab that says All-Star Shop. I'm assuming that was going to be their fucking merch page for, like, t-shirts and all that, but I don't think that it ever came to fruition, because when you try to go on it, it says that the page isn't available. So, and I don't recall seeing any WWA shirts in the crowd. And I don't recall any of the wrestlers wearing them.
There was one. It looked shitty. It was like, you know when you go to a wrestling, like a WWE event, and they'll have like a tour, like, shirt?
Yeah.
That's kind of like what it was.
Oh, God. Well, I mean, I guess that makes sense that they were giving them out at that event, but I don't think that their actual shop tab ever came to fruition.
Yeah.
If you're wondering what the tabs are, it's homepage, latest news, events calendar, the wrestlers, image gallery, all-star shop, memberships, competitions, postcards, online chat, message board, and contact us. What the fuck is competitions? I didn't see that earlier. Oh, it just won't load. Okay, I guess that doesn't work. What's the online chat? Because it's different from the message board. I didn't look at this either. Please enter your username and password to log in. I have to make a username and password. I'm not doing that. Fucking, but what's on the contact us section? Let's see. I wonder if it gives like an email. It says fill out the form fields below and select submit. We will try to reply to you as soon as possible. First name, last name, email, and comments. So, yeah, what the fuck did that say? Oh, never mind. I thought that said something else. Fucking, so, I mean, if you want to email the WWA website, you can. It hasn't been fucking active since 2002, so I highly doubt that you'll ever get a response. But, yeah, that's the World Wrestling All-Stars fucking website, because... Wait, I didn't see this at the top. There's a thing, select a link, select wrestler. Okay, what if I select Devon Storm and select fucking, what is this, WWF Down Under? Okay, it doesn't do anything. Okay. Well, that did nothing. I don't know why it has a selector thing. But yeah, that's the World Wrestling All-Stars website.
Fucking hell, bro.
That is fucking cursed. No, go back. Oh my god, fucking... Fucking... Why is this taking forever to load? Okay. Well, if anybody wants to go visit that website for yourself, you can. But remember, you have to do it through the Wayback Machine. It's quite the travel back in time, because it is a very, very primitive website, I will say. Like, looking at the homepage and stuff, it looks like early 2000s, like, internet web page, bro. It's so clunky. It's so just primitive. But, yeah, fucking... That was WWA The Eruption. Did it erupt? Not really. The only thing that erupted was Nathan Jones's pyro that almost fucking burned Scott Steiner's face off because it shot right in his face. Or the little sparkler that came out of the volcano.
I will say this whole fucking company is gonna erupt and explode into this fiery destruction of cursedness, but you know.
Yeah. Well, are you ready to end this? Because I am. It's fucking almost 4 a.m.
Yeah, I'm fucking tired.
Alright, well, that was WWA The Eruption. And next we are going to be getting into WWA The Retribution.
Shut them down.
Perry Saturn, can I get a word with you quickly? Madeja.
Help me.
We move on to the Retribution. Oh, this is getting bad. Man, this is getting so bad. It's getting much worse than I thought it was going to.
I want to go back to XWF. I never thought I would say that.
And you said XWF was fucking the worst thing you've ever seen.
Yeah, this topped it.
Well, maybe one day I could find something worse than this. I don't know. But
why? Why would you want to ever find something worse than this? Why do you want to keep topping yourself?
I don't know.
Why? No, I'm genuinely, like, why? Like, why?
I don't know. Because it's fun, Austin. That's why.
I fucking hate Murky D. That's all I'm gonna say.
I need to actually look at what he's been uploading recently. But fucking.
You really don't.
I subscribe to him. But
of course you do.
You should sub to him as well, Austin.
No.
So, yeah, we just got done watching WWA Retribution. This was from, I believe it said December 2nd, 2002. I think is what it said.
Fucking time, bro.
I know it was December 2002. So this took place about a good 6-7 months after the last pay-per-view, which was the Eruption that we just talked about. And, yeah, so Scott Steiner was gone. He was in WWE by this point, and so they vacated the world title. And, yeah, we started off the show with the new commissioner, Mike Sanders. So Sid Vicious was only on Eruption. And it ended with him fucking threatening Scott Steiner like they were gonna fucking have a match. And then they both fucking left the company.
See why I'm saying? See why I'm saying this is bad? You see why I'm saying? You know, at least with XWF, they fucking had, like, people that were there consistently. At least their commissioners, as bad as they were, fucking, at least they were there every fucking episode.
Yeah. I mean, you know, that you gotta give fucking Sable props for that, Austin. At least
I'm never gonna give her props, but like, still, like, it's just,
So we see Andrew McManus, who is the creator of WWA. He's sitting with Mike Sanders, and we see Mike Sanders signing a contract, and then they shake hands and tells him, McManus tells Mike Sanders that he's the new commissioner of the WWA. And if you're wondering, did they explain what happened to Sid Vicious? No.
No.
Did they? What did he just say with so much anger?
Because we've been, it's the same fucking thing. Like, this is the worst. This is the worst. At least with the other fucking, like, pay-per-views, what the fuck ever, what have you, it was fucking funny bad. This is just bad. This was fucking terrible. It was ass.
It was. I'm not even gonna lie to you, it was terrible.
Like, there was no redeemable quality about this fucking show. It was terrible. There was nothing, there's barely anything to laugh at. Like, I was so fucking frustrated during these matches because not only this, keep in mind, this is 6 months apart from the last show. The same fucking matches were happening.
Yeah.
There's nothing different. Because I just don't understand, bro. AJ Styles is gone apparently.
Yeah.
He's fucking disappeared.
Yeah, he was cruiserweight champion too.
They can't even fucking afford a goddamn ring announcer. It's fucking, it's embarrassing. Like, it's embarrassing, bro.
Jeremy Borash didn't think so.
Of course he didn't. Of course he ate all this shit up. He thought this was like WrestleMania, bro.
Well, they were in Scotland.
No, you can't tell me otherwise. You really can't tell me fucking otherwise, because why else would he be so hyped at the fucking beginning? Because you're forgetting about that, because he was fucking hyped. He was like, oh, welcome everybody to WWA Retrospective, what the fuck ever, bro. I don't even care. Like, there's...
God.
I shouldn't care, because obviously the fucking people who did this didn't care. The wrestlers didn't care. The wrestlers didn't give a flying fuck.
Not to mention the quality was atrocious. I don't know
It
what
hurt
happened.
my eyes to watch.
I don't know what happened in 6 months, but this looked like it went from looking shitty as hell last time to somehow looking like 10 times more shit. I don't know how they keep getting worse every pay-per-view, like with the quality, and the fucking commentary was like at some points just cutting out. Like it was just so bad, bro. Everything was bad. Top to bottom, everything was so terrible.
You don't say. You don't say.
Oh my fucking god. Well, fucking. So we start off the show with Jeremy Borash doing the ring announcing, of course, and fucking he introduces the yeah, was this when he fucking. Oh wait, no, he didn't start off the show. Because fucking, we started off with a match. That's right. Because before even introducing the new commissioner or anything, oh, here comes from. Oh my god, from 40,000 leagues below the sea, here comes Shark Boy, and Shark Boy comes out, and then they're like, oh, and his opponent, Frankie, the future Kazarian. And fucking Kazarian comes out with his fucking ponytail, and it says, like, the future on his trunks. And so we get this fucking match between Shark Boy and Kazarian, because why not? And fucking, so we have this match, and we're sitting here watching this. And also, I should mention, Disco Inferno had an entrance, and he was dancing, and it looked cursed. Disco Inferno is the first commentator to actually be a commentator for more than one show, I might add. And so we get this match, and me and Austin are watching it, and we're trying to, like, decipher, like, who the fuck is supposed to be the heel and who the fuck is supposed to be the face. Apparently Shark Boy was the face, but fucking we couldn't tell. And apparently Kazarian's whole moveset, or his gimmick, whatever, was based on Back to the Future. Because they kept calling his move Back to the Future and the flux capacitor and all this fucking shit. This match was short too. This match was only like maybe 2-3 minutes. It really was not that long. And then Shark Boy fucking won with his finisher. And as soon as Shark Boy won and got out of the ring, Jeremy Borash was like, oh, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce you to the new commissioner of WWE. Do you think, like, at this point in time, Austin, like, do you think the people watching that were, like, paying for these pay-per-views and watching this, like, do you think they were getting tired of them saying, and the new commissioner, every fucking pay-per-view? Like, do you think people
Probably.
at home were wondering why all their commissioners kept leaving?
I would fucking assume so. But what do I know? I'm not Jeremy Borash. So, if fucking Jeremy Borash had saying, oh no, it's fine, new commissioner every show, let's go, Yeah, it's fuck me,
Fucking, so he introduces the new commissioner, Mike Sanders. And so Mike Sanders gets a whole entrance. He's wearing this, like, leather outfit, and fucking on commentary they point out that he used to be a commissioner in WCW, and he was the leader of the Natural Born Thrillers.
You know what I'm curious about?
Hmm.
And I never thought I would fucking say this, but his presence, both of these men's presence were missed. Where the fuck was both Devin Storm and the Funkster?
I couldn't tell you. I'm wondering, because of something that happened later in the show, I'm wondering if he went to TNA. I don't know, though. Or at NWA at the time, it was called, in 2002. But, so, Mike Sanders starts cutting this promo. It was a terrible fucking promo, by the way. Do you want to tell him what he said in the promo?
He asked if somebody was going to have intercourse with Disco Inferno.
Oh my god. Fucking, oh my god. He kept, like, making fun of Disco Inferno for some reason, and saying Disco Inferno was, like, the worst wrestler on the planet, and was fucking saying that things were gonna change in the WWA with him as commissioner and shit. And fucking... It's like, bro, it's changing, alright? It's getting worse. If you consider that a fucking change. But, so he's doing this promo about the matches that are happening tonight and how Andrew McManus gave him the power to be commissioner. And while he's talking, all of a sudden, this random ass person comes out, and me and Austin have no fucking idea who this person is. Apparently, he looks like a drugged out Al Snow, but his name is apparently Joe E. Legend, is his name. And he comes out, and he gets in Mike Sanders' face, and he's taunting the crowd, and he does this thing where he says, no, 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 and then the crowd says, yes, 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 and he says, no, 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 and the crowd says, yes, yes,
And I want to die, die, die.
Oh my god. And so, fucking, he starts talking about, because Mike Sanders announces that the main event is going to be Lex Luger versus fucking Sting for the vacated WWA Championship, because Scott Steiner got signed to WWE, so he had to vacate the title. And so... So, Joe E. Legend is talking about, oh, it's bullshit how Lex Luger and Sting get to compete for the world title when I'm the best talent in the WWA. This was his debut, by the way. And he was saying, I'm one of the best wrestlers in the world. I'm one of the best wrestlers from Canada and all this shit. And fucking then Mike Sanders starts making fun of him and gets in his face, and then Joe E. Legend starts saying, oh, you better get out of my face, and if you get in my face one more time, I'm gonna knock you out, or whatever. And then Mike Sanders is like, he's like, hold on, I got something in my pocket for you, and then he pulls his hand out and flips him off, and fucking, that was pretty much fucking that, for now anyway. But what I wanted to do real quick, Austin, is so I found this this little website. It's called WrestleCrap, the very worst of pro wrestling.
Oh, that just doesn't sound great.
And a couple of the PNGs they have on their logo here is Giant Gonzalez and Bastion Booger, just to name a few.
It's okay.
So,
I know about the website only because of fucking Kazarni, because Kazarni's on that website.
So, it turns out that Mr. Joe E. Legend was in the WWF prior to the WWA, and his gimmick was called Just Joe. Now, it says here, if only this gimmick were just a rumor. Do you want to know about the Just Joe gimmick?
Just go ahead and let me know.
things were looking up for Joe E. Legend in the year 2000, with his former stablemates Edge and Christian launching themselves into superstardom. The indie veteran must have had high hopes for his career when he signed a WWF contract. An on-screen reunion with his buddies E and C wasn't in the cards, though, so Joe had to strike out on his own and make an impact with an original gimmick. A few disagreements with WWF creative later, and Legend was introduced to the world as Just Joe, not the perfect gimmick, but one that just went to show you that when life gives you lemons, half-heartedly pelt an undercard wrestler with them and blame it on another undercard wrestler so they'll wrestle each other on your promotion's C show. Before his inauspicious debut in the company, Legend had a number of ideas for characters that he could play in the WWF. For instance, he pitched a gimmick that would see him cut his hair short and chastise the audience for being immoral, then feud with the Godfather. Vince didn't go for it at first, but then he had Stevie Richards do the exact same thing with Right to Censor. If a WWE writer ever blatantly stole a wrestler's idea like that these days, Brodus Clay would probably induct him into his Hall of Pain. Another one of Joe E's ideas was to be a cult leader of sorts who would claim he was just the messenger. Creative seized on this and put it on TV, except instead of being a cult leader, he was now just some guy who spread rumors and said, "Don't shoot the messenger." At least he didn't propose going on a winning streak. He might have ended up with Midian's gimmick. Joe's whole gimmick was to be a glorified plot device, instigating trouble between random wrestlers and setting up matches on Sunday Night Heat, because back in 2000, even the C show needed a storyline explanation for each match. This, of course, was before WWE produced 8 hours of in-ring TV a week. Every week, Joe would spread some rumor or another between wrestlers backstage, so they would challenge one another to a match, which would somehow get booked and put in the ring within a half an hour. The best thing that can be said about Just Joe's backstage segments is that his performances were often realistic, painfully realistic. When's the last time you heard anyone on TV stammer like this? Wait, does it have actual audio that can play? Hold on a second. Hold on, let me see if it actually does. No, it's not. It doesn't work.
Jesus.
I mean, it would also have been realistic to show Mumbly Joe here brushing his teeth once in a while, but that wouldn't have made for good TV either. The one thing the sport of professional wrestling was missing, apparently, was a wrestler who not only tried to avoid direct confrontation at all costs, but who also almost always succeeded at it. Not that there's anything wrong with a chicken shit heel in wrestling, as long as there's a payoff that sees him get beaten down in glorious fashion. Not so with Just Joe, who rarely saw action at all in the ring. Just Joe was forgettable seemingly by design, starting with his name. He wasn't G.I. Joe, or Samoa Joe, or even Samoan Joe. He was just Joe. Now, even the name Just Joe would at least have been original, but the way he was presented was so inconsistent that most of the time he wasn't even Just Joe, but, well, Just Joe. Don't think this is nitpicking. There's an important difference between Just Joe and Just Joe. Capitalization matters. Why take a look at this innocuous sentence with perfect capitalization. I helped my Uncle Jack off. I helped my Uncle Jack off a horse. Now imagine that sentence without the proper capital letter. You see where I'm going with this, right? You'll end up with I helped my uncle jack off a horse. I should always be capitalized, and you'll look silly if it isn't, you goof. So which was it, Joe or just Joe? The ring announcers kept introducing him as just Joe. The entrance graphics always said Joe. The announcers would waffle back and forth between Joe and just Joe. So did the other wrestlers. Nobody seemed to know what precisely his official name was, which wasn't exactly a show of confidence for Joe on the WWF's part. Nor did anyone get the feeling that the WWF saw any potential in Joe based on his Titantron, which, for the record, called him Joe, just Joe. Not only did it consist of almost entirely of still images, but all of said still images were of him just talking backstage. Even David Flair got some posing in for his Titantron. The speech bubbles in his Titantron video didn't even line up with his mouth. His ring gear was pretty shabby too, looking as if he had swiped a spare singlet from Mini Vader's bags. But it's not fair to judge Just Joe by his in-ring presentation when the bulk of his WWF career was spent in tedious backstage skits, into which again Joe always put forth a Herculean effort. I don't mean the mythological Hercules, of course, but Hercules Hernandez, who cared so much for his job by 1992 that he sold Sid Justice's offense thusly, and he put a clip where Hercules Hernandez sandbagged Sid Justice. When Joe apologized to the wrestlers for barging in, it was almost as if he wasn't acting at all, but genuinely did not want to be there. His dream of a career in the big time having been crumpled and discarded like a $1 bill, but more on that later. Just Joe's reign of terror backstage would claim victim after victim, pitting the likes of Kai and Tai against Sergeant Slaughter over the reason they fought was over the superiority of the Japanese educational system. Chaz and D'Lo Brown against TNA over Albert's chest hair and Test's inability to tell a wrist lock from a wristwatch. Gorilla Monsoon was apparently a member of Lowdown. What? Lowdown again, this time against Al Snow over his mannequin head. And Perry Saturn, who we'll be talking about in a bit, against Gangrel over the vampire's alleged cross-eyed freak comments. The only other way to have this kind of puppet master-like control over these superstars would have been to buy up their action figures from the bargain bins at Walmart. Normally, Joe would spread some made-up gossip about what the boys in the back were saying. Once, however, Joe stumbled upon some real heat between wrestlers, catching Midian calling Dean Malenko as useless as a crumpled-up dollar bill. No, let me rephrase that. He called his crumpled-up dollar bill as useless as Dean Malenko. Now, there's an expression that needs to be brought back. Example, the WWE app and Dean Malenko are a lot alike. They're both useless. When Joe confronted Dean about his name being used as shorthand for technically worth $1, but still unable to buy a Snickers with, the ladies' man would have none of it, challenging Joe to a match, which was ambiguously contracted. Which, as an ambiguously contracted WWF talent, Joe was obligated to accept. Maybe nobody really knew whether he even worked for the company or not. It figured that the one time Joe was telling the truth, no one believed him. It's like that time on a pup named Scooby-Doo when Freddy promised not to blame Red Herring, and it turned out to be the one time Red Herring really was behind the mystery. Or it's like the boy who cried wolf, whichever you find more relatable. Whatever the case, Dean finally taught the conniving Joe a lesson by pinning his shoulders to the mat with a roll-up. Undeterred by his technically sound defeat at the hands and butt of Malenko, Joe finally got his moment in the spotlight, meddling in the main story at the time, the Hunter-Stephanie-Kurt love triangle. Triple H threatened that if Joe was screwing him around, it would be the last thing he would ever do. He was screwing him around, and it was pretty much the last thing he ever did, but that may have been just a coincidence. After an uneventful few months of working with the Mean Street Posse, teaming with Funaki on Heat and Jacked, and jobbing to the Brooklyn Brawler, Just Joe parted ways with the WWF in January 2001. I'm not going to sit here behind my computer and call Joe E. Legend's tenure in the Federation dreadful. No, not when miserable was the actual word he used. I can't blame Joe. If I had been stuck with this crappy rumor monger gimmick, I'd have shot the messenger myself. And that was Joe E. Legend's gimmick in the WWF as Just Joe. So yeah,
oh God, dude.
A little background on Mr. Joe E. Legend. So that was Joe E. Legend. We'll see him later in the show tonight because he has a match. But
of course he does, you know. Well, 'cause why not, you know?
But yeah. So fucking after that, we get ready for the next match, and we see this fucking random ass jobber looking motherfucker, and he comes out. Apparently his name is Nate Spiderweb. Not even kidding. Fucking Nate Spiderweb. And
no, why not?
He's getting ready to have a match, and he gets in the ring, and all of a sudden someone blindsides him and starts beating the fuck out of him, and we're trying to figure out who the fuck is beating the fuck out of this guy. And Jeremy Borash is like, he's like, oh, that's Perry Saturn, that's Perry Saturn. And I was like, why is fucking Perry Saturn in the WWA? Why? And he beats the absolute shit out of this guy and hits him with a nasty looking powerbomb. And then all of a sudden, Jeremy Borash is like, oh, well, we still have to announce his opponent. And so his opponent was supposed to be fucking Conan, because Conan comes out, and he gets in the ring, and he looks at Nate Spiderweb, and just pins him, and the referee counts to 3 count, and Conan wins, which makes no sense, because that's not how the rules work. You have to be fucking standing for the bell to ring. But they just don't care.
I don't think they care. No, they don't care. They straight up do not care. They don't give a shit.
Fucking, and that's all we see of fucking Nate Spiderweb. But it's not the last we see of Mr. Perry Saturn, no. Because we see him multiple more times throughout the night. Because he is just allowed to do whatever the fuck he wants.
No, that's a part of his contract, Evan. What are you talking about? That's a part of his contract.
I know. But after this match, Conan joins the commentary team, and I guess he was just on it the rest of the show, because I don't think he ever left the commentary team.
No, he left. He left after the fucking first, I think after 2 matches he left.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
But yeah, he left.
Fucking, he goes over to the commentary, and fucking Disco Inferno and Jeremy Borash are asking him, like Disco Inferno's like, oh, Conan, how many stars, like, if you had to put this on a star rating out of 5, how many stars would you give that match that you had with Nate Spiderweb? And fucking Conan said it would be fucking like 5 stars. And fucking Disco Inferno kept saying this multiple times about like star ratings, so I think he was fucking trying to fucking diss Dave Meltzer at the time. But fucking, that's my only guess, because I don't know of anybody else that would be made fun of for fucking star ratings. So, but fucking, so Conan is on fucking commentary, and then Jeremy Borash is like, oh, well, we're gonna go backstage. And so we go backstage, and we see fucking Medeja sitting there. You might be wondering, if Medeja's there, why is Scott Steiner not there? Well, because he got signed to WWE, like I said. And I guess they just decided they didn't want to sign Medeja, so Medeja is still here.
Because just why not? You know.
And
it's not like they were fucking married. Oh wait, they were.
Yep. And so she's sitting there, just chilling, and all of a sudden Tio walks up to her and is talking about how he wants her to manage him at ringside for his match tonight, and he calls her his girlfriend, and she's like, I'm not your girlfriend. And then Puppet walks in, but he's not just Puppet. No. He's Pimp Master Puppet, and he's
no, Pimp Daddy Puppet.
Yeah, Pimp Daddy Puppet, and he walks in dressed up in a whole pimp getup, and he keeps calling Medeja a hoe, and says that he wants her to manage him at ringside so he can show her off for how much of a hoe she is. And fucking Tio gets mad and starts shoving Puppet, saying, oh, she's not a hoe, she's my girlfriend. And Medeja saying, I'm not your girlfriend, and I'm not a hoe. And all three of them are arguing. And then Mike Sanders walks in, and he's like, oh, I don't know if you heard, but I'm the new commissioner of the WWA, and I decide what goes on around here, and this and that. And fucking, he's like, so you want her to manage you ringside? And Tio's like, yeah. And then he's like, and you want her to manage you ringside? And Puppet's like, hell yeah. And he calls her a hoe again, and Tio shoves him, and Mike Sanders is like, he's like, whoa, cut it out. And he's like, you know what? She's gonna manage both of you. Well, no, he said she's gonna be with both of you tonight, but as a special guest referee. And they both walk away, and then Medeja's like sitting there, and she's like, special referee? I've never been a referee before. I don't know how to be a referee.
Yeah, it definitely tells.
And fucking, oh, it was so bad. And then we get a backstage shot of none other than the man himself, Jeff Jarrett, is back. And he walks into the arena, and he's wearing the NWA Championship, which I'll be talking about that title on the next pay-per-view, because that title is important to what happens to the WWA title. But that being said, fucking Jeff Jarrett is walking backstage, and he gets interviewed by none other than a very young Dollar Tree Taz looking Scott D'Amore. I'm not even kidding. Scott fucking D'Amore.
Looked like a fucking Make-A-Wish cancer patient. I'm not even gonna lie. Like he did.
And fucking like, that was like the last person I thought I was gonna see was fucking a young Scott D'Amore. And if you're watching this and you don't know who Scott D'Amore is, he recently was the fucking GM of fucking TNA, and he just fucking got fired from TNA not too long ago. But he was in TNA for a long fucking time, and fucking, so yeah, Scott fucking D'Amore was the backstage interview, because I guess, you know, after Stevie Ray wrestled the last time, he couldn't be bothered to come back again. So fucking,
I don't blame him.
Yeah, so I guess Scott D'Amore is the backstage interviewer, at least for this show. Fucking, and he's asking Jeff Jarrett, "Oh, Jeff Jarrett, why are you back?" and all this, and Jeff Jarrett's like, "Oh well, Mr. McManus called me on the phone and said, oh, Mr. Jarrett, you have a lot of business to handle," and he said that's why tonight I'm defending the NWA championship against the front row Nathan Jones. You know what I just realized as well, Austin? Every fucking match that both Jeff Jarrett and Nathan Jones have had has had fucking titles at stake.
Great. Makes it even better, you know?
Because they were both in that world title tournament match. Jeff Jarrett was in the title match against Road Dogg. Nathan Jones was in the title match against Scott Steiner. Jeff Jarrett was in the title match against Brian Christopher, and they were both in this title match. Which, by the way, I find it funny how, like, the Road Dogg just never appeared again after the first pay-per-view. Just never. And then after the second one, no more fucking Juventud Guerrera or Psychosis or half the fucking people. It has just been like the roster has just gotten less and less and less as these pay-per-views go on, and apparently the next one is supposed to be like the worst one. Like that one, from what Marky D was saying, gets like so bad that they start bringing in wrestlers from TNA, so we're gonna see people like Chris Sabin and shit wrestling in WWA. Right. So yeah, it gets really sad and pathetic. But we'll get to that next time. Anyways, so yeah, Jeff Jarrett announces that he's facing the front row Nathan Jones for the NWA title, and you can guess who's gonna win this because not too long after this, Nathan Jones left and got signed by WWE. So yeah, fucking that gets announced, and then I believe next was it the tag match or was it the midget match that was next?
The tag match. I remember because it felt endless.
Oh, you could talk about this match.
Well, these people in this match, where you know they were scraping for the bottom of the barrel, you know they were. We get the triumphant, fucking cursed return of Norman Smiley, Mr. Big Wiggle himself.
Mm-hmm.
But
this is the first time he's been on this since the first pay-per-view, by the way.
Yeah, it is, you know, because you know why not? But fucking first, we gotta get to his opponents, because his opponents was Buff Bagwell, who I feel like has been on almost every show now. I feel bad for him.
Buff Bagwell wasn't on. I know there's one of them he wasn't on, because I remember we were like, oh, where's Buff Bagwell? I think it was Revolution that he wasn't on.
3 out of the 4 then. Cool. But still, fucking... Here is Buff Bagwell, and his tag partner is none other than Johnny Swinger.
Mm-hmm.
Kill me. Fucking end me. And then, goddamn, they're facing Norman Smiley, and Norman Smiley's tag partner, I shit you not, and I cannot stress this lightly, it's the Wall, brother! It's the Wall!
Yep.
Because why not? Why not? Why not?
But it wasn't the Wall, Austin. It was Malice. That was his name.
I don't care.
And he was a member of the Disciples of the New Church, which, if you don't know what that is, it was a faction from TNA led by Father James Mitchell, and included such people as The Wall and fucking Mike Awesome, and fucking there's so many people in it. Fucking Kazarni was in it also. It looked so terrible, bro. Like, it looked like a shit faction, and The Wall was part of it, and his name was Malice. So I don't know why he showed up here, unless that they were that desperate that they needed the Wall to come and fucking have a tag team match.
What's sad?
What?
You realize one of the last things the Wall did was this, because he passed away in 2003, if you remember. You found that out in XWF, remember?
Oh no! Oh,
Yeah.
hold on a minute. Look, hold on. What is his fucking name? Like his real name?
I don't know his real name. I just know the Wall. You could look up the Wall.
His name is Jerry Tweet. Hold on. Jerry Tweet. I'm trying to see when he died. It says he died of a heart attack. He died December 2003, so this was like almost exactly a year before he died.
Yeah.
His cause of death was myocardial infarction. That's what it says.
Well, I will say, this match was fucking shit. Oh my god. It was so bad. It was one of the longest matches. It felt like a fucking eternity. Goddamn. The Wall was bad. Norman Smiley was fucking atrocious. Norman Smiley is so goddamn cursed. I'm sorry. What?
I'm looking on the Wikipedia, and I think I just found out why the main event was so terrible. I'll get to it in the main event.
Great. Just great. But no, fucking, you realize how cursed Norman Smiley is? I don't think you realize. Not only does he do the big wiggle every fucking match, not only is he a hardcore wrestler that wrestles with fucking Ralphus and all this shit. You remember the first time we ever saw Norman Smiley? Do you remember?
Oh yeah, when him and Ralphus fucking... Are you talking about when him and Ralphus like were wrestling the children?
Yes! This is the first time we ever encountered anything with Norman Smiley, and it just continues to be cursed.
Oh my god.
I'll never forget that cursed moment, because it's one of the most cursed moments I've ever fucking seen on a wrestling show. And the fact that goddamn Norman Smiley was a part of it just makes him one of the most cursed people we've ever fucking seen. And I can't get over it, dude. So, fucking Norman Smiley gets kicked in the nuts after doing the big wiggle. And then fucking goddamn Buff Bagwell hits the blockbuster and shit. And then that was it. It was trash. It was ass, bro.
He said it was ass.
It was, bro.
Don't forget, after the match, fucking Malice got angry and started attacking Buff Bagwell, and it looked so sloppy.
Yeah.
And it looked like it wasn't fucking planned, and then they just immediately cut away from it as well. Oh my fucking god, dude, it was so bad. And fucking, I believe next was the fucking midget match, so I'll go ahead and talk about that. So this match was so fucking cursed. It was the third match in, as Jeremy Borash calls it, the Midget Wrestling World Series, I think is what he called it. And so far, Tio and Puppet were tied 1-1. So this match was a fight over who got to be managed by Medeja, and she was the special guest referee. And when I tell you, Medeja, maybe one of the worst referees I've ever seen in my life. She did not have a single clue what she was doing, bro. It was so awful. And first of all, Jeremy Borash said that this was a hardcore match, and they didn't do any fucking thing hardcore at all.
Can I also mention This is the third show in a row that this match has happened.
Yeah, because Austin Jeremy Borash said it's part of the Midget Wrestling World Series, is what he keeps saying.
I don't care. Can you get more little people wrestlers? Can you please? Can you please? I'm sure there's more. Dude, like...
Apparently, according to Mike Sanders, he said all they have to do is go back to the chocolate factory, so...
Then do it, bro. Give me a fatal 4-way. Give me a 3-way dance. I don't care. Bro, give me a battle royal. Give me something different than just this one-on-one with these same two fucking people, bro.
But it wasn't the same match, because this time we got Pimp Daddy Puppet instead of
But
Puppet.
no, it was. It was. The same spots, the same everything, just with fucking Medeja in the goddamn ring. And she didn't know how to do her fucking job.
Yeah, but Jeremy Borash was loving every second of it. He was so hype and entertained.
Because, like I said, Devin, fucking Jeremy Borash is a fucking sexual deviant. Okay?
oh my god. Fucking... Oh, fuck. So... The match was probably the worst match that they've had. And that's saying something because their other matches were bad and had hardcore shit. But this match was just so just lame, and they were repeating like the same spots and shit, and Medeja was being a terrible referee. But I'm gonna let you talk about what happened after the match, because this was completely fucking blowing your mind what they were doing.
Because because why? Out of all the things we've seen in this fucking company, we've seen homophobia, transphobia, fucking all this fuck shit. Goddamn Scott Steiner destroying two little people after a hardcore match. The amount of Willy Wonka references I've heard on commentary every time these two fight. The bananas in pajamas, fucking, I could go on, okay? But never will I ever have thought that they would make a story out of domestic violence. Because, oh my god, fucking Perry Saturn shows up, again, beats the fuck out of Tio and Puppet, and then he fucking...
Tio won the match, by the way.
Oh yeah, Tio won the match. Who gives a fuck?
Jeremy Borash did, because he was like, "Oh, Tio."
Because he's the only one that gives a fuck. The crowd don't even give a fuck. The crowd don't even care.
Jeremy Borash thinks they care because he tries to make this like it's a whole fucking division and calling it a World Series and getting all excited. Like, I think he thought people cared, or he just didn't care that if they cared and just said, "Fuck it, I wanna book this. I wanna watch this." I don't know.
Well, I don't, dude. And it made it worse if that happened after this match. Fucking Perry Saturn sat there and he takes Medeja and he keeps fucking yanking her after he cuts this promo about how he signed the contract and he's about to get some ass. And then he fucking sits there, he takes Medeja, and Medeja's trying to slap him, and he fucking yanks on her fucking hair. I swear to God, it seemed like a shoot, the way he was fucking, like, throwing her around. And then he fucking forces her out of the ring after a kiss, and he is yanking the fuck out of her. Like, I genuinely thought that he was gonna break her fucking wrist. Like, how hard he was fucking yanking, dude. Oh my god.
Yeah, and to make it worse, we get this backstage part where Scott D'Amore is trying to interview Perry Saturn and Medeja, and he like yanks Medeja away, and Medeja fucking yells into the mic, and she's like, "Help me!"
Like, it's like,
I'm pretty sure this is like Perry Saturn, like a year after he was in WWF, I think, doing like
this is a year after Moppy, Dude.
Yeah, when he was like in love with the fucking mop.
I miss Moppy. What the fuck is this shit?
Oh my god. Fucking. But it's not the last of Perry Saturn we see tonight because.
Oh no.
Fucking. Next we get the match of Mike Sanders versus Joe E. Legend because the commissioner just needs to wrestle now all of a sudden. So
you know, I got some things to say about this match. I got some things. Okay.
All right, take it away then.
No. Okay. There's no fucking reason this match needed to happen. For one, I don't give a fuck about Mike Sanders, and I sure as hell don't give a fuck about Joe E. Legend. You can fucking kiss my ass. All right.
Oh my god. But don't shoot the messenger because he's just Joe.
I will shoot him point blank in the face.
Oh my god.
Fucking okay. So goddamn, Mike Sanders does not know how to be a face whatsoever because he's supposed to be the face in this instance, and he's acting like a complete asshole. 2. This match was the longest fucking match on the card.
Yeah, and the commentators kept saying like how great of a match it was too.
They were sucking Mike Sanders' dick. I bet you that it was in his fucking contract. I bet you that was in his fucking contract. There's no way. Like, the ego boost on this fucker. Dude, like, it was so fucking bad, bro. Oh, and Mike Sanders won, because who the fuck else would win, Devin? I know we didn't win. We lost every time we saw a match. Oh, and by the way, after the match, the crowning achievement, right after the match, it's just like he was thinking of this while he was kicking this guy's ass. It's just like it came to his mind when he fucking hit a Hurricane Rana. No, he sat there right after the match, he's like, oh, give me a mic. Yeah, you know, I won, and you know what? Let's put Perry Saturn in the match with Sabu and Simon Diamond, and we're gonna make it a 3-way dance. And we're just like, why? Why? We've seen too much of Perry Saturn in this fucking show, and
he didn't stop there, Austin.
I know it doesn't stop there. I know it doesn't stop. But go ahead.
Because not only is it a 3-way dance, but Mike Sanders announced that it was going to be a no DQ hardcore match.
Because every fucking show, we have to have a hardcore match with Sabu. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't just call him Sabu. I gotta call him the homicidal, genocidal, suicidal Sabu! You see how angry this has made me? I wasn't even mad the first 3 shows. I wasn't even mad. I'm sitting here, it's the same shit, just worse. At least make it funny, bro. I can't even laugh at this. This was just pain, bro.
Jeremy Borash seemed to enjoy it.
Jeremy Borash probably enjoys so much worse things. Okay? Oh my god. What is wrong with you, Jeremy Borash? You have mental fucking issues. Mental fucking issues.
The saddest thing is that the show gets so much worse, too. It gets so much worse.
I know!
Oh.
But no, we have to have a goddamn fucking 3-way dance, and it has to be hardcore. Why? Why does it always have to be hardcore? Why does fucking Sabu always have to goddamn fucking bleed every goddamn match? He's the fucking equivalent to the modern day John Moxley. Like, why?
Well, before we got to that 3-way dance, Austin, we had a NWA title match between Jeff Jarrett and Nathan the Front Row Jones. Another rematch.
Oh, another match that we've already seen. Cool. Great.
Yeah, but it's for the NWA title this time.
It don't matter.
But Austin, Jeff Jarrett came out with My World this time.
I don't care.
And fucking Nathan Jones got fucking booed out of the fucking building. They fucking, it's so funny, bro. It's so funny. Like Nathan Jones was like, it makes no sense when you think about it, because Nathan Jones was a heel on the first show, but Jeff Jarrett was also a heel, and then he wasn't on the second show. And then the third show, Sid Vicious tried to get Nathan Jones over as a face because they were in Australia and they fucking still booed him. And then now,
see, that's the funny thing. The first show they were in Australia too. So why the fuck? What was the point? Bro, there's no fucking point. There's just no fucking point. There's actually no fucking point to any of this. Like there's just.
I'm so confused why they call him the front row, because he has nothing to do with the front row. He doesn't even go near the front row.
Dude. You couldn't even see the front row in this fucking goddamn stadium that they're in. Or it wasn't even a stadium, it looked like a fucking school, bro.
I'm pretty sure, from what I remember Marky D saying, I think he said it's the fact that, like, the fucking crowds were getting, like, so small that they make, like, the reason, like, why the crowd is so, like, dark when the show's going on is because they didn't want people to see how fucking empty it was.
It's bad for the eyes, I will tell you. It's terrible for the eyes. If you fucking don't believe me, look up the full shows on YouTube. It's terrible for the eyes, because not only is it VHS quality because somebody ripped this from their fucking VHS, but no, it's like the crowd is like pitch black, and fucking the ring is the only thing that's like spotlighted, and it's got white lights, but it's so fucking distorted and in such bad quality, it looks so goddamn blue that it hurts your fucking eyes. Oh my god. It was the worst experience I've ever had watching a wrestling show.
My god.
Genuinely. Like, I'll say what I want about AEW. At least it doesn't fucking hurt my eyes. God damn.
So, we get this match between Jeff Jarrett and Nathan the Front Row Jones for the NWA Championship, and it was basically just more or less the same match they had before, except I don't know. From what I could gather here, Jeff Jarrett was the heel, and I think Nathan Jones was a face, but you couldn't tell because every time Nathan Jones did something, he was getting booed out of the building, and every time Jeff Jarrett did something, he was getting fucking cheered loudly.
Because they can't get the fucking message. Nobody likes Nathan Jones. Nobody likes him.
Well, this is a.
Jason
I'm pretty sure
Statham has more personality.
I'm pretty sure this is the last time we see Nathan Jones. So
fucking good.
Are you ever gonna do a career video on Nathan Jones' WWE run?
Fuck no.
Because I don't think it was very long.
That would bore me, dude. At least with Kazarni. At least with fucking Kazarni. That was at least. It was confusing. What the fuck was Nathan Jones? Ooh, I hit people. Like, oh wow, that's real intriguing.
But you're supposed to be invested in him because Jeremy Borash said, oh, he's a former world's strongest man and a power lifter and this and that.
Cool.
But Jeremy Borash was trying to hype him up like he's a fucking badass. Oh, 7 foot, 300 pounds, world's strongest man, kickboxer, fucking weightlifter. Fucking, he's talking about, one thing he said was, when Nathan Jones is coming at you, two things are going to happen. Either you move out of the way or you're getting knocked down.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't have the same erection that Jeremy Borash has when he sees fucking Nathan Jones. I'm sorry.
What do you think he gets a bigger erection for, Nathan Jones or the fucking midget World Series?
The World Series.
Oh my god. He said,
you can't tell me he doesn't.
Now. These are midgets wrestling right now.
That's what I'm telling you. That's why I'm telling you. I knew it as soon as he brought this stuff in. I knew he was a sexual deviant. That he's got to have a fetish for that shit. He's got to. He's fucking got to. You can't deny now. Like you were saying, oh, I don't know if it's a fetish. It's gotta be a fucking fetish, dude. I can't stress this enough, dude. Dude, it was so bad. But yeah, back to the front row, Nathan Jones fucking sucked. All this shit sucked, bro. It sucked so much dick, dude.
Well, in the end of it, Jeff Jarrett won by hitting Nathan Jones in the face with the guitar, and he retained the NWA title. Yep.
Same way it ended last time.
That wouldn't be the last we see of Jeff Jarrett on this night, though. But fucking, I'm gonna let you handle this match because it's time to talk about the three-way dance hardcore match, and I know you love this match.
This match was pain. It was long. It was hell. It was hell.
I'm pretty sure it was the longest match on the show, wasn't it? Or was it the Mike Sanders match? It was
second longest. Okay. Second longest. Fucking, it felt longer. It fucking felt longer. Dude, so we have goddamn... First we have Simon Diamond coming out. And... boy, do I have a problem with this match, okay? I have many problems. But Simon Diamond comes out and he's like, oh, Simon has a problem. You have problems in general for fucking signing with WWA.
Oh my god.
So you're right about that one. But fucking, he's talking about, oh, not only do I have to face, here we go, I have to say this spiel again, suicidal, homicidal, genocidal, Sabu, because even fucking Simon Diamond has to say, I swear to God, it's so annoying.
Don't forget also Disco Inferno demanded that he do the introductions for this match, and he said it.
That's right. Because he was like, oh, the genocidal, homicidal, suicidal, go fuck yourself, dude. I can't, bro. Oh my god.
Fuck.
And fucking goddamn Simon Diamond's like, oh, not only do I have to face him, but I have to face that tattooed freak Perry Saturn.
Perry Saturn.
Whatever, man. Whatever, man. He'd probably have more relevancy if he was related to Ryan Satin, but you know, too bad he's only known for WWA and fucking Moppy. So it's whatever. God damn it. And
you have to see what Perry Saturn did after this while you're talking about this. I'm curious.
Fucking, he's like, oh, not only is it a three-way dance, but I have to face it in a no disqualification match. And then the genocidal, homicidal, suicidal Sabu interrupts him. And he's coming out. And of course, Disco Inferno is going, the genocidal, homicidal, suicidal, Sabu. Fuck off, dude. And every time on commentary, they would say, the genocidal, homicidal, suicidal, Sabu. Oh, the genocidal, homicidal, suicidal, Sabu hit this move. Oh, the genocidal, homicidal, suicidal, Sabu hit somebody through a table. Oh, the genocidal, homicidal, suicidal, Sabu hit fucking a goddamn pile driver. Oh, the genocidal, homicidal, suicidal, Sabu is bleeding. Oh, the genocidal, homicidal, suicidal. It's every time. Every time, bro. I can't stress it enough. every fucking time. You don't understand how fucking much pain I was going through every time I fucking heard it. Just say Sabu.
Oh my fucking
God damn. Oh my god. Like, god damn. I just can't, bro.
Don't forget, Jeremy Borash also said that the steel cage match between Sabu and Devon Storm was, and I quote, the greatest cage match he's ever seen in his life.
No, you didn't say it right because you have to say the genocidal, homicidal, suicidal Sabu.
Okay, he said the genocidal, homicidal, suicidal Sabu versus Devon Storm in the cage match was the greatest steel cage match he's ever seen.
I hope I never see the homicidal, genocidal, suicidal Sabu again. Okay? I hope he actually is suicidal.
Well, we might have to see the genocidal, homicidal, suicidal Sabu if we ever watch any more WWE ECW, because he was there for a bit.
At least they didn't have to say the genocidal, homicidal, suicidal Sabu every time he fucking... Dude.
Well, I remember they said it in his fucking entrance for SVR 2008, because I would hear it every time that fucking Sabu would come out. They said the suicidal, homicidal, genocidal, defying Sabu.
See, as long as you just say it once for his entrance, and not every time you mention his name, oh my fucking god. Dude, it was every time. But then we get Perry Saturn, and he's fucking goddamn...
the genocidal, homicidal, suicidal, defying Sabu was also in TNA as well, having Monsters Ball matches with Abyss and shit. If we ever watched that.
He was bald.
Yep. And we also seen the suicidal, genocidal, homicidal, defying Sabu at fucking whatever AEW show it was that he showed up on for no reason.
Yeah.
Do you think the suicidal, genocidal, homicidal, defying Sabu will be inducted in the Hall of Fame one day?
Probably not with what he says on Twitter.
Jesus Christ.
Man openly on Twitter sits there and fucking, like, posts his goddamn, like, cocaine lines before he snorts them. Like, he's genuinely... he's not... I don't think he will ever be inducted in the Hall of Fame, bro. But goddamn, Perry Saturn comes out, and fucking, he's got Medeja, and somehow she changed clothes, and he's still yanking on her fucking arm, and everything. It's fucking whatever, man. And then this match was shit. They did a bunch of 3-man spots, which I didn't know were a fucking thing until this match. And fucking... Then, goddamn, fucking...
On Perry Saturn's Wikipedia, after he fucking got released from WCW, they don't even acknowledge that he was in WWA. They just, or fucking, WWF, I meant, wait, do they? Hold on. No, they They don't even acknowledge that he was in WWA before TNA. They don't even acknowledge it at all. But you can go ahead, because now I'm looking at so apparently he went to TNA after this, where he in March 2003. So I'm assuming this is the only time we're gonna see Perry Saturn.
Fucking great.
He teamed with the Sandman and the Disciples of the New Church to defeat the Harris Brothers and Triple X, which was Christopher Daniels and Elix Skipper. Saturn and the Sandman formed a short-lived stable known as Team Extreme with fellow ECW alumni Just Incredible and New Jack. Saturn faced the debuting Mike Awesome, losing by disqualification. 1 week later, Saturn, New Jack, and the Sandman defeated Awesome and the New Church in a hardcore match. Saturn wrestled his final match with TNA in June 2003, defeating Kenzo Suzuki by disqualification. Oh my god. Fucking... Oh my god. So, oh wait, they do acknowledge it. It says international promotions. Immediately after leaving WWF, Saturn toured Europe with WWA in their European tour, mainly working against the suicidal, genocidal, homicidal Sabu. And then it says Saturn worked for New Japan. So this was his only appearance. So why the fuck would they sign him to a contract? And then he retired from pro wrestling in 2004 due to injury. He would then be homeless for years due to drug addiction. Returned to wrestling. He returned to wrestling in 2011. He wrestled in a promotion called AWE, and then then he retired in 2013, and that was his wrestling career. So, yeah. Apparently he suffers from long-term brain injuries as well.
Oh, damn. Shit.
Yeah. So, the whole thing about him saying that he signed a contract and he can do whatever the fuck he wants in WWA, yeah, that kind of was short-lived because he left and went to TNA. So...
You know, what a fucking debut and, like, send-off. Him just beating a woman, pretty much, and then, you know, wrestling a match. That's just great. This is great.
But please continue with this amazing three-way dance hardcore match, please. I'm so intrigued.
It was your general fucking hardcore slop and shitty fucking spots between all these guys. These guys suck in the ring, dude. No, they do. Man.
But
Simon
Jeremy
Diamond
Borash
deserved to be a jobber.
But Jeremy Borash gave Sabu props because he said that Sabu...
Hey, you're saying it wrong.
That he fucking wrestled on 3 WWA pay-per-views and put on the best performances, and he was trying to give him a lot of props.
Well, the homicidal, genocidal, suicidal Sabu can go suck my dick, alright? Because he did not put on the best performances. He put on the worst performances each fucking show he's been on. Alright?
Well, don't say that, Austin, because he's going to snort a bunch of cocaine and then start fucking going off on you on goddamn Twitter.
Go ahead, dude. He's never going to amount to anything else anyway. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. But this match ended when the homicidal, genocidal, suicidal Sabu ripped his pants on some SpongeBob shit and then hit a sloppy fucking moonsault with his chair and won because of course he did.
Oh, but Austin, don't forget the craziest part of the match where fucking Puppet and Tio came out.
Oh, how could I forget?
Losing your fucking mind over.
How could I fucking forget? Because legitimately, this is why. This is another reason why Jeremy Borash is a sexual deviant. Specifically towards fucking Medeja. I'm not gonna lie. Specifically towards fucking Medeja. Because fucking here comes Puppet and Tio, and they're trying to save Medeja, but apparently Medeja likes Perry Saturn now. Why? Fuck if I know. She said help me earlier, so I don't fucking know.
Yeah, even Disco Inferno called it out because he was like, I don't understand why Medeja is like still out here. Couldn't she just leave if she wanted to?
Yeah, and fucking then Perry Saturn's kicking fucking Tio and Puppet's ass with the goddamn kendo stick, and then fucking Tio and Puppet basically no-sell it, and they spear fucking Medeja and then strip her down again the same way, the exact same way, mind you, they did last time. And fucking then Perry Saturn sits there and he fucking covers her up, takes her to the back, and leaves the fucking match, because that's just how that works. That's
and don't
just
forget
perfectly how that works.
Don't forget when she got stripped, Disco Inferno got all hot and bothered and said, "This is professional wrestling and this is how it's supposed to be," is what he said.
I just can't, bro. Fucking, I'm so glad this company, like, just destroyed itself from the inside, bro. But yeah, the homicidal, suicidal, genocidal Sabu fucking wins again.
Yep.
Kill me.
Oh my god. So it's at this point, all we have left is the main event for the WWA Championship. So we get this backstage promo with Lex Luger, and oh my god, he looks terrible. This is the last time we watched Lex Luger was in the WCW Spring Breakout 2000, where he fucking didn't he fucking wrestle Sting on that?
Yes.
Oh
yes,
my
he
god.
did.
So that was the last time we seen him. My god, he looks so terrible. He's so out of shape. And fucking Lex Luger is fucking talking about how he gets to wrestle Sting and how it's such an honor, and that he's grateful that the WWA has given him this opportunity to fight for a world championship and all this fucking shit. And says that he's gonna beat Sting, and then we get a backstage promo from Sting where fucking Sting just like he looks like he just didn't even want to fucking be there, and he's like cutting this promo about like saying how Lex Luger talks a big game, but he hasn't been relevant for like 15 years. And then Sting starts going into this weird promo talking about how his character has been built up and how, oh, Lex Luger, where's your character? Your character hasn't been built up for 15 years. It was this really weird promo. And then fucking Sting forgets his own catchphrase and said, oh, Stinger's back, and then he says, it's showtime, folks, like he's fucking in the goddamn Looney Tunes. And fucking, so then we get Lex Luger's entrance. He had a weird-ass theme song. And then we get Sting's entrance. And I shit you not, Sting's entrance, his theme music was the Revolution theme song from the Revolution pay-per-view. They have reused that song. They used it at Revolution, they used it at Eruption, and now they used it again for Retribution. Not only for Sting's entrance, but they use it for the fucking highlight reel at the end of the show as well.
Which that is like 3 minutes long, by the way. They
Yes.
took 3 minutes of their time to highlight the things that we just saw.
Yeah. But, so, we get this match for the WWA title, and by the way, fucking Lex Luger looks so terrible and out of shape, and Jeremy Borash is trying. He's trying, bro, and he's like, oh, Lex Luger's in great shape. This might be the biggest I've ever seen him. He looks absolutely jacked. I don't know if I've ever seen him so jacked.
He certainly is big, alright.
Mm-hmm. So, we get this. This was probably the worst main event in the history of WWA. That's saying something, because this match was so bad. The match starts, and they start wrestling, and then they both stop to just fucking cut promos during the match, and we're like, what the fuck? Like, why are you stopping the match? Because Lex Luger just grabs the microphone, and starts talking, and then Sting gets a microphone and starts fucking talking. I'm like, bro, you're in the middle of a fucking match. Like, what the fuck are you doing? And then they're fighting back and forth, and Sting goes to fucking do the Stinger Splash, and all of a sudden Jeff Jarrett appears and fucking busts Sting in the face with the fucking guitar, and then fucking Lex Luger pins Sting 1, 2, 3, and Lex Luger is the new WWA champion, and the crowd was fucking pissed, and they were booing Lex Luger out of the building, and this is like such a waste of Sting's fucking time. I don't know why he went here. I don't know how much money they offered him to come here. I don't know, but it's fucking Lex Luger is the new WWA World Champion, and so the match was shit, and it was short. So, Austin, I have found out why this match was so bad. Would you like to know? Because there's a reason behind it.
Sure. Go ahead and tell me.
So, I'm gonna read this here. Retribution was... Hold on, I got a burp. Excuse me. Retribution was broadcast in February 2003, so this was filmed in 2002, but it wasn't broadcasted until February 2003. The card included 9 matches and 2 title matches, but the show only ran for an hour and 45 minutes. This was 15 minutes shorter than their house show in Newcastle the night before, which only featured 6 matches. So the show had 3 more matches, but it was 15 minutes shorter. Like, how does that make any sense? This tour included an infamous dispute with a seemingly badly out of shape Lex Luger. Austin, get this. He reportedly missed house shows due to illness and refused to wrestle for more than 5 minutes in his matches. Despite being in the main event, he faced Sting for the vacant WWA title at the pay-per-view. This match was poorly received and only lasted about 7 minutes, which largely involved Luger pacing around and avoiding wrestling. Luger won the match and became champion after an interference with Jeff Jarrett. He lost the title to Sting a few days later at a house show in Switzerland. So Sting did win the title, but it was on a house show. But so yeah, that's why this match was so bad, because Lex Luger refused to wrestle more than 5 minutes because he was so out of shape and he was sick due to all these fucking steroids taking a toll on his body, bro. So they fucking literally when he went out of the ring and started doing that promo, he literally was throwing the match because he didn't fucking care. He literally threw the match, bro. He was doing anything he could to avoid wrestling. What do you think about that, Austin?
I just can't,
man. So, yeah, it ended with Lex Luger walks up the stage with the title, and then we cut to Jeremy Borash and Disco Inferno, and they're talking, and Jeremy Borash is like, oh, I don't know what that was all about, and Disco Inferno is like, oh, well, after this show, I'm gonna find out what's going on with Lex Luger and Jeff Jarrett and why they're in cahoots with each other, and Jeff Jarrett shouldn't have been out here in the first place, and he screwed Sting out of the title, and this and that, and fucking... I don't know why Disco Inferno was acting like he was so passionate about it, and then Jeremy Borash was like, oh, thank you for watching WWA Retribution, we'll see you next time, and fucking then we get like a 5-minute fucking highlight reel of everything on this show played to fucking the Revolution song, and then you want to tell them what you saw at the end of the taping, Austin?
Yeah, so just for you guys' information, the person who took this from VHS, like the VHS rip, apparently on that pay-per-view channel, if you guys wanted to, I actually saw the price too. It was like $20. So if you guys want to pay the low price of $20, you guys can watch Signs on that pay-per-view channel. So if you guys like some M. Night Shyamalan, you know, just kill me. You know, it's better. It's better than than this pay-per-view. I don't like that movie. I think that movie's dog shit, but I would rather watch it than this fucking pay-per-view.
Yeah. This was actually bad, bro.
I mean, spoiler alert, the aliens in that movie die from water. So you know, fucking saying that's better than than this shit, like, you know, that's sad. That's only a feat that Jeremy Borash could do. And that's really sad. But yeah.
Jesus Christ. So, fucking, real quick before we end this, Austin, so, do you want to know about the, Nate Spiderweb guy? Where he came from? Since we did this for Chucky?
Not particularly, but I know you're going to tell me anyway.
So, his debut was in March 1999. He was a wrestler and a semi-pro football player. He wrestled in CZW, Independent Wrestling Association Mid-South, Ring of Honor, and we're going to be seeing him again, Austin, because he wrestled in MTV's Wrestling Society X.
Fucking amazing. Why?
On April 22nd, 2008, Webb was notified that he made the roster of the Indianapolis Mustangs, a semi-professional football team. He also worked as the announcer and referee on the Spike TV show Half Pint Brawler. No, that's the show that Puppet and Tio were on. He was the announcer and referee.
Great.
Oh, why does it all have to connect, bro? Why? Oh my god. So his finishers are the Soylent Green, which is a overhead gut wrench backbreaker, the Soylent Green 2, which is a over the shoulder lift dropped into a inverted DDT, and the Spider Drop, which is a diving somersault leg drop. His signature moves are the Arachnid Kick, which is a jumping corkscrew roundhouse kick, the Fang, which is a corner-to-corner moonsault drop kick, half Nelson transitioned into reverse STO, elevator drop chair salt press, moonsaults, which is a moonsault sometimes while holding a chair or a ladder underneath himself, Nebraskan tumbleweed, which is a rolling senton to an opponent seated in the corner, a somersault tope, and whirligig, which is a standing corkscrew somersault senton. And he won the CZW World Tag Team titles. He won the IWA East Coast Championship, the IWA Mid-South Light Heavyweight title twice, the NWA Indiana Heavyweight Championship once, the New Wrestling Association Cruiserweight Championship and World Championship. PWI ranked him number 310 of the top 500 single wrestlers in PWI 500 in 2009. And he won the World Championship in a company called Wild Championship Wrestling Outlaws. And that is all the information I can find about Mr. Nate Spiderweb. Fucking Jesus Christ, man. Yikes. So, any closing thoughts on this pay-per-view, Austin? Any closing thoughts on the Retribution, which I'm pretty sure they spelled it wrong?
Fuck it.
Oh my god. Well, that was the WWA's Retribution, which means we have one final WWA pay-per-view left. The final WWA show before it all ended and the company went under. It is called WWA The Reckoning from May 25th, 2003 is the next one. And is the last one. So, are you excited to get to this last pay-per-view, Austin?
I'm excited for it to be fucking over.
Oh, man. Well, that was the Retribution, and next we are going to be getting into WWA The Reckoning, the finale of WWA.
Huck very upset. Unbelievable win for Tio. This World Wrestling All-Stars 3-way midget match. Let's take you back just moments ago. Look at Tio getting down.
Fuck this show.
We're finally at the end.
I'm glad it's over.
We finished things out with WWA's The Reckoning from May 25th, 2003, their final pay-per-view.
This pay-per-view could suck my fucking cock. Alright.
Oh, this was so bad. It was just bad, bro. It was worse than the last one. This is probably the worst pay-per-view out of all of them, bro. And by this time, everybody was fucking gone, bro. It was just sad to watch, honestly. But since the last one was in December, that means January, February, March, April. This was almost 5 months after the last pay-per-view, and so many more people were gone. So we ended off the last one with Lex Luger winning the title. Well, we start off this one, we start off with this fucking tribe. I'm trying to see what their fucking name was. I don't fucking know. They were some fucking dancing tribe because the show took place in Auckland, New Zealand. So, fucking, they had this tribe dancing, and then they played the intro, and then it starts off, the Reckoning starts off with this guy named Mark Mercedes coming out, and neither of us knew who he was. Apparently he's a Australian wrestler, and that's about it. Not much else is known about him. It was hard to even find a fucking picture of him for the thumbnail. So, he took on Rick Steiner, because why not? And the match was shitty. It was short, and Rick Steiner won, and that was about it. There really wasn't much to say there for that. Then we fucking get the announcement from Jeremy Borash that the main event tonight on this show was going to be the WWA champion Sting taking on the NWA champion Jeff Jarrett for a winner-take-all match. And you might be saying, oh, wasn't Lex Luger the champion? Well, like I read last time, Lex Luger didn't like working long matches, and he was extremely, extremely out of shape, and unhealthy. And so Sting ended up winning the title at one of the house shows. And so that's why Sting was champion going into this show. And if you're wondering, why were they doing winner take all match? Well, they not only did that for the world title, but they also did that for the cruiserweight and X division titles. And I'll talk more on that later. But yeah, so the main event was going to be Sting versus Jeff Jarrett. We get this where all the lights go out and Sting appears in the rafters, and Sting starts cutting a promo about being the WWA champion and talking about his match with Jeff Jarrett, and says that he's going to win it all and he's going to walk out both champions, and saying that he's going to whoop Jeff Jarrett, and was saying, New Zealand, it's showtime, and that was about it. And then fucking after that, we got fucking, what was it? Hold on a second. Look how Austin's just dead quiet.
Because I don't care, fam. I don't. Match was ass, the show was ass, everything was ass, bro.
Fucking, oh yeah, so next was this random fucking triple threat in the Midget World Series. It was Puppet the Midget Killer. He's no longer the Psycho Dwarf or Pimp Daddy Puppet or whatever. He's now Puppet the Midget Killer. And he took on Tio and the newest midget in WWA, this really fat midget named Meatball. And we got this triple threat. It was garbage. Meatball was botching really bad. And Puppet did a promo before the match talking about why his name is Puppet the Midget Killer now, and he's gave this fucking stupid ass philosophy talking about how the reason his name is the Midget Killer is because if he fucking kills every single midget in the world, that he'll become the real superstar. It made absolutely no fucking sense at all, and made him look really stupid. And for some reason, Tio was a fucking face, and Meatball was just kind of there. Most of the match was Puppet and Tio wrestling each other, and then Meatball was just kind of there, and he was like botching a lot and like falling over a lot and stumbling around, like not really know what he was doing. And the match was shit. It was a shit triple threat. The sad thing is, it was probably the worst midget match out of the 4 that we've watched. And basically, Puppet got thrown out of the ring, and then Tio hit a shitty-looking 619 onto Meatball, and then he did the swanton from the top rope. 1, 2, 3. Tio fucking wins. And
terrible.
Because Tio always wins for some reason. Puppet's only won once, and Tio's won 3 times. And that was about it. Like, there was no ending to the Midget World Series. I think I don't even know what the fuck this was, honestly. Oh my god. So we have that shitty ass triple threat, and then we find out later in the night we're going to be getting a fatal 4-way for both the WWA Cruiserweight title and the TNA NWA X Division title. And so we get promos from 2 of the competitors in the match, which we get a promo from one of Austin's favorites, Johnny Swinger, and then we get a promo from Frankie Kazarian, who's sitting next to a tiki, and it looks really cursed. By the way, the setup was like, I guess the setup was supposed to look like an island in New Zealand, I guess, is the best way I could describe it. And then after those promos, we got fucking What was after that, Austin? What match was next?
Fucking... It was the shitty ass fucking, trying to fucking think of what the fucking was. This show is just so fucking shit. So... fuck. Oh, it was the fucking hardcore match.
Oh yeah, so we got the return of Devin Storm. He's back, and he's taking on Conan in a hardcore match. Why? I don't fucking know, because apparently Devin Storm just has, like, fucking gimmick matches every time. So, fucking... And by the way, Jeremy Borash made sure to point out on commentary how much he loved the steel cage match between Devin Storm and the suicidal, genocidal, homicidal Sabu.
Every chance he got on this fucking show. And you know what? I want to talk about Jeremy Borash because he is now in the top three worst fucking bookers list, in my opinion. He is topped fucking Brian Knobbs and Jimmy Hart.
Jesus
how sad that is.
Oh my god. So, this hardcore match wasn't very good. They were hitting each other with kendo sticks and fucking trash can lids, and then I don't know if this has to just be a thing in Devin Storm matches. They were doing a guardrail spot multiple times. Fucking, they were fighting on the stage. And there's actually one part where fucking, I think Devin Storm, like, tackled Conan into the stage, and the fucking stage set broke and it fell down. And Jeremy Borash sounded depressed that the fucking stage set broke. And
I'm glad he was depressed.
And I told Austin that the reason he was depressed was probably because he probably had to spend the last bit of money that the company had on that fucking set because they were running out of fucking money and they were losing all their fucking talent.
Money. I hope he lost all his money. I hope he's in debt.
Oh my god. But so the way the match ended was fucking Devin Storm. Conan also kept doing these weird, like, sexual poses during the match. I don't know why. And then Devin Storm puts Conan on this guardrail that's laying between the ring and the steel steps. And so Conan's laying on it, and Devin Storm does a springboard crossbody onto the barricade and pins Conan 1, 2, 3 and wins, because this was also Falls Count Anywhere. And Devin Storm wins another hardcore match. So he fucking...
No.
You realize all of his matches have been hardcore except the steel cage.
Yeah.
And even that had hardcore shit in it. But fucking, so then we get this fucking promo out of nowhere. Fucking Jeremy Borash says, "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the franchise Shane Douglas." And we're like, what the fuck? Why is Shane Douglas here? Well, Shane Douglas comes out to cut a fucking promo, because why the fuck not? And he comes out, his arm is in a cast, by the way. So not only did we have fucking Sid Vicious with a fucking cane, now we have fucking Shane Douglas wearing a fucking cast, which, by the way, I didn't even realize this when we were watched this, but Austin told me apparently Shane Douglas said in this promo that apparently he was now the commissioner of WWA, and I'm just like, bro, at this point you realize since the Revolution, every single pay-per-view has had a new commissioner. What happened to Mike Sanders? He had one match and booked like 2 matches, and he wasn't commissioner anymore. What the fuck happened? Now it's Shane Douglas for some reason. But he doesn't even like book anything. He just starts cutting a promo on New Zealand, and he starts like cutting this long ass promo about how he made ECW as big as it was, and he was shitting on Vince McMahon, saying fucking that Vince McMahon tried to turn him into a cartoon character, and was fucking calling people pieces of shit, and was fucking going off on the suicidal, genocidal, homicidal Sabu, calling him a piece of shit, and saying that Sabu ruined wrestling, and all this, saying that Sabu fucking ruined ECW and all this shit. And fucking, he just kept going on and on and on and on and on, and he was like calling everybody a piece of shit. He called Vince McMahon a piece of shit. He called Ted Turner a piece of shit. He called Sabu a piece of shit. He called everybody in New Zealand a piece of shit. Like, he was just going on and on and on. It felt like this promo was going forever. And he was just so mad. I don't know what he was so mad about, but he was so mad. And fucking... Then he was talking about how his arm was injured and how his doctors told him that he isn't supposed to be fucking competing. And he said that the doctors can kiss his ass because he said, you're not going to tell me when and where I can't do something. And he said, so I'm going to wrestle when and where the hell I want to, and I want to wrestle right now, and I want to beat the shit out of that piece of shit fucking Sabu. So he challenges Sabu to a match, and then here comes Joe E. Legend, and he comes out and starts cutting a promo saying that he relates to Shane Douglas and that he sees himself as Shane Douglas, and fucking says, oh, Shane, you know, you're injured and you shouldn't be competing, but, you know, I hate Sabu just as much as you, and you know, you should just take a step back and let me face Sabu, and I'll beat the shit out of him for you. And Shane Douglas is like, I don't know who you are, but I like your style. And he's like, alright, you can face him for me. And then Shane Douglas gets on commentary, and then Sabu comes out, and you know what, Austin, I'm gonna let you talk about this match since Sabu's your favorite. Austin loved this match, by the way.
Fucking me.
Oh my god.
Joe E. Bitch-ass Legend versus fucking the genocidal, homicidal, suicidal, I'm gonna fucking strangle somebody, Sabu.
Oh my god.
This match was long. This match was shit. The same bullshit every time we've seen fucking Sabu. Alright, oh, I'm sorry. The genocidal, homicidal, suicidal Sabu. I'm sorry, I can't say it right because, you know, you can't just say Sabu. You can't.
Nope. Even Jeremy Borash and Disco Inferno.
Fuck Jeremy Borash!
Oh my god. But Austin, in this match, he had to put over how amazing that steel cage match was. He kept doing it over and over and over again.
I'm put something over. I'm gonna put my fucking fist over his fucking skull and jam it into his fucking skull multiple fucking times. That's what I'm gonna fucking do. A fucking little pencil neck motherfucker. Alright.
Oh yeah, speaking of pencil necks, fucking Shane Douglas, for some reason, also called Shawn Michaels a pencil neck geek. I don't know why. I forgot about that until you said pencil neck. But you know who's not a pencil neck? The suicidal, genocidal, homicidal, death-defying Sabu.
He's a piece of shit. So.
Well, what happened in this match, Austin?
Everything that has happened in every single genocidal, suicidal, homicidal Sabu match, Devin.
Please go into detail, Austin.
Table spots, shitty ass goddamn motherfucking chair spots. Everything under the goddamn sun, Devin. Fucking, oh my fucking god, it just pisses me the fuck off, dude.
You know what else this match had?
What?
Countouts for some reason.
Oh yeah, does that make sense? Really does, man.
That's just the Jeremy Borash rules, Austin.
Jeremy Borash can suck a fucking cock, alright?
He was sucking the genocidal, suicidal, homicidal Sabu's cock because he said, you know, that steel cage match with Devin Storm was the greatest steel cage match he's ever seen.
I fucking know.
Oh my god. Oh, also, Jeremy Borash pissed off Austin because in the one match, fucking Jeremy Borash, which we'll get to because it was after this match, Jeremy Borash was just making shit up for like the names of moves again, and Austin was getting pissed.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, fucking Sabu won. No, go fucking figure. Oh, sorry, I said it wrong again.
Yep.
The suicidal, genocidal, homicidal Sabu won. Go fucking figure. Kill yourself, both Jeremy Borash and fucking the genocidal, homicidal, suicidal. I really hope you're suicidal, Sabu.
Well, they had somebody in the crowd had a sign that said, "I'm a Sabuicidal." Probably the best sign that we've seen in the crowd was somebody like that was seated on the ramp area had a sign that just said "Got pussy." I hope somebody uploads that sign to 2K24. but fucking Sabu wins. By the way, he was like throwing this fucking chair into the back of fucking Joe E. Legend's head and shit because he just didn't give a shit. It actually didn't end with the moonsault spot this time. It ended with a shitty leg drop with the chair under him. And then after the match, fucking Shane Douglas got in the ring, and Shane Douglas and Joe E. Legend beat the fuck out of Sabu and double teamed him. And that was it. And Austin was very satisfied.
No, I wasn't.
You weren't satisfied that Sabu got the shit beat out of him?
Oh, yeah, I was satisfied about that.
Oh, were you satisfied with how Disco Inferno was saying that Sabu ruined the wrestling business with all of his hardcore shit, and that Sabu fucking shouldn't be allowed to do this shit in a wrestling ring?
Yes, I was satisfied with that.
I'll be honest, Disco Inferno was like the only listenable person on commentary. And he like just seemed like he was so depressed most of the show. The only time he got excited is during the Fatal 4-Way. He was kind of excited being around Shane Douglas because he was really like kissing Shane Douglas's ass. But like when we get to the Fatal 4-Way, like Disco Inferno was getting so excited. And Jeremy Borash sounded like really depressed. I think he was depressed that this fucking company was going out of business. I think that's why he was depressed.
I'm glad it went out of business. I'm happy that it went out of business.
Well, speaking of the Fatal 4-Way, I guess we could get to it now. So, we had this Fatal 4-Way. Oh, we also got a promo segment from Chris Sabin, who's the X Division champion. He was wearing a SEX shirt. You want to tell the people what SEX is?
Sports Entertainment Extreme.
Mm-hmm. But what is it?
Vince Russo's group.
You know, since Austin doesn't want to tell you guys, I'll look it up myself. Well, Austin, I asked you to explain it, and you're just being a spoiled sport. Oh my god. So, Sports Entertainment Extreme was a heel professional wrestling stable in TNA led by Vince Russo. It debuted in December 2002, but disbanded in mid-2003, so not long after this fucking show, apparently. The angle began with a masked man known only as Mr. Wrestling 3 interfering in matches on November 20th, 2002. During a weekly TNA pay-per-view, Jeff Jarrett defeated Ron Killings to win the NWA title. Okay, well, that's how Jeff Jarrett got the title that he had tonight. He beat R-Truth for it. Fucking with help from Mr. Wrestling 3, who then unmasked and turned out to be Vince Russo. The following week, Russo gave Jarrett the choice to be with him or against him, which Jarrett declined, much to Russo's dismay. This led to numerous attacks on Jeff Jarrett. On December 4th, 2002, Russo officially formed a faction called SEX, Sports Entertainment Extreme, with Don and Ron Harris and BG James. Well, now we know what happened to the Road Dogg. He went to TNA and did this shit instead of being in WWA anymore. This led to a takeover-style storyline where wrestlers would turn their backs on TNA and instead join SEX, similar to the New World Order storyline in WCW. On March 4th, 2003, after months of feuding, Jarrett hit Russo on an emotional level when he showed a video with Russo's children pleading with him to stop what he was doing, which led him to go into a fit and going as far as threatening to beat his children. The next day, Vince Russo retired in order to become a better father, which started the decline of SCX. On March 19, 2003, Sports Entertainment Extreme descended into disarray. With Vince Russo gone, Glenn Gilberti, Disco Inferno, tried to take control of the group. As soon as this happened, Sonny Sakai, or Saiki, I don't know how you say it, also tried to become leader. On June 18, 2003, Russo said he owned the SEX name, leaving them without a gimmick. After a while, the SEX faded from existence and its former members went their separate ways, most remaining in TNA at the time. The main goal of SEX was to take control of the rest of TNA. It was one of the first total promotion storylines in TNA history. It led to the creation of the kayfabe position of Director of Authority, who would become the on-screen face of the TNA Championship Committee. It was first held by Eric Watts, then by Vince Russo, who later turned face. After Russo, it was held by Dusty Rhodes. After Dusty Rhodes, it was Larry Zbyszko, and then finally Jim Cornette. Apart from that, the most notable effects of SEX would be the formation of the trio known as Triple X, featuring Elix Skipper, Low-Key, and Christopher Daniels, and at the completion of the initial main event rise of AJ Styles. All the members of the faction included Vince Russo, BG James, the Harris Brothers, Triple X, Sonny Sakai, Desire, David Flair, Mike Sanders, so now we know where Mike Sanders went after being commissioner. Glenn Gilberti, now we know where Disco Inferno went after this shit. Raven, Ashley Hudson, I'm sorry, the Rock and Roll Express. Why were they in it? Disgraceland. Who's Disgraceland? Luther Biggs. Whoever that is. I think I gotta scroll back down. Okay. The Hot Shots, which is Chase Stevens and Cassidy O'Reilly. Oh no, Austin, I found where Brian Christopher went. He was a member of SEX. Brian Lawler.
Great.
Eric Watts, Hollywood, David Young, Chris Sabin, The Gathering, which was Julio De Niro and Alexis Lurie. Oh my god, Nikita Koloff, Austin. Guess who was a member of SEX? Tony Schiavone.
Great.
It says one night only as SEX's backstage announcer. Wrestlers who associated with SEX but never joined include AJ Styles and Chris Harris. Oh my god. They had feuds with Jeff Jarrett, Ron Killings, Kurt Hennig, America's Most Wanted, Dusty Rhodes, the Road Warriors, Jorge Estrada, Disciples of the New Church, oh no, and AJ Styles. They won the TNA X Division Championship 2 times and Tag Team Championships 3 times, and that's all that SEX did. So that was SEX for those who don't know. So, yeah, the reason I bring that up is because Chris Sabin was a member of SEX at the time, and he was wearing a SEX shirt during his promo. So it felt necessary to bring that up. So then we get a promo from Jerry Lynn where we find out that apparently Jerry Lynn had won the Cruiserweight title on a house show. And because last time AJ Styles won the title and he went to TNA. So he moved on to bigger and better things. And so we get this fatal four-way between Johnny Swinger, Frankie Kazarian, Chris Sabin, and Jerry Lynn for both the X Division and the WWA Cruiserweight titles. Honestly, this was probably the best match on the show. And it was a decent fatal four-way. It wasn't horrible. It was probably, honestly, the only match on the show that really entertained me at all. Honestly. And that was mostly because of fucking Kazarian and fucking Chris Sabin. Although Chris Sabin looked fucking disgusting in 2003. I don't know what his hair was and what his facial hair was. He looked like a creep. But fucking... it was an okay match. Fucking... I was rooting for Johnny Swinger, but he didn't win. And Austin was rooting for Johnny Swinger as well.
No,
but...
I fucking wasn't.
You love Johnny Swinger, Austin. Come on now.
Johnny Swinger could die.
But Austin, what about when Jeremy Borash called the fucking whatever move the fucking mood swing? Didn't you like that?
No.
What about when he called fucking whoever's finisher it was the fucking Future Shock and all that shit? He kept fucking making up names for the moves. But it was a lot of fast-paced action. Fucking everybody in the match did pretty well. It wasn't bad, really. It was just kind of like it was okay. It was just hard to care just based off of like how bad the rest of the show was. And in the end, Chris Sabin ended up winning, and he got the pin on fucking, I think it was Johnny Swinger. And Chris Sabin retains the X Division title, and he wins the WWA Cruiserweight title. So Chris Sabin is a champ now, and so that was pretty much that. And then before we get to the main event, we had one more thing, which Jeremy Borash said earlier in the show that Bret the Hitman Hart would be returning to WWA. No, your ears are not deceiving you. Bret Hart, the man who was the commissioner in the first 2 pay-per-views and suddenly disappeared, is back. And he gave his, not really an explanation, but we ended up finding out pretty much the reason why he left. And so basically, first of all, Andrew McManus comes out. We see what this fucking guy looks like. What did you say he looked like, Austin?
Dan Schneider.
So Andrew McManus comes out, and he is doing a whole speech and fucking says, "Oh, please welcome at this time Bret the Hitman Hart." And Bret comes out, gets a standing ovation, and Brett starts cutting this promo about how he's been going through a lot of personal stuff, and apparently the reason why he had just suddenly disappeared as commissioner was apparently Brett had suffered from a stroke in 2002, which is unfortunate, and he was out of commission until this point in time where he was well enough to make this appearance, and so he physically wasn't able to be the commissioner, and so that was pretty much what this promo was about, just him saying that he had a stroke and he was going through personal stuff, and then he started talking about how it had been like 4 years since Owen Hart died, and how last year they lost British Bulldog and Mr. Perfect Kurt Hennig and Mrs. Elizabeth, and was like talking about, I mean, it's better than the last time we seen him where he was talking about that dang Osama bin Laden, so fucking, but yeah, it was like maybe a 5-minute promo of Brett just kind of just rambling on about stuff, and then he was just like, all right, well, let's get to the main event, and then he just kind of just left. So that was kind of just that. So then we get to the main event, winner take all for the WWA World Title and the NWA TNA World Title. Sting versus Jeff Jarrett. By the way, they used that fucking Revolution song again. So, and Sting used it for his entrance again. And we got a promo with fucking Jeff Jarrett. He was being interviewed by Scott D'Amore. And fucking, so this main event, we're gonna be honest with you, it was extremely fucking boring. And fucking, so
for like 90% of it, I was on my phone.
Yeah, Austin just didn't care. I was like making the thumbnail while also trying to pay attention to the match. I mean, the only match Austin really paid attention to was fucking Sabu, because he loves Sabu.
Fuck off!
You love your suicidal, genocidal, homicidal, Sabuicidal baby daddy, Austin. But, so, yeah, the crowd was obviously in favor of Sting, and they didn't want Jeff Jarrett to win. And so the match had a fuck finish where Sting did the referee got knocked down, and then Sting did the Scorpion Death Drop, and then all of a sudden Joe E. Legend gets in the ring and starts attacking Sting, and then Rick Steiner gets in the ring and attacks Joe E. Legend, and then Sting puts in the Scorpion Deathlock on Jeff Jarrett, and Rick Steiner, they had this man pull a heel turn, and he attacks Sting. It was the most pointless fucking heel turn I've ever fucking seen. And he attacks Sting, and then Jeff Jarrett covers Sting for the 1, 2, 3, and Jeff Jarrett wins the WWA title, and he's now double champion. And it was the most stupid, nonsensical heel turn I've ever seen. And the crowd was fucking pissed. And immediately, even as Austin, immediately, as soon as Jeff Jarrett won, they panned to the crowd. And when I tell you, rows and rows of people got up and started fucking walking the fuck out, bro. They were fucking pissed that Sting lost. Bro, yeah. It was insane the amount of people that just started fucking leaving.
Did you mention fucking Rick Steiner?
What do you mean?
fucking Rick Steiner just helping them win. I don't even.
I literally
so
talked about that for like 5 minutes.
I'm so checked out of the main event. I'm checked out of the fucking review.
He's
dog.
looking up news of Sabu. That's what he's doing.
No, I'm not, bro.
Well, you must be paying attention to something because you're not paying attention to me. I literally talked about the whole Rick Steiner thing in detail.
I saw a picture of Tatum Paxley. I can't lie.
Fucking, but so like all the fucking crowd just started walking out. People were pissed. They showed like people in the front row that looked depressed. The crowd was booing the shit out of Jeff Jarrett. Fucking Jeff Jarrett got out of the ring and was walking up the ramp, and people were throwing trash at him and shit. Like, they were fucking pissed, bro. Like, I don't, like, why would Jeremy Borash think it's a good idea to do a fuck finish in the main event and completely fuck Sting over and put the title on Jeff Jarrett and then completely piss off the fucking crowd and give Rick Steiner a pointless fucking heel turn, and then the crowd just starts walking the fuck out. and something tells me, Austin, that the reason that he gave Rick Steiner the heel turn is fucking, I just get the feeling it was a thing of like Rick Steiner fucking probably said he probably said he would only fucking work for the WWA if Jeremy Borash fucking put him in the main event scene. I guarantee you that's probably why they did that, because I don't see any other reason to give Rick Steiner a random heel turn like that. And Jeremy Borash was probably so desperate he was probably so desperate to keep Rick Steiner, because Sting fucking left after this. Everybody left because it went out of business, but just objectively, like, Jeremy Borash knew so many people were fucking leaving, so I wouldn't be surprised if he was like, "Oh, Rick, please stay. We'll have you turn heel against Sting in the main event, and we'll build you in the main event scene." That's probably what he told him. Oh my god, this show was so bad, but that was the main event. And that was WWA The Reckoning, Austin. Would you say...
This is the worst by far. This is the worst by far. Don't even fucking try to fucking say, "Oh, would you say this is the worst?" Yes, motherfucker.
Oh my god. Well, you know what I gotta do now, Austin? I gotta read the Wikipedia to see what the aftermath was here. So
go ahead.
So we move to the final tour and the Reckoning pay-per-view. So, fucking final tour and the Reckoning pay-per-view section. In May 2003, the WWA embarked on its final tour. They visited Australia and New Zealand. The Reckoning pay-per-view was held in Auckland in front of a vocal crowd. It was the first to include replays and split screenshots. Before the pay-per-view, the decision had been made to fold the WWA. So before this show even started, the company was already out of business. Before the show even started, they said, "This shit's done." Hence, the titles were to be unified with the NWA and TNA titles.
Great.
Yep. Fucking... Jesus fucking Christ. That's all it says. I thought I was going to say more than that. That's just all it says. Oh my god.
Well, I would like to give my thoughts on this whole ordeal that we have put ourselves through.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So, my thoughts. I want to go back to XWF.
Oh my god.
This shit was terrible. I want to watch WCW. I want to watch fucking TNA. I don't want to watch this. This is your fucking fault. Fuck Marky D.
Said, "Fuck Marky D."
Fuck the suicidal, homicidal, genocidal Sabu. Fuck Jeremy Borash. Fuck goddamn Puppet. Fuck Tio. Fuck Meatball. Fuck Medeja.
Oh my
Fuck
god.
Disco Inferno. Fuck all the people that were a part of this. Bro, oh my god, it's over. Holy hell, dude. Like, the first 3 shows, it was jokes. It was so bad that it was laughable. But oh my god. The last show and this show was painful to get through. It was fucking painful to get through, dude. And you can't even, you've told me yourself, you can't even sit there and tell me fucking no. It was painful, motherfucker. So goddamn painful. I'm so glad this is over. Oh my god, dude.
But you loved all the Sabu matches, though.
Devin, those last 2 pay-per-views were getting to be the equivalent of a fucking AEW weekly show. Okay?
Oh my god.
So,
It was
don't
that
even
bad?
speak to me. Yes. It was painful fucking get through.
Well, I found this thing here, Austin, that says The Reckoning was a way to wrap up this once promising venture from Andrew McManus.
Promise! Okay, cool. Yeah, whatever.
A sort of series finale to wrap up all the loose ends, something that many failing wrestling companies never get the chance to do.
That's funny, because it didn't wrap up shit!
Oh my god. Wait, what? Hold on a minute, I gotta look this up now. I just seen something. Wait, what the hold on a sec. I'm so confused. God damn it. Oh, hold on a second now. Wait. Hold on. What? Okay, I swear I saw something. What? What the fuck? What the fuck? What culture? I'm literally fucking clicking on the thing that fucking said, what the fuck? Okay, this is starting to piss me off. I'm so fucking lost. Fuck you. Fuck what culture, bro? Wait, is there another? Okay, hold on. Oh, okay, it's one of these fucking things. Okay, hold on a minute. I scrolled through these pages to find what I was looking for. Oh my god, can you fucking... This What Culture website is so bad. Can you just get to the fucking part about the future of it? Like, damn. Why does, like, what culture? Why do you have to separate it by 10 pages? Bruh, oh my god. Okay, here we go. Future section. This is what I was looking for. Okay, Austin. In June 2017, 14 years after the WWA officially closed its doors, it was announced via press release that Andrew McManus had sold the company to Wade Brewer. Brewer had actually applied for a registered trademark of World Wrestling All-Stars back in February, confirming that the deal had been in the work for some time. However, the sudden purchase after over a decade of inactivity raises a large number of questions around the Forgotten Wrestling League. The trademark application mentions live entertainment and events as well as merchandising options, which would indicate that Brewer had his sights set on relaunching the brand as a touring entity. Also, the events tab on the WWA website had a page dedicated to upcoming events, which, although was empty, would also imply future bookings were on the cards. Meanwhile, WWA had officially begun partnering with High Spots Wrestling Network, having made their first two pay-per-views, Inception and Revolution, available on the streaming service. WWA also launched its social media presence with an official Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram account, becoming active. With WWA's history with Jeff Jarrett and TNA, some speculated we could see Jarrett's Global Force or TNA work with WWA. And as for WWA, time will tell what the future holds for it, but all signs point to an eventual resurrection. Until then, the world will have to wait and see. So, there was hints at a WWA revival, Austin. Just so you know, it's a possibility.
I'm glad it didn't happen.
Fucking the owners of WWA, if you're listening to this, please bring it back, please.
No, shut the fuck up. No. No.
Austin, would you rather watch WWA or AEW?
I'm not answering that question.
You can't just not answer it.
Yes, I can.
Okay, if they brought back the WWA for a revival, would you genuinely check it out?
I've learned not to open my mouth. Doesn't you realize that I'm not gonna know?
So you wouldn't give it a chance?
No.
Why not?
Because no.
What did the WWA ever do to you, Austin?
Be pain-inducing.
But you liked everything.
No, I fucking didn't.
Well, fucking, that's pretty much everything on the WWA. Fucking, the World Wrestling All-Stars. It debuted in 2001, ended in 2003 because everybody fucking left and went to WWE and TNA, and they lost money and lost talent and had to fucking cancel fucking event tours and shit. So they eventually just decided to merge with TNA, and thus we have the TNA and X Division titles. Those were fucking, well, they were already a thing, but they merged the WWA titles with those, and then WWA, I guess, rode off into the sunset, never to be seen again. And fucking, which is weird because you would think if, like, going into this show that it already, like, folded and it was, like, out of business and they knew this was the end. Why didn't Jeremy Borash, like, say anything about it being the last one? Why didn't he like,
'Cause
mention
he's a
it.
pussy.
Do you think he thought that there was a possibility it was going to keep going?
Probably, because he's fucking stupid.
Jesus Christ. Well, this retrospective was certainly a experience, I will say. WWA had its moments. It had its funny moments, mostly cursed moments. It went from being so bad that it was funny to just being straight up bad and like utterly unwatchable. Since you gave your thoughts already, I'm gonna give my thoughts. So, my thoughts of WWA from start to finish, atrocious. It was trash. It was probably the worst wrestling promotion I've ever seen in my life. This was worse than WWF, or not XWF, I meant to say. This is worse than XWF. I mean, it is worse than WWF, but it was worse than the XWF, and we thought that was like the worst thing we found. This took the cake, man. From having gimmick matches that don't even follow the rules of the gimmick match, to the bananas in pajamas, to battle royals where referees and cameramen are wrestling, to WCW, WWF, and fucking TNA talent all mixed together, to fucking the fucking goddamn Starettes, to the fucking Tribe, to fucking goddamn Grandmaster Sexy dancing with children, to fucking the goddamn live performance of Revolution, to all the weird stages and pyro, the weird theme songs, the terrible quality of the video feed going in and out, the commentary going in and out.
Don't forget fucking domestic abuse.
Yeah. And the many different fucking commentators, the many different fucking commissioners, the pointless storylines that went nowhere, the fucking flipping and flopping of the fucking championships, fucking debuts, people we see like 5 times, people we see once and never see again, fucking botches, a midget wrestling division, fucking hardcore matches, fucking steel cage matches, fucking goddamn bra and panties match with a man wrestling in it, fucking whatever that fucking goddamn wedding match was that fucking Gangrel had with his wife, fucking so many different cursed ass things that should have never been done, all thanks to Jeremy Borash and Andrew McManus. Fuck the both of you. I from everything I just said, all the curseness, all the bad booking, everything, from the beginning to end, this was an experience that I definitely won't forget, but fucking goddamn, it was fucking bad. It was fucking atrocious. Like, and it some people there had potential as well. Like, Devin Storm had potential if they didn't fucking make his matches so goddamn long and put him in hardcore matches every week. The cruiserweight division had a lot of potential, but fucking none of the cruiserweights stuck around long enough for any of them to really become anything. And then the people that did become anything, like AJ Styles or Jerry Lynn or fucking people like that, just went to other fucking companies. The main event scene, if you can even call it that, fucking champions stuck around for one show. People came in, did one show, got signed somewhere else, putting the title on people just to have it vacated. Like, it seemed to me, the inception, it was bad, but it had promise to where you could at least be like, okay, well, hopefully it gets better. It had the potential to get better, and then it just got so much worse. And honestly, just based off of the first pay-per-view, I think this company was just doomed from the start. I will say the concept of having a company that their whole thing is they travel around the world. That's like their whole gimmick. It's an interesting concept, but the execution was really fucking stupid. And the idea might have worked if they had the right people behind it, not fucking Jeremy fucking Borash. That was probably the biggest reason this company failed, was because he was booking everything. And fucking also because Andrew McManus was the owner and he had never ran a wrestling company before. So the shit was really doomed from the start. But, you know, it lasted 5 pay-per-views. It lasted about 2 years almost. And, you know, it was what it was, I guess. It was a wrestling promotion that fucking came and went. There has been a lot of them. This was probably the worst one. I don't know if there's anything worse than this out there. I hope not. But knowing our luck, we'll probably find it. There is a couple things that we did find that we discussed doing. Like, people had commented on our XWF stuff and told us to do this thing called Wrestling Society X, which we talked about previously on the XWF shit. People said that we should do that. We are planning to do that at some point, I will say. We're not sure yet because after this retrospective, we're planning to go back to WCW 2000 and TNA 2010 just to kind of take a break from these retrospectives. We will do Wrestling Society X next. That is going to be our next retrospective when we do it. I will say that. But there is another one I found. I won't say what it is yet. Depends if we can find how to watch it. But yeah, fucking there won't be any shortage of retrospectives out there to do. But I don't know if any of them will be as bad as this, because this was honestly, you know, Vince Russo's booked a lot of dumb shit. And the stuff I've seen that Austin has showed me of Vince Russo. Vince Russo has got to be the dumbest fucking moron I've ever seen in the wrestling business when it comes to booking. But goddamn, Jeremy Borash has to be the biggest fucking idiot I've ever seen to think that any of this was good that he was doing. Literally they said before this, all he was fucking like a fucking, what was it, a goddamn, he was like an assistant to fucking Vince Russo or whatever, and like an announcer or whatever, and he really didn't have any experience, and then motherfucking Vince Russo just recommended him, and this motherfucker had no experience booking. Motherfucker only knew what goddamn the shit Vince Russo did. So he probably thought, oh, I guarantee you it was probably like he didn't know how to book the show, so he was probably like, oh, well, what would Vince Russo do? I'll just do what I think Vince Russo would do in this situation. Because his booking is so similar to things that Vince Russo would do, except it's not worse. I just think his booking is stupider, if that makes any sense. Like Vince Russo's ideas and gimmicks are far worse, but Jeremy Borash's execution is a lot more confusing and is a lot more stupid, and a lot of the things that he books leaves you just scratching your head. Because at least with Vince Russo, you could be like, oh, this is fucking bad. But with Jeremy Borash, you're just like, it's bad, but it's like, this is just fucking stupid. Like, I don't understand.
The scary part is, I don't even know who fucking books Wrestling Society X, which just terrifies me even more.
Well, I'm sure we'll find out when we get to that. Because, judging by how the people were talking about it in the comments, I assume they only want us to check it out because it was bad. So, whoever was booking it, it had to have been fucking bad. So,
I know it was on MTV. I know that.
Yeah. fucking, well, all those are on YouTube. That's how we're watching it. There's only like 10 episodes, and they're only like 20 minutes apiece, so it won't be as long as this retrospective, because goddamn, this is probably almost 7-8 hours at this point. Like, god fucking damn, this shit is fucking long. But, yeah, fucking, if you were wondering about, like, the color scheme of this, at first, I just picked a blue background, and then I did a fucking orange one, because I didn't know what to do, and then I did a green one for Eruption. I was like, oh, well, blue, orange, and green. I was like, the next one should be yellow. And then Austin was like, oh, you should do the next one as red, so you could have the rainbow. And then if you're wondering why the Omnibus thumbnail, if you're watching the Omnibus version of this, is purple, that is just a thing where we're like, oh, we could just do the whole rainbow, because why not? This shit's fucking stupid and silly. Might as well be on some fucking goddamn Lucky Charms type shit. The fucking Jeremy Borash fucking booked this like he was on fucking cocaine, so fucking...
He probably was. He was probably taking the genocidal, suicidal, homicidal, fucking Sabu's coke. Alright,
well,
like...
They had the genocidal, suicidal, homicidal Sabu on their roster. He's known for doing cocaine. They had fucking Lex Luger on their roster, who was doing fucking all kinds of drugs and fucking steroids. They had Scott Steiner, who is doing steroids. So I wouldn't be shocked if fucking Jeremy Borash was doing some kind of drugs. I really wouldn't. Especially in the early 2000s. Huh?
I think Brian Christopher as well was also on a drug binge.
Yeah.
And Eddie took pills.
Yeah.
He was only there for one show, but he took pills.
Yeah, the one thing I will say about this company, it seemed like they really had no standards for anything. Like, if someone was drugged out and shit, they'd be like, oh, come on in. Or fucking if someone was abusing steroids, oh, come on in, we'll have you here. If fucking someone was, like dealing with, like, legal shit, they were probably like, oh, come on in, we'll use you. Like, they really didn't seem like they had any filter. They were letting all the wrestlers just pretty much say whatever the fuck they wanted. They fucking cussed. They name-dropped other companies and other promoters and were saying, fuck this person and fuck that person. They goddamn talked about Osama bin Laden, for God's sake. Fucking, this company had absolutely no standards or no fucking filter. And honestly, I think they let that shit slide because they were probably like, oh, they did shit like this in the Attitude Era, and this is what wrestling fans want, so we'll just let our wrestlers do whatever the fuck they want. So, it didn't go over too well. So, and this wasn't even the first pay-per-view where fans walked out either, so. But, all in all, WWA World Wrestling All-Stars was certainly an experience. Not a good one. It was a bad experience. And, yeah, it fucking died as quickly as it fucking was born. And it
died faster.
It is officially known as one of the biggest failures of a wrestling company ever. So, fucking, yeah. And, that is pretty much it for this Omnibus, and credit for all this goes to Mr. Marky D, so if you are watching this, Marky D...
Yeah, fuck him again. Fuck, no, if he's watching this, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck your channel.
Oh my
fuck
God.
Your life. Fuck everything about you. Fuck you.
That's Austin's way of saying that he loves you and he wants to do more of your, ideas and your videos that you bring up.
No, I hope you fucking have a terrible accident.
Well, I like your channel, Marky D, so I will keep watching you because you keep giving me more curse things to make Austin watch, and I always appreciate that. So, big ups, Marky D.
I don't.
Well, is there any last words that you have to say about WWA before we end this, Austin? Any final thoughts you want to add?
Jeremy Borash. I'm done. Fuck this company.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god. You know, I was gonna play it out with the song, but I can't even fucking find it. That's how fucking obscure it is. Like, I was gonna try to find, like, the band and stuff who made the song. For one, they don't even acknowledge who the band is, and two, I tried to look it up and I can't find the fucking song. So, I'm not gonna be playing this out with a song, unfortunately. So, but yeah, guys, that was the, well, that this specific review was The Reckoning, but for the Omnibus, this was the WWA. This was the failure of the World Wrestling All-Stars. Thank you guys for watching, and fuck you, Jeremy Borash, and fuck the WWA,
Die.
and fucking Austin loves Sabu, and
No, I fucking don't.
we'll be back with another failure retrospective.
Pain.
The revolution.
Watch the time passing by, seeing strangers in the sky. Rusty eyes stare and bleed. Hope the hell that you do not see. Something in this world needs a change. Yeah. Hear the lies, see their eyes. Morally, are we compromised? Stained again by a friend. Cut yourself back down to size. Something in this world needs a change. Another slap in the face. I know this time of the year as a revolution. Still I fall out of place. Open your mind to the change of evolution. Look around, there's a change. Try to find the end of pain. People who cause are just partly to blame. Try to find the reason why we all stay the same. Something in this world needs a change. Another slap in the face. I know this time of the year is a revolution. Still I fall out of place. Open your mind to the change of evolution. Another slap in the face. I know this time of the year is a revolution. Still I fall out of place. Open your mind to the change of evolution. Another slap in the face. I know this time of the year as a revolution. Still I fall out of place. Open your mind to the change of evolution. Another slap in the face. I know this time of the year as a revolution. Still I fall out of place. Open your mind to the change of evolution.